Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer, what's your last name? Spencer Gaynor. Who are you again? We've got Spencer Gaynor here as our director, and we are getting ready for our second day of racing. As I said, it is feature race day here at Summit Point Raceway. But Brian, before we get started, we have our first of 2 10-lap bracket races. First off, good morning, Brian.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. I think I could probably use another cup of coffee. Of course, we had Kelton Jago bring coffee and donuts up to us this morning.
I already had 4 of them.
Yeah, I can never have enough caffeine on a Sunday morning. All right, let's do this, Brian, as our bracket racers are just getting ready to head out on track for their race. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Sure. Okay, looks like we're going to have 22 of them going to start from the 22nd position in the number 11 from Mount Airy, Maryland. That's Melanie Meckel. Starting in the 21st position in the number 129 from Midland, Michigan, that's Angela Jago. Starting in the 20th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, that's the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in the 19th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, she's in the 186, and that's Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 18th position from Thurmont, Maryland, in the 127, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 17th position from Scottsville, Virginia, the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the 16th position from Hillsborough, Virginia, that's the 74 of Avery Davis. Starting in the 15th position from right here in Charlestown, West Virginia, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 14th position from Palmyra, Virginia, that's the 34, that's David Alessi. Starting in the 13th position from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the 12th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 50 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 11th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's Mike Kosuth, and he's in the number 5. Starting in the 10th position from Powhatan, Virginia, the 16 of Alex Carty. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 7th position in the 88 from Hillsborough, Virginia, that's Terry James Davis. Starting in the 6th position from Stafford, Virginia, the 33 of David Albrecht. And starting in the 5th position from Headsville, West Virginia, that's the 20 of Christopher Graham. Starting in the 4th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 3rd position from Washington, D.C., the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 119 of Chris Benedetto. And starting on the pole from Annapolis, Maryland, in the 178, in that TA2 GT2 machine, that's the Nick Jones.
All right, Brian, and I'm putting up in the chat now for everybody where our timing and scoring for bracket racing is. Hopefully that will get populated here soon enough. But as we get ready to race, and we're on that pace lap, Spencer, if we could bring up today's schedule by chance here. There we go. So we are going to be starting the morning off with our first 10-lap bracket race, and then we're going to go MARRS feature racing for groups 1, 2, and 3 for big bore, for production, and for our open wheel and prototype races. We'll take a little break for lunch, come back, and pretty much do the exact same thing again. Our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series racers will have their second 10-lap race of the day, and then we'll wrap things up with 4 more MARRS feature races here at Summit Point. Should be a great day of racing. Brian, not quite as sunny as what we saw yesterday, and definitely a little bit more chilly. We're only just a touch over 40 degrees ambient air temperature here today. When we started to go racing yesterday, we were already at about 65 degrees. So big differences, maybe a big day for track records to follow.
Yeah, some of these cars, as they're getting ready to come out of turn 10 here now and going to take the start-finish line, look, this is great temperature weather for racing. It could be a little bit warmer. Grip level is going to be probably at about 5 or 6, and there we go. Here's the start. Nick Jones takes off. We're not seeing the 119 of Benedetto. Looks well. Actually, we do see him.
We do.
He started all the way in the back this time instead of on the front row there. So he's going to have to work his way all the way back up if he wants to catch Nick Jones. As they go down into turn 1, I tell you what, Jones is going to pull away, but then you got to look back. You've got Mac Harrison, and then I believe that's going to be Steven Shue in there. And then now throw in there, we're going to try to see who that is. That's in one of those BMWs there. That is going to be the 20. That is actually going to be Christopher Graham. So a great start by Christopher Graham, actually getting right to the rear bumper there, Greg, of Nick Jones. So a really good start for Graham.
Yeah, that Hedgesville, West Virginia driver, very good jump for him. We'll see how things play out here today in this bracket race. Again, Brian, I think we have to, explain it almost every time one of these races starts, but bracket racing here in the Washington, D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, very much like bracket drag racing, except the big difference is you don't necessarily break out of your bracket. You don't identify a lap time to start the day off.
Right.
But what we do is we split things up into 10 different brackets of about 2 seconds, 2 seconds margin apiece. And what you want to try and do is throughout your race, stay in the same bracket. It really goes and honors consistency, because what will happen is if you break out of your bracket, you go faster than that little time slice that you've been in, you could find yourself racing against these faster cars that may be 5 or 10 or even 15 cars up the road from you. Very difficult there. It looks like we're having some challenges with our bracket racing setup here. We'll know in just a few moments whether or not that comes up. Hopefully in the next lap or so, we'll start to have that filter in. But tell you what we can do, if we can put our regular timing and scoring up on the screen, Spencer, there we go. That way you can kind of at least see the relative times that racers are running. And what we do, Brian, for the bracket racing is we go, as we mentioned, break things up into different brackets. Brackets A1 through A5 and then B1 through B5. That bracket A1 is for drivers that run a minute 17 or faster. A2 that are anywhere between a minute 17 and a minute 19. Keep adding 2 seconds along the way, all the way up to bracket B5, which is for drivers that run a 1 minute 33 or more. And so as we take a look here, and we've got our regular timing on the screen, if our bracket timing site does not populate here early this morning, maybe it needs as much coffee as I do today, we'll go and try to give you a breakdown here based on what we see, and we'll try and break those different brackets down.
Well, you know what, Greg? A lot of these, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, a lot of these are double dippers. They go in their normal, regular race groups, and then they come out here and they do it. This is all about consistency, right? So you need to really work on being consistent.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. That's Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, Big Bore, American Sedan, GT 1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE, ITR, Spec Corvette, SMX, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3, and U.S. Touring Car Championship. Please head to the grid. Race group 1 to the grid, please.
So when we talked about it, you really want to be consistent. You know the lap times you're going to run, right? You get put into a bracket, as we talked about, and then not only are you racing the individuals that you're in that bracket, because that is pretty much the same times as you, what ends up happening is that you also could be where you talked about running faster. And we do have, it looks like we have one car really, really slow.
And it's not just slow, Brian. It looks like he's either got a good amount of damage or he might be having some oiling issues as well. We can see the rear end of that car kind of crab walking here. And also notice he is missing a good portion of the front end of his car. That is one of our Honda Civics. And
that may be, is that David Alessi in that 34 machine?
That may very well be. Actually, in looking at the order, that is David Albrecht in the 33 machine that is having some problems there. They were covering, I believe he went off over by turn, coming out of turn 3, going into turn 4. And they had been covering with a yellow flag at that time, but now it's pretty clear they're trying to cover him with a white flag as he still has not pulled that car off track as of yet.
He may pull that off right there next to that station. Those guys may tell him to pull off there, and we'll see. You can see there in the
Yeah, it
camera.
looks like he's into the grass.
He's going to try to go, though. He's going to try to continue.
Well, he's fully in the grass. We can see there's quite a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car. It sounded as though he had been putting down some oil. All right, so let's take a look, Brian, and I'm going to try and break these down by class. And look at that. We do have our bracket timing system now up and running.
It's amazing.
And again, we have the link to our bracket timing right up, pinned at the top of the chat for you if you want to take a look at it. Well, we had it there for a moment.
It's still there. I see it.
All right, because it just disappeared for me. So I tell you what, I'll try and break it down here for you. All right, so.
Yeah, because I just lost the whole bracket thing again.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, let's see what we can do here. All right. So our fastest driver on course currently is Nick Jones. He's running has a fast lap time of 1:20.8. That would put him into the A3 bracket, and he's right at the very top of the A3 bracket currently. Then we have Chris Graham in his BMW, Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford, Stephen Shue in his, that are all running in the mid 121 range. And that puts them into the A4 bracket, Alpha 4 bracket. And even then in A4, that goes up to 122.99. I think nobody is that high. So that then brings us to David Albrecht, who I think is still limping that car home.
He is actually on pit lane now.
And indeed, he has managed to get the car all the way to the pit lane. Technically, Albrecht leads for the time being the A5 bracket because he's got a time of 123.961. That's going to change pretty soon. And it has just now changed as we have, I believe, then Mike Thomas in that group as well, in that bracket as well. He is now moved ahead of Albrecht.
Tell you what, Greg, let's take a look here real quick if we can, Spencer. They're going to be going down into turn 5 right about now. That is for the overall lead. Now, it may be that Nick Jones is in a faster bracket because he ran a 128 or 120.8 early on. But Christopher Graham in that BMW, that 328 IS, he has now overtaken the lead going through turn 5, Greg. And I tell you what, that car has really shown a lot of grip and a lot of forward bite coming off the corner more than Nick Jones. So again, we were talking about it with the different temperatures. That pre-made, that stock car versus that BMW, that is just not holding on right now.
Exactly, and we've seen in the past and it looks like we've got some of the Spec Racer Ford racers, Mac Harrison in particular, in that gray number 30 machine, pulling up on the back of Nick Jones as well. Now, we've seen Jones in the past where he will be very cautious and spend a lot of time getting the heat in those tires. We may see him pick up the pace a little bit more as this race goes on, as we only have 4 laps to go, Brian, so we make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 1, Big Bore Racers. Race group number 1, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 1 to the grid, please.
Now they go up over the hill there and down and going into turn 4. And I talked about, at this point in time, right, where this track is, it's probably going to get the best grip all day right about now, right? I mean, this is, there's been a lot of cars been on there. We had a lot of cars in our open or in our closed wheel warm-up session. So we're starting to get some grip. Things are probably just now starting to heat up. And like I said, Christopher Graham probably didn't run really as well as he wanted to yesterday. He's now running in that, that 121, a little bit under where he ran yesterday, or right around where he ran yesterday. Yep. But that car just seems so much better in terms of a setup. And now you've got him coming out of turn 10 now, where they're nose to tail. And again, and throw in Mac Harrison in the the Spec Racer Ford.
And Graham doing his best best Jim Drago impression, had the right turn signal on to let Nick Jones in that Camaro know to drive by. But they're coming through some slower traffic now, going into turn number 1. Brian, it's getting a little hectic there, coming out of 2.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the times and everything, and they just came up on Jed Prentice, so now you've got Mac Harrison and then throw Steven Shue in there. Those guys will work to try to draft up in there. So it does show you that these Spec Racer Fords, they can hang with these big V8 cars.
Yes, they can.
In certain parts of the racetrack. Obviously, it's where we get down the front stretch here that they lose it. But it looks like our bracket racing, layout is now back up and running. So Christopher Graham in his own bracket, in that A4 bracket, which is 121 flat to 123. And then you've got Nick Jones in his own bracket in A3. That's the 119 to the 121. So while they're racing on the racetrack, they're in 2 different brackets. So each one of them could win that bracket,
yeah, indeed.
Today. But obviously those 2 competitors are looking for the overall win in this first 10-lap race.
Yeah, and we're going to start to see some of those brackets listed on our timing page, which again we have the link up at the top of the chat there for you. Get combined, because Steven Shue now is also with a 120.9 being his fastest lap. He's right at the high end of that A3 bracket, along with Nick Jones. But Nick Jones is further ahead on track as well, so he leads that bracket currently. And there we go. Now we've gone and combined it on our timing system. In bracket A5, where Brian, we've got, I think, 7 different racers right now. Alex Carty in his Subaru BRZ, he had a real strong race yesterday. He currently leads the A5 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Then we've got Keith Frazier, Mike Thomas, Mike Kosuth, Chris Benedetto, and Brian McRae, who is out in his very first weekend of SCCA road racing.
Right. We talked about, as I said, when we were talking about the brackets, Nick Jones, he's battling for the overall lead there with Christopher Graham, but yet Steven Shue is actually in the bracket with Nick Jones, and Steven Shue right now sitting in, I believe, 4th. It looks like he may have dropped down a little bit. Overall, he's still sitting in 4th overall, but he's racing our actual leader, which is now getting the 1-to-go board. So we've got one more lap in this early 10-lap race, but your 4th place person is actually in the same bracket as your leader.
Exactly.
And your 2nd and your 3rd place
and that's just what we were talking about earlier, Brian, where you could find yourself maybe via the draft or some other form up in a bracket competing against somebody who's maybe 6 cars or 5 cars ahead of you.
Right.
And, that is exactly where, for example, not so much Mac Harrison, but Steven Shue found himself. But now Nick Jones, by nature of turning in, actually he's at a 119.624. So, he's still, he's still got Steven Shue in that same bracket.
Right.
Sounds like we've just had a car pull off track. Brian here with a lap to go, trying to pick out where on course he is. I believe it is just past
our turn
6 camera there. Yeah. We can see the local caution being held there, so we're going to need to go probably pick him up at the end of the session. I also understand, Brian, that they're going to be checking out the tire wall just before the turn 4 flag station due to Albrecht's contact earlier in the race. Here, as we now have coming out of the final corner, Nick Jones in his TA2 Camaro. He's going to take the checkered flag. He is going to win bracket A3, as we've got then Chris Graham coming across the line. He will take the win in bracket A4 over Mac Harrison. And we'll start to see some of our A5 bracket drivers come across here momentarily.
Looks like Keith Frazier is going to pick up the win there in that A5 bracket.
Yeah, indeed. He's driving the number 7 Spec RX-7.
Right.
And then we've got Alex Carty in his Subaru BRZ just now coming across the line. So Carty will finish 2nd in the A5 bracket. Then we will have, looks like Chris Benedetto in the 119 machine. Then Mike Kosuth Benedetto in his BMW 335i, Kosuth in another Spec Racer Ford, and then Brian McRae. In bracket B1, I believe Bill Smith is the sole driver in that class with that bracket with his BMW M3. In bracket Bravo 3, B3, Jennifer Romes and her Scion FRS. Then we go to bracket B4, where it is Terry Davis in his Honda S2000. That's good to see. Terry had that off at turn 5 yesterday. Pretty dramatic off right in front of our cameras. He holds on today to take the win in bracket B4. Jeff Liller, Jed Prentice rounding out that class. And then in bracket B5, Angela Jago takes the win over Melanie Meckel. All right, Brian, let me make a quick call to the grid, final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a little break.
Okay.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1, Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Big Bore racers, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track for your feature race in just a few moments. All right, so let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point Raceway this season, like our title sponsor this weekend, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com. OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. The April MARRS presented by OG Racing here, and I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. Got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well, and we are getting ready, Brian, for our very first MARRS feature race today, and it is our big bore group, GT racers, SMX, etc. I'm going to run down the starting order for you. Starting 26th today, driving the number 22 United States Touring Car Championship Honda Prelude, Roger Miata. Joe Folia is going to start 25th. He's in the number 50 GT1 Chevy Corvette. Alan Lesher, look at the C, and I think I see that red neon out there. Alan Lesher driving the number 07 STU Dodge Neon, starts 24th, starting 23rd. In the number 93 USTCC Honda Civic, Martin Swark. Melvin Miller starting 22nd. He's in the number 60 American Sedan Ford Mustang. And Ted Warning scheduled to start 21st, our pole sitter in American Sedan in the 72 Chevy Camaro. Andrew Connor starting 20th. He's in the number 66 USTCC BMW. With Robert Benson starting 19th. He's in the number 76 SPO Chevy Monza. Carl Ricker starting 18th. He's in the number 23 turbocharged Volvo P1800 with Robert Hayshak, your SPO pole sitter, starting 17th. He's in the number 9 Factory 5 Racing Cobra. Lewis Roan starting 16th. He's in the number 45 Spec Corvette with James Benson, starting 15th in the number 43 GT1 Chevy Camaro. Starting 14th in the number 99 Spec Corvette is Joseph Latanzi with Nick Leveroni. Starting 13th, he's in the number 8 SMX Mazda. Ray Fabulali will start 12th. He's in the number 12 NC Mazda, the Mazda MX-5. John Polishuk will start 11th. He's in the number 10 ITE Ford Mustang with Dwight Cooney, also in a Mustang, but this one's in T3. It's the 57 car. He starts 10th. Dominic Rizzo will start 9th. He's in the number 26 Spec Corvette with Anthony Picelli, your sole driver in Touring 3 today, and he starts 8th in the number 141 Subaru. Ron Etzian will start 7th today. He's driving the number 69 Spec Corvette with Chris Graham coming off that bracket race in the number 20 ITE BMW 328. Jeffrey Pascal will start 5th today. He's in the number 63 Spec Corvette with David Sanders starting 4th. He's in the number 73 Spec Corvette. Charlie Abel is your pole sitter today in Spec Corvette, driving the number 39 machine, and now to your front row. Starting in second, in the number 14 ITE BMW M3, we've got Marshall Lytle out of Alexandria, Virginia, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 88 GT2 Chevy TA2 Camaro from Belmont, Ohio, with a qualifying time of 1:19.000. Brian, how common is that? It's Andrew Mistak.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm really looking forward to watching Christopher Graham again to see what kind of start he gets, because he just came off the racetrack in that 10-lap bracket race. So we're going to see going out off the pit lane, we had the 43 that kind of held up a little bit. That's the James Benson machine. So we'll see whether or not half the field's going to be able to get caught back up. As you can see, we're kind of straggling there in the back.
All right, so Mistak now has the field as the pace car is on the pit lane. Marshall Lytle to his left, and the green flag is in the air, and we are racing, Big Bore Racing, Mid-Atlantic Road Series Racing here at Summit Point.
As I was talking about there, you've got the 43 James Benson kind of held up the back half of the field. They took the green flag. They were just coming up underneath the bridge, Greg, when our entire field went down into turn 1. So they're going to get a late start of this. But as we look at Andrew Mistak now, he's going to lead over, it looks like, Charlie Abel and David Sanders. So Marshall Lytle going from starting P2 there all the way back, put him all the way back into 5th at this point. And just as I talked about, Christopher Graham, what another tremendous start with that BMW.
Yeah, and a good start today also from Charlie Abel. Great race yesterday in Spec Corvette. Yesterday, Abel taking the win in that black number 39 machine after watching David Sanders win race after race after race last season in Spec Corvette. Able to hold off David Sanders, but it looks like Sanders, he's in that yellow, in the yellow Corvette towards the front of the field. He may have already worked himself up here, Larry, ahead of Charlie Abel. We'll have to see how things play out once lap 1 continues, but that, I believe, is Sanders right behind our leader, Andrew Mistak.
Sorry, we're up here laughing. You called me Larry.
Hey, did I call you Larry?
You did. Even Dominic's back here laughing.
Hey, at least I didn't call you Brian.
Well, that's true. Good thing you didn't do that.
Yeah, because I normally call Larry Brian, but it's Brian Polanski. Anyway, I have too many people that I work with here. All right, so we got 1 lap in the books now. Andrew Mistak, your first driver across the line. He's our sole racer in GT2. And as suspected, David Sanders, who started 4th on the field, he works himself up to 2nd overall, but leading yesterday's winner in Spec Corvette, Charlie Abel. Chris Graham leads ITE over Marshall Lytle. They're running 4th and 5th right now. And then we've got the Spec Corvettes of Ron Etzian and Jeff Pascala running 6th and 7th overall. And in that battle for T3, I said that Picelli was the only car on course. My bad. Picelli and Dwight Cooney running 8th and 9th, nose to tail right now for T3 supremacy.
Yeah, Cooney went out earlier this morning, too, as well in the warm-up. And I do believe that Anthony went out as well. So they went out to get a couple laps in before this race came up. So both of those cars should already have some kind of, a little bit of heat in the brakes, a little bit of heat in the tires. I know we ran a 10-lap race before that. So that's going to cool off a little bit. Marshall Lytle, falling back, we talked about him, just didn't get the start that he really wanted. And then you ended up with the Spec Corvettes of Sanders and Abel. They definitely went around him. And again, we talked about it. Christopher Graham, he's continuing to get those early starts. Andrew Mistak is able to get out of turn 10 a little bit better, but these Spec Corvettes, Greg, they're running him down. They're really getting deep in the corner here, and they're able to run right up on the back bumper of Andrew Mistak. As you can see in our camera there, they're literally nose to tail right there.
To the point where Charlie Abel had to go into the dirt a little bit on the inside of the curbing at turn 1. Abel just ran the fastest lap of the race. He's all over the back now of David Sanders as they come into turn number 3, takes a poke to the inside. Now, you were talking about Marshall Lytle and how he fell back a little bit, but he continues to fall back as we've now completed 2 laps here. We have Marshall Lytle now falling almost a second and a half off the back of Christopher Graham ahead. There, as they go through turn 5, we can see that gap opening up just a little bit. A little bit further back in the field, we've got the two Flat Out Motorsports SMX cars, Rafe Abdullali and Nick Leveroni. Yesterday, Abdullali took the win, and he continues to hold favor over car owner Leveroni.
Tell you what, Greg, let's jump to the Spec Corvette here. They are side by side. That's for the lead. We talked about the grip level. The grip level now, Andrew Mistak's grip level is starting to come in. They're starting to really get some heat in those tires because he starts to pull away. But David Sanders and Charlie Abel, tell you what, they were side by side coming up underneath the bridge as they cross the start-finish line and head down into turn 1. They're still going to go side by side. They're not going to give it up right now. And again, we're still early on in this race.
Very early on.
They are really trying to push the issue here. I guess, when we talked about the grip level from Mistak, it took a lap or 2 for that to come in.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Brian, besides the 2 Corvettes going side by side directly behind him, I talked about Marshall Lytle falling back. Yeah. He went in door to door with Graham into turn number 1. He has now gotten around the white BMW, so move Marshall Lytle up into the lead in ITE.
Looks like we had the 72 of Ted Warning. He's over in driver's left, heading down into turn 1. It looks like that car may have shut off just past the start-finish line. That's going to bottleneck up some, but now it looks like he's back underway, but it looks like he either A, missed the shift or the car cut off, and then he turned it back on as he goes through turn 1. All
right, Brian, and as we watch the rest of the field here filtering through turn number 1, that fight in Spec Corvette not over yet either. As we saw Abel going door to door with the Malvern missile just a few moments ago, and they come out of turn 10, and all of a sudden, I don't know what happened to Marshall Lytle, but Marshall now has put on the afterburners. He has now left Chris Graham almost 10 car lengths behind in just about a half a lap.
Well, I've been talking about it. It is a lot cooler today than it was yesterday at this point. So it takes about a good 2 laps for some of these tires and these brakes to come in. And I just think that in Marshall's case, it just took that much time, basically 2.5 laps for it to come in. Just like Andrew Mistak, again, still tiptoeing through turn 3 as they head up the hill and over. You can see that gap is still by about 5 or 6 car lengths over David Sanders there and Charlie Abel, but the grip level seems to be getting a little bit better for Andrew Mistak.
All right, Brian, you talked a little bit earlier about Ted Warning having some issues with his American sedan Chevy Camaro. Those problems apparently will lead to his retiring from this race early as he is now bringing the car down the pit lane.
Yeah, it just didn't sound right. When he went past the start-finish line, it sounded like it almost basically just cut completely off and then got restarted again, enough to get him around for this lap. But he's very, very slow on pit lane. So obviously it looks terminal.
All right, so another driver that we've been tracking through the weekend, Brian, and it's been a pretty rough weekend for him. Roger Maeda out of East Brunswick, New Jersey in the United States Touring Car Championship with his Honda Prelude. And we're watching him right now right behind Martin Swark. That is the battle for second in USTCC. When Maeda went out for his qualifying session yesterday, transponder wasn't working, didn't set a time. He went out for his race yesterday and on the pace lap had an oil fitting go bad and had to pull the car off before ever taking the green flag. He had issues again during a warm-up session this morning, but it looks like the car's running pretty well today.
Yeah, it looks like he's got it, got that sensor, I think, figured out. Part of that problem that you were talking about earlier on, we were talking up here in the booth. That car looks like it's starting to find its legs now.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, they are side by side coming up to the bridge, Brian, as they were coming up on some slower traffic there. And it looks like Miata in the Honda Prelude has been able to sneak past the Honda Civic of Swark and take second in USTCC.
Yeah, then throw in there the 10 of John Palchuk. I tell you what, that's a pretty good battle between those as they head down into turn one. You're going to see it now. Right now, they're kind of all over the place trying to figure out where they can make the pass. Again, coming up on that slower traffic, but that 10 machine, he took off there coming out of turn 10. Good little run out of there.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, and T4. Race group 2, please head to the grid. Your feature race is next.
Tell you what, you look on your screen right there, that Spec Corvette race, Greg. That's not going away. They're still battling out the entire race here between Sanders and Abel. You've got Marshall Lytle. He's kind of just sitting back there looking at it, not wanting to try to make that pass and get involved in that race between those two Spec Corvettes. But they're still right on the back bumper of Andrew Mistak. So Mistak having, still a little bit of handling problems. You can see it looks a little bit loose getting up into turn 3. And last time by, looks like he just didn't have the wheels underneath him. Maybe sitting on top of the racetrack too much earlier on coming out of 10.
And Brian, I know we talked yesterday. We said, Mistak, he's got a new livery on the car. I believe this is actually a completely new chassis that Mistak is running this year. So he might still be having some teething pains with this machine, trying to get it dialed into the point the other car was last season. But yeah, this Spec Corvette battle right now as they come across the start-finish line now and start to make the run down to turn 1 is really, really rough. Not rough, but is a great race going on.
Yeah.
And they've really opened up now a pretty big advantage as Ron Etienne in the red number 69 C5 Corvette. He's out of Potomac, Maryland. He just crosses the start-finish line to start lap number 8. He is almost 15 seconds in arrears of our 2 leaders.
Yeah. And Christopher Graham still has that turn signal on, so I feel like I'm watching somebody on 95.
I'm telling you, it's the Jim Drago effect.
He's probably got some type of fan that runs off that turn signal. And some of these guys, they're out here, they have their lights on, right, or their running lights. It is, cloudier than ever. We're looking down here, headed down out of turn 6. You can see they're going to come up on some slower traffic. There's Andrew Mistak in the lead. Our Spec Corvette. Looks like Charlie Abel's going to follow back. And what that does is we had one car that went really far, drivers left, trying to stay out of their way.
Yeah.
We'll try to pick up who that was, but you got to do everything you can to get out of there when you got a big run of 4 cars.
That is one of our Mustangs, and I think that might be the Touring 3 Mustang.
Well, that's a yellow car.
Cooney.
Yeah, no, the Cooney's in a yellow machine. So we'll have to see, but that looks like that would have been the 60 machine.
That's 60 car.
That's Melvin Miller.
Melvin Miller, gotcha. And Miller is currently our sole remaining driver in American Sedan in the Ford Mustang out of Lincoln, Delaware.
We talked about that Spec Corvette. That's opened up a little bit. Now you've got Marshall Lytle. He's going to be in between them, so it looks like he's going to fight to get around that race and then let them battle it out. But he was able to make that pass going into turn 1 last time by, and now he is in between our Spec Corvette. But it looks like Charlie Abel may have started to burn off some of those tires. So we'll see whether or not as we get to the second half of this race here momentarily in the next couple of laps, see if he's just saving something for David Sanders or if David Sanders is starting to get even faster. Because they're starting to come through some lap traffic there, Greg, so it's going to be a tough battle, but looks like they are starting to pull away a little bit from each other.
All right, and getting word that the 60 car, and we were just talking about the 60, that's Melvin Miller. They're going to be meatballing that car. Basically, that is, for those of you not so associated with SCCA road racing, that apparently they're pointing out or seeing that there's some kind of mechanical issue with that car that could make it a hazard to either the driver or to other racers. And so they're going to try and get the 60 machine off track as quickly as possible. And that would be, the second of our American sedan racers.
Well, they just missed
retire.
it. So they were going to give him the pasta flag, but I don't think they made it.
Yeah, they'll get him. They'll get him also over by turn 4 in just a moment here.
Yeah.
All right, if we check in with some of our other classes, Anthony Pacelli in his Super Impreza, very, very quick here, and he has about a 15-second advantage over Dwight Cooney in that yellow 57 Ford Mustang. Cooney just now crossing the start-finish line in SMX. And I want to pick up this SMX race at some point today, Brian. I know we didn't spend a lot of time with it yesterday, but Abdullali and Leveroni, they were, the last time they came by, separated by about a half a car length. And so we'll try and pick them up in the two identical liveried flat-out motorsports cars. And we'll get to that battle here in just a moment.
They just now went up through turn 3, so they'll be heading down into turn 5 here momentarily. So at least one of them will. I did see the one back half. There's one of them there.
Of them, and then there's the second with
one.
The Mustang splitting them currently. So that's Abdullali in the 12 car, who's the first of the two cars through. And then we've got the yellow Mustang, we mentioned. That's the Touring 3 Mustang.
Yep.
Of Cooney, and then Nick Leveroni directly behind.
Well, they've given the meatball flag to Melvin Miller at turn 4 and now at the start, so we'll see whether or not he pulls in. But here comes that SMX battle you were talking about, and yeah, you've got Cooley in between there, so that gap has really opened up over the last lap and a half there.
Yeah, I mean, it would give Leveroni a good opportunity to draft down the front straight, but it's going to be really, really difficult for
if he doesn't catch him.
to get him high. But it looks like Cooley now is starting to come up based on the amount of speed that he has on the straights, starting to make up some ground on Abdullali's head. I think probably the best thing that could happen for Leveroni is for that Mustang to get around the 12 car as well, and then he just has to find a way to draft up to his teammate.
Yeah, I was looking at the Cooley machine going through there, and especially coming out of turn 10, and you look at all the other cars, that car seems to roll over really hard on that left front tire, putting a lot of pressure there. Seems more than any other car that I've seen. So we'll watch the next time by. They're now now going down into turn 5, but I noticed it on even turn 3 on the right side. So very soft front end.
Yeah, and that's one of the deals with the touring classes, is that there are specified shock packages and spring packages that the drivers are allowed to use. They are much, much more softly sprung than something like the SMX cars directly behind, which have a spec Penske shock and spring package.
Tell you what, let's pick up down going into turn 1. This is going to be for third, the last podium spot in spec Corvette between the 69 and then Jeffrey Pascal in that 63. It looks like Pascal is going to get past. So put Jeffrey Pascal in that third position in spec Corvette.
All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, and GT Pinto. Legends, SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4. Race group 2, small bore racers, please start heading to the grid.
Andrew Mistak now starting to open up that overall lead, Greg, as they head down into turn 1 over David Sanders and then Marshall Lytle. That battle for spec Corvette now, that's opened up between Sanders. Really, it's not even a battle anymore. It's about 20, 25 car lengths in between David Sanders and Charlie Abel. So Charlie Abel using up everything possible in the first 8 to 10 laps of this race to try to do it. But, go back again, Jeffrey Pascal in that 63 machine with the 69, Ron Etienne, they're still battling. And now it looks like that may have been Etienne getting really, really hard on the binders going down in turn 1. You can see the
brake lock up there, and now running wide, I think, Brian, into the grass coming out of turn number 1.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Well, actually, I don't think it was Etienne. I think that might have actually been that might have been Jeffrey Pascala in the bronze 63 machine that ran wide coming through 1.
Well, Jeffrey Pascal's in the in the crimson 63, and Ron Etiot's in that
in the 69.
the black and the 69.
I got it wrong. Okay.
Yeah, he was trying to get by some of that traffic a little bit.
Yeah.
Trying to stay with Pascal, and it didn't work out too well. He really hard on the binders, basically almost a 4-wheel lockup there, it seemed, and then that actually just sent him really far wide. The car tightened up all the way into the gravel side on there that you had mentioned. So again, trying to fight to stay into that 3rd position.
And Brian, maybe to bring him closer, just got word that, and we'll notice now as they're coming out of turn 10, Jeffrey Pascala in the red 69 car, he went off at turn 5.
Yeah, well,
and went all 4 wheels off.
Again.
And so Ezio now right to the back of the red 69 once again as they come down the front straight. And looks like probably the best seat in the house right now, Brian, has got to be the Subaru of Anthony Maselli, who's getting to watch all this stuff seemingly every half a lap.
But he's actually getting a little bit of a draft too, right?
Yes.
He's getting a little bit of help there going through there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Pasquale now, he opens it up. He's got another slower car. But Etienne's going to go around that car going into turn 3 momentarily here. You'll see him making that pass. But I'll tell you what, the thing is like neither one of them want to go anywhere, but neither one of them want to give it up either, right? So if you make a mistake, I'll make a mistake. It'll put us right back.
All right, well, let's see if they both make it through turn 5 this time. And Pascala obviously on the binders a little bit earlier this time. Gave himself a big buffer, turning it for what is the slowest corner on the course and probably the hardest braking corner.
Well, there's a little bit of there's a little kiss pucker factor there.
Yeah.
When you do it one time, you're like, oh, you start thinking about it. You just got to be smooth. That's really what it is. You'll hear some of these drivers in here as the car starts to go away, tires go away, brakes go away, fuel starts to burn off in these heavier cars. You've got to become smoother and smoother as the laps go on.
Exactly.
The more you try to be aggressive with it, the slower you're going to go, number one, but you also potentially put yourself in a dangerous situation. And it could be that, Jeffrey Pasquale went down in turn 5 because he's nailed it every single time up until then because he ended up catching up to the 69 of Etienne. So, make the pass eventually, but you've got to make sure with, 6 laps left to go here that you become smoother on your shifting, smoother on your braking because the car completely changes all the way around.
So, Brian, watching that SMX race coming down into turn 1, I was about to say that Nick Leveroni had gotten around the Ford Mustang coming out of turn 10 and had pretty much clear run up to his renter Raif Abdelali. But turns out that we then have the Mustang going right back around Leveroni on the front straight. So Dwight Cooney continues. I don't think he's playing a big part in this SMX race, no doubt, but Leveroni having to devote far more time to the 57 T3 car than I'm sure he really wanted to in this race start.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Leveroni's probably thinking, man, if he just got out of his way, then I could race.
Yeah.
But,
and here they go, Brian, side by side. Cooney and Leveroni side by side through turns.
Cooney looks like he let him through there.
Yeah.
Cooney did look like he let him through there. But if you watch the front end of that Mustang a little bit, it just seems out of balance. And when I mean out of balance, the front end just doesn't seem like it's working the way that he really wants it to.
Well, yeah, certainly. And again, I think it's a very softly sprung car, which absolutely. I think is the biggest issue. It's softly sprung with a lot of weight on the nose, and it creates problems. Now, let's see if the 57 car, he's right onto the back of Leveroni. They're here on the front straight. They seem to be working well together, I guess, at this point. And this time going into turn 1, Leveroni now will manage to hold off Cooney. We'll see if Cooney tries to sneak around him going into turn 3. But again, every time Leveroni has to deal with this Mustang, it's less time that he has a chance to move forward and advance towards the back of the 12 car of Abdelali, who he's competing against.
Well, if you look at the 57 car, remember, you see 3 stripes right there, 3 rookie stripes.
Yeah.
At this point, you're not racing against that car, and that car in front of you does not have 3 rookie stripes. At this point, it would be, okay, that is a veteran who's been out here for a while. let me just follow him and follow his line. Maybe he's knows it better than I do, and then he can help me.
Right.
But then you got to be careful because you don't want to try to get involved in that race. But yeah, absolutely. If you're a younger driver out here or somebody that's in a rookie and you're out there and you notice that the car in front of you is not somebody you're racing for class or group, learn a little bit.
Right.
You're getting down to the end. This is a great time for him to learn because our overall leader now is coming up out of turn 9 and heading up onto the hill. You're about ready to get past to lose a lap there, so you can go a little bit faster by learning what the driver in front of you in certain situations.
And like I said, Nick Leveroni is a heck of a driver to learn off of. 2019 national champion in Touring 4, and of course has been putting in time this season with this new SMX class at a national level on the Majors Tour and the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm sure he and Abdullahi. We saw him down at the Virginia International Raceway Super Tour a couple weeks ago. I'm sure both trying to just get some additional seat time behind these new SMX machines.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got 3 laps remaining. Next time, Andrew Mistak. And I know we haven't spent a lot of time with Andrew, but he's our sole racer in GT2 currently. Next time he comes by, we'll have 2 laps remaining. So, Brian, let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Third call to the grid for race group 2. Small bore, please start heading to the grid. Small bore racers, race group 2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Well, you talked about Andrew Mistak, and I tell you what, I think he just now got heat in the tires and heat in the brakes because he just set his fastest lap of the race on lap 17.
Or he got angry because we said we weren't paying much attention to
Well,
him.
he came out of turn 2 last time by, and he's crossing the start-finish line now. But he came out of turn 2 and came up on that SMX battle and the Cooney machine. And it looked like he was completely just shot out of a cannon. Stayed far driver's left the entire way, knowing he had the run there. And he just went through turn 3 like it was absolutely nothing. I don't even think he touched the brake there last time by. He's going to get on the brake a little bit here, but it looked like last time by he never even touched the brake turn 3. That thing was a rocket going through there. So that car's starting to really come to him. We'll see now. He's going to be in some traffic. Last time was a little bit slower, but that 118.889 on lap 17, that actually is pretty impressive.
And I'm looking to see what he ran yesterday in the race. Yesterday, well, like I said, his fastest time in the race yesterday was a 119 flat 119.000. So
that's pretty flat.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, he's run a 118.889. So he's almost a tenth faster, basically a tenth faster than he ran yesterday. And again, much cooler day, but yes, you're probably making much more power in that machine in the cooler temps, but it's much more difficult to regulate what your tires are doing as well.
I was watching last time by this battle for third place in Spec Corvette. They're just now headed down the hill into turn 5. Ron Etienne, I tell you what, it seemed like every single tire locked up there trying to get into one. He is working everything he can. There's Jeffrey Pasquale now going through turn 5. There comes Ron Etienne there. He's doing everything he can to try to catch Pasquale for that last podium spot. Basically overdrove turn 1 like, turn 1 isn't even there, right? Just going to go down, slam on the brake, and if the car stops and turns, I'm going to make it. If not, I'm going to continue to go straight because that was one of the hardest braking all 4 tires basically lit up right there.
Now, Brian, it looks like we got one of our Corvettes a little bit off the pace, and it has just now come onto the pit lane with very little time left here as we're just waiting for our overall leader, Mistak, to come out of the final corner.
45, I believe, maybe.
Yeah.
I believe that could be Jeff Rohn there. You've got the binoculars, you can tell me, but I think that is the 45.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I believe that's Jeffrey Rohn. Or Lewis Rohn, pardon me.
Lewis Rohn
in the 45 machine as he retires a lap early. As our leader comes out of turn 10, Brian, and he crusts over the top of the hill. Checkered flag is in the air, and taking the overall win and the win in GT2 is Andrew Mistak. Marshall Lytle will win ITE, finishes second overall, runs his fastest lap of the race here to round out the 15-lapper. And then David Sanders will come home in third. The number 73 machine wins Spec Corvette. Charlie Abel will bring his car home fourth overall, second in Spec Corvette. Chris Graham will finish second in ITE, fifth overall. And Jeffrey Pascala, he does hold off Ron Etienne. He'll take the last podium position in Spec Corvette, finishes sixth overall. Ron Etienne in Spec Corvette finishes seventh overall. Anthony Pacelli takes the win in Touring 3. He finishes eighth overall. And then rounding out your top 10, we've got Rafe Abdullahi, who takes the win in SMX. He finishes ninth overall. Nick Leveroni will finish in 10th. We go and break these things down by class because we have a couple classes that we didn't get to. James Benson in the number 43 Chevy Camaro. Well, he only ran 2 laps, but he was the only GT1 car to post today. So, well, there you go. In SPO, taking the win, Bob Hayshak in his Factory 5 Racing Cobra with Robert Benson in the Monza, finishing second. Unfortunately, Carl Ricker did not get his turbocharged Volvo P1800 out on track today. In U.S. Touring Car Championship, Andrew Connor takes the win with Martin Zwark finishing second. Roger Maeda only completing, and maybe I shouldn't have talked about Roger and his issues, only completes 11 laps. And did I say it was a 15-lap race? It was a 20-lap race.
20-lap.
Yeah. And again, in American Sedan, Melvin Miller. And I thought they had given him the meatball. I'm showing him as having completed 18 laps. I don't know if he ever brought that car in.
I think he kept going.
I think he kept going. Ted Warning only completes 3. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have our next race of the morning. That's small bore, our production car classes, and Spec RX-7 and the huge STL field. But first, let's thank some of our great partners and sponsors that are bringing you the coverage here on the DC Region's YouTube channel, like Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the April MARRS presented by OG Racing, the opening round of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series for 2024. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got our small bore racers, our production classes, that huge STL field, Spec RX-7, lots of racing coming up here, a very large field. Why don't we run down the starting order?
All right, tell you what, right before they roll out, let's go. It looks like we're going to have 36 cars starting in this race. From Morristown, North Carolina, in the 53, Nigel Winter. Starting in the 35th position. From Waterford, Virginia, that's the 12 of Rick Richter. Starting in the 34th position. From York, Pennsylvania, that's the 85 of Keith Shergarts. Starting in the 33rd position, the number 24 from Bristow, Virginia, that's Alex Cumming. Starting in the 32nd position from Leesburg, Virginia, that's the 64 of Kathleen Leidick. Starting in the 31st position from Galloway, New Jersey, that's the 122 of Brian Hune. Starting in the 30th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, that's the 38 of Court Wilson. Starting in the 29th position from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, the 31 of Stephen Hyatt. Starting in the 28th position from Manassas, Virginia, in the 172, that's Jim Karamanis. Starting in the 27th position from Durwood, Maryland, our very own, in the number 90, Carolyn Bayer Brewing. Starting in the 26th position from Summit Point, West Virginia, first time in a long time here, Greg, in the 52, Martin Burke. Starting in the 25th position from Spotsylvania, Virginia, the 06 of Thomas Hunt. Starting in the 24th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 23rd position from Stevenson, Virginia, the 72 of Troy McBain. Starting in the 22nd position from Galloway, New Jersey, the 123 of Valerie Hune. Starting in the 21st position from Felton, Pennsylvania, the 77 of Jeffrey Norris. Starting in the 20th position from Strasburg, Virginia, the 08 of Miranda Price. Starting in the 19th position from Elliston, Virginia, the 16 of Drew Erie. Starting in the 18th position from Fulton, New York, that's the 29 of Caleb Crandall. Starting in the 17th position From University Park, Maryland, the 27 of Michael McQueen. Starting in the 16th position from Newark, Delaware, that's the 111 of Kurt Laumeister. Starting in the 15th position, the fastest Pinto in the East from Charlestown, West Virginia, that's the 11 of Bruce Shelton. Starting in the 14th position from New York, New York, the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 13th position, again from New York, New York, that's the 03 of Jonathan Cavell. Starting in the 12th position from Stafford, Virginia, in the only legend car, the number 9 in that black cherry, that's Bob Connor. Starting in the 11th position from Bluemont, Virginia, the 63 of Brian Downey. Starting in the 10th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 178 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 9th position from Davidsonville, Maryland, the 21 of Michael Apatow. Starting in the 8th position from Colts Neck, New Jersey, that's the 34 of Thomas Polino. Starting in the 7th position from Bowie, Maryland, the 127, that's Mark Liller. Starting in the 6th position from Darnestown, Maryland, the 69 of Jeremy Butts. And starting in the 5th position from Millersville, Maryland, that's the 3 of Brent Simonson. Starting in the 4th position from Bristow, Virginia, the 32, that's Deacon Greenfield. Starting on the 3rd position from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 182 of Ted Cahall. And starting on the front row in the number 2 position from Boyds, Maryland, that's the 4 of Thomas Beverly. And from Edgewater, Maryland, the number 30, starting on the pole, is Daniel Strauss.
All right, Brian, so that is your starting order. A couple quick notes. Good to see Jim Karamanis. He may not have the fastest Ford Pinto in the East, but I think he's got the fastest Mercury Bobcat in the East.
That's it.
He had some mechanical issues with that car yesterday, had to retire after 2 laps. Car is back out. Also, our H Production pole sitter yesterday did not make the race. That was Brian Downey in his Datsun 510. He is on the pace lap right now and should be making a run of it. We'll see if Martin Burke can make it up to him, or yesterday's winner, Michael McQueen in H Production. Martin Burke, he's got a wheelchair sticker on the back of his car because he had a ton of back issues that he'd been out of a race car for about 5 years. His first weekend back, he was absolutely glowing yesterday.
And Daniel Strauss not making the grid today. I did talk to him yesterday afternoon. He had some vibration issues. They were going through that car, so we'll have to see. It looks like coming out of turn 10 now, Greg.
All right, pace car's on the pit lane. Starter looking over the field. And there it is. Green flag is in the air, Brian, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway in what is a rather large 35 car field. Looks as though Nigel Winter and his GT Light Austin Healy did not make the start.
Tell you what a start for Thomas Beverly in that number 4 in that Honda. He just took off like he was shot out of the cannon, like almost like Andrew Mistack there on the start last time, but he has opened up by about 10 car lengths over the 182 of 10 Cahall, and then another 3 cars back to the 32 of Deacon Greenfield. And I tell you what, Deacon Greenfield got really sideways through turn 3, able to clip the left side corner there, and that just shot the car sideways, but able to control that and held on to that straight. But I tell you what, Greg, that is not a place you want to turn right there in front of a 30-some car field.
No, certainly not. And Deacon Greenfield, he manages to make it around turn 5 safely. Of course, there's not a lot of weight in the back of that CRX. Takes a lot to get at least even a little bit of heat into the rear tires. Great start from Jeremy Butts. Jeremy Butts, he gets around Brent Simonson, so move Butts into the lead in Touring 4, now running 4th overall. Simonson for the second day in a row. Not a great start for that silver Mazda RX-7. A little bit back behind that is Mark Liller in the burgundy NC Mazda Miata. So already, again, a good 3-car fight here in Touring 4 as they come out of the final corner out of turn 10 to complete lap 1. And there you go. Look at that. Thomas Beverly, Brian. What a start for him as he's now opened up almost a 10-car length advantage on Ted Cahall after just 1 lap.
Tell you what, it looks like Thomas Beverly, though, locked it up trying to get down into turn 1. You can see a little bit of leftover smoke there. That's actually going to bring Cahall and Greenfield back in a little bit. Your top 3 STL cars. But I tell you what, Thomas Beverly able to hold on to it. But I think Ted Cahall is going to have the best line going out of turn 2 and up into turn 3. He's going to gain on Thomas Beverly in that Honda. Looks like we have one of our SRX-7s smoking a little bit. I think that came in. They basically said, well, if it's not smoking, that's okay. Just ignore it.
Exactly. If it's not smoking any more than it was yesterday, I think was the call that came in.
It's almost like the Formula Vs. If they're not smoking, then I get worried.
Exactly. All right. So that fight in T4, Brian, has been pretty rough here. Although I'll tell you, Jeremy Butts now finally, as he comes through turn 6, opening up now almost a 5-car length advantage on Brent Simonson. And he now has, we'll have to take a look if the car behind, I believe the car directly behind him is actually Thomas Paolino in the STL Mazda Miata. Mark Liller about 5 car lengths back from there. But before we get there, let's watch this battle. This is the battle for second overall, second in STL, as Deacon Greenfield now right up to the back bumper of Ted Cahall's Mazda Miata. And Greenfield took a quick look to the inside, Brian, and they're now for a moment there, were side by side going in the one.
Yeah, able to get straightened back out there, Ted Cahall. Again, Thomas Beverly, a little bit of a lockup, or that may have been a little bit of smoke getting off the throttle and then getting back onto it. But yeah, Deacon Greenfield trying to close that gap on Ted Cahall, but Ted Cahall gets a little bit better run out of turn 2, Greg, and that ends up, going down that little short chute, opens that up a little bit.
And then a bit of a gap back to that T4 battle. If we look a little bit further back in the field, there, our sole Legends car here today, racing Robert Connor in, what do we call it, Black Cherry? I finally noticed yesterday, Brian, that yes, it is a deep, dark, very rich Black Cherry directly behind him there. Behind the Legends car, that is
Robert Cahall.
Yeah.
And Connor just got around him the last lap before. And what people don't understand is with these Legend cars, they can't go as deep into the corner as a Miata, but they're able to excel further out, and there's not so much of a lag coming out of there with them because of the power to weight ratio
and the gearing
on those, and the gearing. Yeah, absolutely. So that's where he's going to be able
to. They run on what is essentially a street tire, though, so they don't necessarily have the grip under what would be a threshold braking area going into turn 5, where the STL Miatas might have quite a bit more grip from those DOT approved. But
yeah, they're on a DOT Hoosier tire.
Okay.
This year. We used to run on the Federals. They've switched that over the last couple of years.
Okay.
As we just talked about Robert Connor, and he locks it up going down into turn 1 on that right front. He was having some brake issues yesterday where he pinched a line. So every time he would get on the brakes, the car would pull to the left and he'd have to turn it back to the right. But was able to get that fixed. The last time by, it looks like he locked it up just a little bit on that right front there. So he may end up having a little bit of those issues again. Getting a call there on our second place STL car, Greg, for the 182 for Ted Cahall. Didn't sure exactly what it was, but
we'll have to verify that, because the original call I heard come in was they said Ford Pinto, which I think they might actually be referring to the 172,
which
the Bobcat of Karamanis. Exactly. We talked a little bit about Jim. That car is called Swamp Cat, and apparently one of the animals trying to get out of it. As we've got now a change in position here now, second place overall as they come across the start-finish line, Brian. Deacon Greenfield in that Honda CRX out of Bristow, Virginia. Second year that he's been working on that machine and trying to develop it. He gets around Ted Cahall, moves up to second, but I think more importantly, both of them have really started to close things down on Thomas Beverly ahead in that bright green Honda Civic.
Yeah, especially coming out of turn 10 down their front stretch, Greg, you're right. They close right up on that back bumper of Thomas Beverly, but coming out of turn 2, it seems like Beverly gets a little bit better drive. But you know what? I was talking to Deacon earlier. They went out for the warm-up sessions.
Right.
He was going to make some tire pressure changes to see what would work. We talked about making sure whether or not the car doesn't sit into the racetrack too much right now, because at this point, I think this is where the racetrack is going to have the most grip.
Yeah, well, and I think there's also a question there. He's not getting a lot. I've seen some videos of Deacon driving this car, and again, it's got a different drivetrain in it. It's got different engine management system. As we've got a lot of smoke now coming out of one of our Mazda Miatas, and I'm wondering if that's the Cahall. I think that might be the Cahall car. The 182 machine just started to let go of huge puffs of smoke down at the bottom end of the course, and that was as he got around Deacon Greenfield. But so again, Deacon Greenfield's he's been doing a lot of there have been a lot of changes to that car in the off season, and he doesn't seem to be very confident getting onto the throttle coming into turns 1 and 2. He's very the video that I've watched, he's very late to the throttle, and we can even see here, Brian, before he even turns in to turn 1, he loses about a car length to both Beverly and K-Hall.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it could be that K-Hall probably threw the old smoke screen up there last time by, just as a thing. Hey, stop trying to get in front of me here. Did see Jim Karamanis. He did pull off the racetrack. Did come through in the turn. It looks like we got one of our RX-7s as well. That may be the 24 machine of Alex Cumming that just pulled off as well. So those 2 weekends are done. We look at the 27 there, Michael McQueen, as he goes down through the front stretch. Again, a little bit of smoke coming out of that, but I think we've seen that quite a bit over the course of the years with that car.
And we just missed it apparently over at turn 9, which is the turn we see them coming up the hill. Apparently had a couple of issues.
Oh, we got a couple cars there.
That was Drew Erie, and his Pinto spun the car and got it back underway. But we have got a car now off at turn 9.
Didn't go off. That was actually Brent Simonson. Got really loose left side tires. He's now coming out of turn 10, but he definitely got his left side tires there. A little bit Trek exit. He took every bit of it.
All right, so Brian, now coming down the front straight here, Deacon Greenfield now moving to the inside on Ted K-Hall, under braking right behind Thomas Beverly. They're coming into turn 1 now, and we see where K-Hall takes that very wide entry into turn 1 again, trying to get the car rotated and to get good drive out of the corner. He did it right in front of our T4 leader, Jeremy Butts, and it actually gave an opportunity to Greenfield, who's now going to come up on the back of one of our Spec RX-7s, and it's going to allow K-Hall to retake the position. But I'll tell you, if K-Hall and Greenfield start to get in this tit for tat, Beverly's just going to drive away from him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. K-Hall using the 85 machine there of Keith Sugart's as a pick. Deacon Greenfield ran the regular line there coming up through turn 3 last time.
Yeah.
He used him as a pick for K-Hall, and K-Hall was able to make that turn right around him.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That is our open wheel and prototype group, ASR, Club Ford, Formula 6, Formula Atlantic, and Formula Continental, FE and FE2, Formula F, Formula S, Formula ST, Formula V, Formula X, P1, and P2. If you are an open wheel or prototype car driver, because I'm not going to repeat all those classes again, please start heading to the grid.
You know, Greg, what that actually has done the last time by, we're looking at the start-finish line. There goes Thomas Beverly, K-Hall, and Deacon Greenfield. When they came up on that lap traffic last time by, especially going through turns 1 and 2, that has actually brought in Jeremy Butts and Thomas Polino. That's 4th and 5th, brought them closer. So now all of our STL top 3, and then you've got a T4 with Jeremy Butts, Thomas Polino, and another STL. That's brought them closer to that top 3. And as we get later on in this race, look for those two to just hook up to Miatas. They're just going to hook up and just look to go straight to the front. Go ahead.
All right, I want to jump a little bit further back in the field right now. And this is the battle. We saw them fighting all day yesterday, Brian. This is the battle for 8th in STL. Caleb Crandall and Kurt Laumeister, the green number 29, green with orange number 29, and then we've got the 111 of Laumeister directly ahead in that Dayglow green machine there. And that has been one heck of a fight that has been going on now, well, for 24 hours. I don't know what they did in the paddock once the beer came out, but but they've had some really good on-track adventures here this weekend. They are actually sitting right back behind. I think it's the T4 machine of Jennifer Romes.
Tell you what, last time by, you were talking about when they were talking about that battle, Crandall getting a little loose going up into turn 3, losing the nose a little bit, and ended up going where his right rear hit the gravel there. Wow. So he's going to lose a little bit of time there. And then right behind them is the fastest Pinto in the East, and Bruce Shelton.
The fastest road racing Pinto, I think.
That's it, yeah.
I think we need to clarify.
Tell you what, if we can, let's go back to this battle for STL. Second place, Deacon Greenfield and Ted Cahall. They're just now going up over the hill, going down. Deacon Greenfield got a really great run into 1 and 2 last time by, Greg, and that actually helped him excel. There was a slower car there that they were able to get by, but it ended up opening up an order where Cahall, again, we talked about him using another car as a pick. Deacon used that other car as a pick.
Exactly.
And Cahall had to basically get out of it coming out of turn 2, and that actually let Greenfield sneak back up. But you can see they are all nose to tail now with Thomas Beverly.
And Greenfield just opened the door for Ted Cahall to come underneath him going into turn 5. We talked about some of the different ways and different lines that you would take going into turn 5, and I think we spoke about it in relation to Spec Miatas. But Greenfield just literally just let Cahall walk right through, and Beverly gets a great run out of 10. He now opens up about 3 car lengths as we watch them now come right across the start-finish line. They've got, I think that's Drew Erie's Pinto directly ahead of them now as they're coming up on some slower traffic once again, going down in the 1. And actually just back behind him, big brake lockup.
I think that's Polino that just locked up.
Yeah, it's Thomas Polino in the in his STL Mazda MX-5.
Tell you what, our overall leaders now, that's like you said, Greg, they're really going to come into some heavy traffic. And again, Deacon Greenfield gets picked, trying to get through there, really know where he could go to try to make that entry. If he would have stayed too far drivers left, that would have been a bigger problem. Had to get back into the traditional line and basically had to get hard on the brake. So he's going to lose that. So he's going to have a lot of work to do, but he's still got plenty of time with 11 laps to go.
Yeah, but Brian, as we were just talking about Thomas Paolino locking him up going in the 1, I don't want to say he had good reason for locking him up, but as he watches both Cahall and Greenfield fighting just ahead of him, he's about ready to make this into possibly a 4-car battle for the lead, or at least a 3-car battle for second here, as he has to find his way through traffic as well. But as they came out of turn 5, he's right there with them. Now, he's only about 2.5 car lengths back.
Yeah, and then they're going to come up on a couple other cars here, but they're going to catch him on the front stretch. But tell you what, Ted Cahall right on the back bumper of that 4 machine coming out of turn 10. There, so we're going to see whether or not they can work. There's another good battle on the racetrack right now. We'll pick this up here momentarily. Not right now, because I want to kind of stay with the lead pack, but that is with the 178 of Robert Cahall and the 9 of Robert Connor in that black Cherry Legends car.
Oh,
I tell you what, they were going through turns 3, and basically I think that Robert Cahall was able to look over the Legend car to get through the line. He was able to look completely over that car. They're coming out of turn 10 now, but we got 1 car off in turn 2, heading up towards the as far off drivers left as he can. You've got the 70. That's the 77 machine.
Yeah,
that's the Honda there. That's the
Honda Prelude, I believe.
Yep, that's Jeffrey Norris.
Yep. Yeah, Jeffrey Norris, the 77 Honda Prelude. He took the win yesterday in E-Production. And today, he's made it almost halfway. Kathy Leidick, our only other E-Production racer this weekend, did not make it for today's start. We'll have to see. I don't think Jeffrey Norris is going to get credit for this race after only completing 9 laps.
Yeah, he pulled off really trying on the halfway lap, basically, which means we're going to have a standing yellow there in 2. He is far enough drivers left that they may leave him here to the end of the race. Remember, we're not doing any hot pulls this weekend, so we want to keep it from going to a full course caution here. And now, Greg, we have a new leader. Good pickup there, Spencer, headed down into turn 1 in STL and overall. We're going to see where they're going to come up for that yellow flag. But it looks like that standing yellow has dropped, but now Ted Cahall is going to be your leader.
The local caution is actually at turn 2 at the second flag stand there, Brian. So going into turn 1, great opportunity. We'll see if that flag comes down. It probably will within a lap as that E-Production car is so far off track.
Yep.
But as you mentioned now, Cahall taking the lead now overall and in STL, moving Beverly back in the second. And it looks like Deacon Greenfield now is closed back up to the back of the Civic. But again, keep watching. There is the Mazda of Paolino. Now he is only 4 car lengths back there from our top 3 machines. And Jeremy Butts, Brian, he's he had a very hectic first 2 laps or so. Jeremy Butts has put a heck of a distance, almost 5 seconds, on the rest of the T4 field.
Watching them coming out of turn 9 now, heading up over the hill, up underneath the bridge. We've got a side-by-side with Michael McQueen and Martin Burke here going down the front stretch.
Yeah, and that's the battle for second in H production, Brian. So let's we'll take a look at this for a
let's
second.
take a look at that.
Brian Downey he didn't make yesterday's race, and he's got now almost a half a minute on these 2 racers. But Burke and McQueen, they are still working very hard. And Brian, I have gotten where there is still a local caution over at 2.
McQueen able to make it stick coming out of turn 2 up into turn 3 there. Martin Burke having to get on the brakes just a little bit harder there. McQueen goes by. Now you're going to have Thomas Polino now. He is actually going to go by Deacon Greenfield.
Yeah, and Brian, I was going to mention in that battle for second in H production, it's actually 3 cars now that are fighting because Troy McBain in that bronze Honda Fit, that's the number 72 car, he was able to come right up to the back of Burke and McQueen, the silver CRX and the little MG midget as they were fighting. So great battle going on there. But as you mentioned now in STL in that battle for the overall lead, Ted Cahill really starting to stretch things out as now Thomas Paulino gets around Deacon Greenfield, dropping Greenfield off of the podium.
We talked about that H production battle. They're just now going to come across the start-finish line, and it does look like Michael McQueen's going to open that up a little bit. But Mark and Burke, coming across the start-finish line now. But then you've got Burke, then you've got McBain. I tell you what, McBain looks like he's going to try to make a move on Martin Burke going down into turn 1, able to get that done. So, again, I'm wondering if Martin Burke, you talked to him last night, he's probably got a little bit of still some challenges with that Honda, and he was not really comfortable last night with it.
Well, he was very happy with the car. He said he was on some very old tires with that car. Again, it's the first time the Silver 52 has been on track, I think, now in about 4 years. But I think most of the difficulty he had was coming off that very major surgery about a year ago. I think getting the rust off was probably more the biggest problem. Is we've got
now you've got your STL battle, our overall battle. That's actually going to come up into the back of that H production battle we were just talking about.
Yeah, as they come down here, Cahill coming right up to the back of Martin Burke, then Beverly, Paulino, and then Greenfield there as they're all trying to fit through. Never mind, talk about the fit of Troy McBain. They're trying to fit through turn 6 now. And looks like they have managed to get past a good portion of that H production battle. Now they've gotten around Martin Burke as they come up the hill, but looks like they still have McBain and McQueen just ahead.
But you've got a battle going on here for third in STL. It just came out of turn 10. They're just now going to come across the start-finish line. Thomas Bolino and Deacon Greenfield. We've been talking about Deacon Greenfield pretty much the whole entire race, anywhere from battling for the lead, now battling back into that 4th position. They were side by side, and Greg, they're going to come up on some heavy traffic going down into turn 1, as you can see right there on the camera.
Yeah, they've got McBain, but Greenfield and Paulino were side by side coming out of turn 10. Certainly not the fastest way to get through turn 10, but it looks like the Mazda of Paulino has a little bit more straight line speed than the CRX. Wow, look how crowded that is coming in.
Greg, we've got a few cars that look like they're going to go off there in turn 3.
And it looks like Paulino went off, and I think in addition to Paulino,
we got Hyatt going off there, over off to the side. We've got another one down at the bottom.
Yeah, so Hyatt in his Neon gets the car, turn around and goes. We've still got that car off driver's left.
That is Thomas Paulino. Looks like it from here, getting ready to come back on the racetrack. Should be able to see that. But yeah, that was just nothing but what's the word we used yesterday?
RG-bargy.
RG-bargy. That was just a calamity corner right there. There was nothing anybody could do with those.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll see if we can pick up what our corner stations, turns 3 and 4, had to say about the incident. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, it looks like Deacon Greenfield may not be fighting for position in class, but Jeremy Butts trying to push that CRX all the way down the street. Butts is your T4 leader, and then Greenfield now pretty safely in third position in STL, having with Paulino having gone off the lap before.
Yeah, I tell you what, watching a Miata push a Honda is kind of interesting. We've lost a couple other cars that have come down pit road. We've got looks like the Hyatt. I think you've got Paulino.
Yeah.
Carolyn Bayer Brewing came off the lap before that. So again, just a collection there. Really, honestly, and again, not being able to go back and see it, we'll let the corner workers call what they called, but it looks like there was just nowhere to move trying to get through there.
Yeah, and so the word coming in from turn 3 is that there was quite possibly, they're not 100% sure of it, but they believe that there was that side-by-side contact between Stephen Hyatt's number 31 Dodge Neon and the 34 Mazda of Paulino in STL.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got 5 laps remaining here in this MARRS feature race, our first small bore feature race of the 2024 season. Wow, we've got a lot of smoke now, Brian, coming out of the back of Ted Cahall's number 182 machine, just ahead of Thomas Beverly. And probably that was the best place for Beverly to be, because all the smoke coming out of the back of Cahall's car just went underneath his car.
Yeah. And the last couple of laps, I've noticed a lot more smoke, especially coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. A lot more since the beginning of this race. But then it kind of goes away on entry into turn 3, and then I don't see it anymore. So it could be that, being moved back around, that could be a rear gear. It could be something coming out.
Yeah, it might be a differential issue.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, so let's quickly here, Brian, as we have 4 laps remaining, take a look at some of our other classes. We talked about Butts with now about a 5-second advantage over Brent Simonson in T4, then Mark Liller. In H production, it is still Brian Downey, your leader. He's got almost a 35-second advantage over Michael McQueen in his midget. Troy McBain very closely behind, as they both seem to have left Martin Burke, who now falls further back. Bruce Shelton leads GT Pinto over Drew Erie. And now in Spec RX-7, Rick Ricker is your leader, about 8 seconds over Keith Shugarts.
Yeah, getting word here also, you're going to see the soundboard for Deacon Greenfield in that 32. So in order to complete with 3 laps left to go, he's going to have to lift a little bit, I think, in order to get through there.
And that is an issue that he had during the warm-up session this morning as well.
All weekend long he's had that. So
that's part of the development. You got a new drivetrain in there. You got to do some tuning on the exhaust system as well.
Yep. I'll tell you what, Greg, we talked about it, and now it's even more evident, is the 182 machine of Ted Cahall. That car seems to continuously really smoke really bad coming out of turn 2, and it does seem like it is getting worse. You can see it going up over the hill and down into turn 5. Spencer, let's try to pick that up going down turn 5, see if it continues. But from all the way from the center of turn 1, and now it's not doing it at all, but all the way from the center of turn 1 all the way up the hill into 4, getting ready to go down the hill, that thing was smoking and getting worse. But
what it has done is it's allowed Thomas Beverly to get back around. And so Beverly, now your overall leader, now leading in STL, is I'm sure if Cahall, especially that smoke is coming out of the differential, that is going to definitely affect his straight line speed. And it's interesting because we see it actually coming through higher speed sections of the course on the front straight, coming out of turn 2 and into turn 3 as well. And now, Cahall really starting to fall off the pace. And so Deacon Greenfield, who just got the soundboard, knowing that he has to lift a bit on the front straight here where our sound control is, it's just when he'd want to actually keep in the throttle and be able to make up ground on the Cahall car.
You can really see where he had to lift, because that just opened the door there, there for Jeremy Butts to go right on by basically him. Walked right on by him. So while you still have to stay into it all the way around to try to catch Ted Cahall for second, not only overall, but at second in STL, Jeremy Butts kind of getting by, that actually may help you get through there, because Ted Cahill is trying to baby that to get through the last 2 laps.
Well, here's the other thing, Brian, is they're not going to ping a car for sound if you have 2 cars go through sound control at the same time. As long as Deacon Greenfield was even close to Jeremy Butts, he'd be safe. Okay, so we'll see if he can pull up. But now Thomas Beverly, who's coming through turn 6, and he's still got some slower traffic to contend with, but he's got about a 5-car length advantage now over Ted Cahill. The next time those cars come by, they're going to be getting that 1 to go. And so not a lot of time, not a lot of mileage left here for this race. And
even not a lot of mileage left on the car.
Yeah, it may not be on the car. So the question is what Greenfield does, because Greenfield now being behind Jeremy Butts, I don't know if he's going to be able to get up to Ted Cahill with 1 lap remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. I know that they're going to come up on a couple of the slower traffic. That's going to be the 0-3 there of the Jonathan Cavell, and we talked about him earlier, the Kurt Laumeister machine, as they go down into turn 1 and then through turns 2. Thomas Beverly already gone through that, and now Cahill trying to get through there. But Cahill looks like he's trying to really baby that as much as possible, Greg, to try to finish this race.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he's almost conceded a position. As we've got Laumeister, who runs wide coming out of turn 3.
That's a product. That's a product of trying to stay out of the 182. Knowing he's getting lapped, trying to stay out of that way, going, how much more room do I have? The answer to that question is none.
None.
You don't have any. But, look, it's a great move to try to get as far out of the way as you can. But unfortunately, it's right where that was. You don't have very much room to move. So we'll pick up our overall leaders now, coming out, getting ready to come out of turn 10 or turn 9, getting ready to come up the hill. He's still involved in track. I guarantee you, the only traffic Thomas Beverly's not going to hit today is when he comes down pit road, and he may even hit a few there.
Yeah, well, hopefully he doesn't hit anybody there. We don't have enough We don't have enough people working in the pit road at this point. And Thomas Beverly comes up over the crest of the hill, and he takes the checkered flag. He's our overall winner. He takes the win in STL. Ted Cahill will finish in second, and Deacon Greenfield, as he's coming out of turn 3, he's doing about 30 miles an hour.
That did not sound good.
And that motor did not sound very happy at all. He will finish back 5th overall, takes the last podium position in STL. Jeremy Butts will win T4. Brent Simonson finishes 4th overall, will finish 5 seconds in arrears of Butts. Mark Liller will take the last podium position in Touring 4.
Greg, real quick, we've got a lot of cars that have basically, I think, either A, just ran out of fuel, or B, having other. You've got the Brian Downey machine over here, turn 3, just up on top of the hill as well. He looks like he just barely made it across the start-finish line.
Yeah, and so Downey takes the win in H production. He finishes 9th overall behind Robert Connor's Legends car, who finishes 8th overall.
He's right there.
And so now the Legends car going and taking the checkered flag. Then we've got John Jenkins and Laumeister and Cavell. Let's tell you what. Let's go. I think it's going to be easier if I just go and break this down by class here. So let's start off with STL. Beverly, the winner. Cahill, second. Greenfield holds on for third. Robert Cahill, the 178, he finishes 4th. John Jenkins, 5th. Laumeister, Cavell, Crandall, Miranda Price, Thomas Hunt, rounding out the top 10 in a 12-car field. In Touring 4, Jeremy Butts, Brent Simonson, Mark Liller, your top 3. Jennifer Romes finishing in 4th. Robert Connor, our sole Legends car racer. Bruce Shelton takes the win over Drew Erie in GT Pinto. E-Production, the class nobody wanted to win today. Jeff Norris is there up against the trees. He was first on track. He was the only E-Production driver to take to the course today. Kathy Leidick, again, not taking the green flag. In F-Production, Stephen Hyatt completes 12 of 20 laps. Jim Karamanis, 3 of 20 laps. Then in Spec RX-7, Rick Ricker taking the win. Keith Shugarts finishing second. Alex Cumming finishing in third. And that leaves us with H Production, where Brian Downey, with a 27-second margin of victory over Mike McQueen. Troy McBain will finish in third. Martin Burke, 4th. Carolyn Bayer Broering, 5th. All right, let's take a quick look here over and jump over to our turn 6 camera. There we go.
There you see Mr. Downey sitting over at the
Yeah.
driver's left there of the camera.
So he made it down the hill, and
that was it.
yeah, and every time you go down a hill, eventually you got to go up a hill.
At some point.
And it looks like our H production winner not able to do it. All right, let's do this, Brian. We've got, I believe we've got one more race before we break for lunch. We've got our open wheel and prototype racers next. Let's give them a last call to the grid. Race group number 3, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid as we see the Legends car of Bob Connor, or probably Robert Connor, heading out on track now, and we'll have a couple more of our racers taking their victory laps. But let's now, before we come back and go back to racing, let's thank some of our partners that bring us all the action here, help us bring the action here from Some Point Raceway in the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, like RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And Brian, as we get ready, this is going to be our final race before lunch. We're going to take about an hour's break afterwards. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up for the rest of the day here. After we break for lunch, we're going to come back with our final 10-lap Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the weekend, and then we go back to feature racing 4 more MARRS race groups. We're going to be kicking things off with Spec Miata, and then, I mean, nothing but great racing. Spec Miata, IT, we had that great IT race yesterday. SSM were the finish, 5 1/1000ths of a second, separating first from second on the podium yesterday. Amazing finish and a great Spec Racer Ford race to round out the day. So we got the pace lap starting off here, Brian, and we'll run down the starting order real quick, and then I think we'll have a little bit of time. We'll let people know what events we've got coming up as well.
Sure.
All right. We had 9 cars set qualifying times here in the field, and let's run down the order. Starting in 9th, driving the number 13 Formula V Protoform out of Pelham, Pennsylvania, Ryan Higgins. Kevin Higgins out of Windsor, Pennsylvania, also driving a Protoform. He's in the number 113 Formula V. He starts 8th. Then we got Bill Mazie driving a Honda-powered Crossleys out of Williamsburg, Virginia, starting 7th in his Club Ford. Then we got Mark Walthu, also in his Club Ford. He's driving the number 22 Crossley. He's from Henrico, Virginia. Sam Iyer is going to start 5th. He's driving the number 98 Zinc Z10 in Club Ford. And starting 4th, driving the number 33 Elan F2000 is Kenneth Company. Starting 3rd, driving the number 2 Lola T340. He's your pole sitter for Club Ford. It's Wayne Nicolette out of Cockeysville, Maryland. And now your front row, Michael Company. He's out of Shaverton, Pennsylvania. He's driving his Store F1000 and in Prototype 2. And then your pole sitter today is Bill Feist. He's driving the number 99 Formula S Store. He's out of Bear Creek Township, Pennsylvania. Yeah, for whatever reason, beer's on the mind today, Brian. All right, let's quickly hear Spencer as the field's going through the carousel. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up on our schedule. Next broadcast for us, we'll have it both here on the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel, as well as North Carolina region's YouTube channel. It's the SARC MARRS Challenge down at Virginia International Raceway, heaven on earth. You can see the other events here in June. We'll be back here at Summit Point for the June MARRS, and then we've got a couple different events in July, including the Thunderbolt Majors at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit. But a great season for us here all season long. And of course, Brian, we don't have it on this schedule, but we'll be here for SVRA.
Yep.
Probably not. Oh my gosh, they're going to fire us already. VRG and the beautiful Jefferson 500 in May this month. We'll get you some more information about that as well. All right, pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over now to Bill Feist in the number 99. The 99 Store as our starter looks over the field as the field now crosses up over the top of the hill. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, Brian. It's Feist. It's then Michael Company in the P2 machine, and then all those Club Fords, and then Formula Vs following fairly closely behind.
Actually, I did not believe any of the Formula Vs are out there on the racetrack. So looks like the Higgins have left the building.
Oh, let's take a look. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's take a look here as they're coming out of turn 2. I thought I saw one of them. No, they are both. Those are both Club Fords there. Yep. Picking up the back of the field, and mixed in is our sole Formula Continental in the field as well. That Formula Continental belonging to Kenneth Company.
Trying to head down into turn 5, kind of opening that up just a little bit. That Bill Feist over Michael Company in that P2 machine you were just talking about there. Those two cars, Michael Company was kind of starting in the back yesterday for the 15-lap race that we had, and ended up, trying to get through traffic and kind of running through, kind of ran with, obviously the other company. And so, not able to get up there. We'll see whether or not he can actually run down. I don't believe he's going to be able to run down that Formula S, but it does look like he gets out of turn 10 a little bit better than he was yesterday. And again, I just went outside really for the first time, this morning.
You have to get out more often, Brian.
It's still pretty cold out there.
Yeah, it's still somewhat chilly here. We've got ambient temperatures. They haven't risen much since we started. I think we were at about 42 degrees when we started the morning off, Brian. Right around it was right around 8:45 this morning. 2 hours later, we're up to 45 degrees. So pretty chilly day here. Again, it'll be interesting to see. We haven't had any track records fall this morning. I know there's at least one driver who was in contention to break a track record after qualifying yesterday. We'll see if weather conditions are a little bit better for him, but he's in one of the last race groups of the day. It may be a little warmer out here.
Still may be sleeping.
Yeah, there's a good There's a good chance he wasn't driving an SPU Baby Grand by any chance, was he?
No, he may be still sleeping too.
All right, so we've got now, I believe, one lap in the books with Bill Feist, your leader, Michael Company in his Prototype 2 machine second. And then we've got Wayne Nicolette and Sam Iyer. And I think what we want to watch is this battle now coming into turn number 10 with Wayne Nicolette and Sam Iyer. They'll be coming up over the crest of the hill now. Only about half a car length, not more than half a car length. It's actually Company and then Nicolette separated by about half a car length, but Sam Iyer about 4 car lengths back. I was watching that battle for the lead in Club Ford, and it is currently about 2 seconds separating those two machines.
Kind of looking through here some of the profile stuff, and we got actually access to that yesterday, and that was actually pretty good to be able to see. Kind of looking here, Michael Company, and again, only having really 2 races, here at this racetrack, and that was yesterday. With the qualifying and with the heat race that he ran, the 15 laps, basically from qualifying to the heat race, basically shaved off almost 4 seconds.
Really?
So we'll see what he can do here. But again, it's a little bit colder. It's going to take several laps. I'd look for, Michael Company in that P2 machine probably to go faster. I'm thinking more probably in the lap 6, 7 range.
Well, that would be a heck of a change and a heck of an advance for him if he could do that. Of course, he's going to have plenty of time. This is a 20-lap race, of which we only have 3 in the book, 17 remaining, if my math is correct, Brian. And unfortunately, I don't have 17 fingers, so I can't make that determination. As we're getting a call in from turn 7. Oh, not turn 7. I'm sorry. It wasn't turn 7. It was Sound Control and Ken Company in his Formula Continental running a bit of a foul of our 103 decibel limit here. He'll have, I believe, two more examples that if he goes over it again, they will black flag him. But at the starter stand, they're going to let him know that he's over that limit, so he knows to maybe pull the Deacon Greenfield and coast down the front straight a little bit.
Well, again, first race of the season. These guys, look, you're trying to get the maximum horsepower you can out of these cars, and so you tend to either turn the exhaust one way or the other a little bit more and kind of beef it up a little bit, see what you can get, and then eventually you're going to run into that.
Certainly. Well, it's also a lot more humid this morning than it was yesterday. Yesterday, it was very dry around here, and that extra humidity in the air will cause that sound to carry a little bit further. The microphones that we have, they are set on. This shouldn't be a surprise to any of our racers if they read the subs. Drivers left on the front straight, about 3/4 of the way down the front straight. And, again, as we mentioned during the STL race, if you have 2 drivers going down the front straight together, well, you can't take an accurate reading of just one car. But as we've seen so far, as he comes through turn 3 right now, that number 33 Formula Continental of Ken Company, the Elan F2000 out of Shaverton, he's been by himself on track pretty much since the start of the session. There he is now by himself going into turn 5. And we're already starting to see where that Club Ford field is starting to stretch out. Let's take a look here. Let's see if we can pick up the battle. And there it is, coming through turn 6, Brian. That is Wayne Nicolette and Sam Iyer. About 6 car lengths separating them at most right now as they come through turn 8. And Iyer getting a great run out of turn 8 and up the hill. And then we've got Mark Walthu a little bit further behind. But a good battle unfolding here in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette, again, I believe in a Lola 340. And then we've got Sam Iyer, who is running in his Zinc Z10, two
I'll tell
very
you-
classic.
Tell you
Formula
what, you
Fords.
look down at turn 1 here on your camera, and Iyer, and these two always run nose to tail. It
Yes.
doesn't matter where they're at.
No, here at
Any
Jersey.
racetrack, they're always nose to tail when those two are on the track at the same time. So, able to really kind of suck up there coming out of turn 10 all the way down the front stretch. He's within a car length and a half of Wayne Nicolette as they head up over turn 3 down into turn 4. We'll pick them up turn 5. We'll see whether or not Iyer's able to get a little bit deeper on the braking than Wayne Nicolette. It looks like Wayne Nicolette's got that car just handling just a little bit better going through
He
turn
does.
5 down through the brake, because then he starts to pull away. So, if you've ever been on track here, you come down into turn 5 and then you do it, you've got to almost let it rotate and then get back on the gas for that brief time into 6.
And so yesterday we saw where Nicolette, his fastest lap was about 0.3 of a second faster than what Sam Iyer ran. They were very close. The gap, the margin at the line was about 3 seconds. So Iyer was very strong and was sticking with Nicolette for the first couple of laps in that 15-lap race. Now, and we may see this again as he's starting to fall off just a little bit. It's where Nicolette in the long run
Right.
had a great amount of consistency, and Iyer appeared to pretty much shoot his shot very early on.
Yeah, he kind of get through there a little bit. He gets out of turn 10, like you said, and gets down the front stretch a little bit better, but then Nicolette starts to pull away on the backside. So, again, having probably a little bit of handling issues. And, again, it's a lot colder out there, so, they haven't really run very many laps. So, if you like what you see, if you like what you hear, give us that thumbs up, smash that subscribe button, pound that bell, that notification bell.
We definitely appreciate it. And hey, want to thank Kyle S. for watching here today. Thanks for chiming in on the chat. Glad to have you with us. Tell all your friends that aren't watching the Super Tour from Howlett that we're here. And want to thank y'all for joining us here today. Whether you chime in the chat or not, if you do, we'd love to hear from you. And love to know, one, what you think of the coverage, what you think of the series, and certainly want to make this one big community that just loves road racing.
Are you allowed to use the word old man, or is it mature man? I like to be called mature.
Mature?
Right.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm not old, I'm mature. A lot of mature. Very mature. No.
As long as they don't refer to me as dirty when they proceed with dirty.
All right. Looks like we had one car go off driver's right. I didn't pick up the number. You may have heard that number there.
I didn't hear the number. 4-1.
4-1.
Yeah.
Bill Mazie.
Bill Mazie having a bit of a challenge down there. The Honda-powered Crossley out of Williamsburg. He has continued.
Again, the closest battle on the racetrack is the. Well, actually, you know what? Let's take a step back here. It looks like the companies are having a battle again between Michael Company and Kenneth, and we saw this yesterday. Where they took off very well, and then it was Michael that opened up, or actually yesterday it was Kenneth that opened up the lead, and then Michael ended up running him down, and now you have Michael, who's very far driver's right coming out of turn 10 as to not get into the draft of Michael Company. I'm not sure I understand
Maybe
that.
he didn't enjoy working. He didn't enjoy working the draft with his sibling there yesterday.
Yeah, we'll have to ask why that is. I would think that you'd want to get in the draft, behind that P2 machine, get a little bit better in time. But kind of odd, unorthodox entry there, or actually exit coming out of there. Why you would not want to do that, but.
Yeah, but we saw them yesterday swapping positions, and it looked like they were turning this session into this race that they had yesterday into what you would expect with the a couple siblings that are very close to one another on track here. It was a good test session. They were trying out different braking spots, and also driving online, driving offline. They were swapping positions. that just appeared, they weren't doing anything to impede one another. And I think probably just trying to work and make each other faster at a track that they haven't had a lot of seat time at.
And I didn't get a chance to go and find them yesterday, during or after dinner. Are they siblings, or are they a father-son, or are they brothers? Or
I still don't have the information.
if somebody's in the chat, if somebody's watching it on the chat, somebody let me know. It is kind of interesting. I could see if it was a father-son, you'd want to get out of the draft. You don't want, it makes for an awkward conversation at the dinner table over Thanksgiving and Christmas in the off season. Especially when you're racing with your siblings. I know I have done that. I've raced with my brother at times, and
I didn't know this.
He very early on in life. He was better at it than I was, but I've gotten better as I've gotten more mature.
More mature?
My age has gotten
as you've gotten older.
The age has gotten mature. I have not gotten mature, but the age has gotten mature.
All right, well, here come the companies now out of turn 8. And here we see where the prototype 2 driver, that being Michael Company, he came out of turn 8 almost mid-track.
So I did get that they are father and son in the chat. So thank you, Lauren Fife, for that.
Thank you.
Curious to know which one is the father in. Is it Michael or is it Kenneth? I'm sure Lauren will type that in here.
And
really.
Is one more mature than the other?
Well, I'm not going down that road. I just want to know which one's which.
That's right. Yeah, so thank you, Barry. Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate that.
We're just over halfway, and I'll tell you what, that is that's the closest battle. Again, that's not for position in class, but that is the battle on the racetrack. As our Club 4 battle there with Wayne Nicolette and Samuel Iyer, that has kind of opened up a little bit. That's probably in the 5 or 6 car range, a little bit more open than what we had seen last laps before, so it could be. So Kenneth is the father.
Okay, great.
All right, so that will explain not wanting to get in the son's draft down the front stretch. Trying to say, hey, I'm going to do my own thing here.
Well, you never want to ride your son's coattails like that. So
good point.
Oh my. I don't think we're gaining any friends here. Here's that Club Ford fight again, Brian, and it has actually closed back up just a little bit. Sam Iyer now pulling to within, going into turn 5 under braking, pulled within about 2 car lengths, and we can see here as they roll out of turn 5 and roll speed into the carousel. This is where Wayne Nicolette opens an advantage, and he gets maybe another 3 car lengths out of it as they start to come up the hill. And I love watching the slip angle on these cars as they come through turn 10. They've got a 4-speed transmission that they're working there, and it just and fairly narrow tires as well for the amount of speed that they can carry in those Ford motors.
The word that comes to mind there when you watch them come through turn 10 and even through turn 3 and stuff, and kind of I'm not at the best angle here, but you watch them as they come out of turn 2 and head up in towards turn 3. They look like they're really getting loose on entry, but it's really not.
All right, we've got we just had
Bill Weiss pull off.
I'm sorry, Lauren.
Yeah.
I have to tell Lauren there watching the stream here that Bill Feist, the number 99 machine. I know we hadn't given the Formula S driver a lot of airtime, but he is now pulled off track.
Just out of our camera view, you can see the corner worker walking down. You've got the standing yellow there for Wayne Nicolette and Samuel Iyer. So it's just out. So it looks like he was able to get through 6 and 6B, 7, whatever we want to call it here. It looks like he pulled off. So the corner worker headed down to make sure that everything is okay, which I'm sure that it is. I think that he had just pulled off. So
now we are down to what appears 6 racers on course as Bill Feist again had issues. And I think I'm looking to see whether or not we had heard about the spin that Bill Mazie had before, the number 41 Club Ford racer. I think he also ended up bringing his car down the pit lane. As we've got a change of position now, Brian. There in for Club Ford as Sam Iyer gets around Wayne Nicolette going into turn 1. There was a lot of smoke that came up in the air over there. Was that Wayne Nicolette locking up the brakes?
No, that was actually a little bit of dust. Looks like Wayne Nicolette went far driver's left there. Looks like we may get a call here on that, but looks like he went and tried to do that Miata line where he went far driver's left to try to get on that entry. And I think Samuel Iyer has been saving a little bit on his tires here for the last several laps, and then made another run. But he was able to outbrake Wayne Nicolette getting down into turn 1. So that 5-car length lead going into 1 last time really was nothing. Now we'll see what Wayne Nicolette has back to get back to Samuel Iyer and see whether or not he's going to save a little bit for the end of this race.
That's right. All right, so just heard from race control or from the corner workers over at turn 7. Sounds like Bill Feist, he's getting out of the car.
Okay.
They're going to leave it there until the end of the session.
Going past the start-finish line, you saw the Wayne Nicolette and the Samuel Iyer, they were going nose to tail. Well, I can tell you that as you get down into turn 1, you're going to see here that Wayne Nicolette now has passed Samuel Iyer again. And, Greg, I think that on driver's left there's some dust down there. So every time they hit it, it kicks up some dust. So what looks like tire smoke is really not tire smoke because it's kind of a brown. So it looks
it's everything that we saw Ted Cahill pull onto the track during the STL race.
It's if that's the case, he had something stuck underneath that car the whole way around because his was white as opposed to this is brown on entry. So, that is a...
Well, I would say when we saw Ted Cahill move over driver's left to rotate the car, and he pulled over all the way into the crossover road there. But great little fight here as Wayne Nicolette has gotten back around Sam Iyer now to retake third place overall, retake the lead in Club Ford.
Yeah, Bill Feist out of the car, back over there at the stand.
There he is
with the.
Hanging out there socializing.
Worker. Yeah. But you know what that does, Greg, is that actually throws Michael Company and Kenneth Company, that's for the overall lead.
That's right.
At this point. So, again, those two will come down, and I noticed it again last time by where Kenneth is, the father staying very far driver's right, almost making 3 moves down the front stretch. And I think maybe at lunch I may go ask and go talk, why is that? Why do we, for an open wheel car, I would think that you'd want to go in the straightest line possible coming out of there. Why do you make the move to the driver's right, and then as you get down into turn 1, you're making the move back to driver's left? So you're making almost 2 moves there rather than keeping it in a straight line. But, yeah, we definitely have some dust, a little bit of dirt down there, driver's left.
Yeah, we just
turn 1.
So. Yeah, when we saw them go down in the 1 the last time, Sam Iyer, again, kicked up all that dirt, and he was pretty clearly still on the pavement. As a matter of fact, we'll watch the 2 companies coming to turn 1, and that time, let's see.
That time he stayed right in behind him.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, just locked in right behind the prototype.
Maybe he's trying to get some air. Again, as an open cockpit car, I wouldn't think that you would need to have that. You would want to stay up underneath there. But
what we may be seeing out of that car is there might be a little bit of aero wash. That he's actually losing the front end of the car, getting understeer into the corner, being directly behind the prototype, depending on what the prototype is sending up. So we'll continue to watch that.
They're going to come up back. I think that's going to be on the Mark Walthew machine. That the companies are getting ready to coming up out of turn 9 again.
So Walthew currently running 3rd in Club Ford, just ahead of the Prototype 2 and Formula Continental. And here they come out of turn 10 now. They should have the momentum, and they both the companies come drivers right and get around. One of them.
That's actually Kenneth's line.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like what he normally runs. Michael Company gets by the Walthew machine before they get to start finish, and then Kenneth Company very soon after. And again, a reminder to everybody that this is going to be our last race before we break for lunch. Our next race back after lunch will be our final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the day, a 10-minute run, probably not 10 minute, 10-lap run to the checkered flag, and then we've got 4 more MARRS feature races afterwards. And Brian, we've got
it doesn't look like there's a car there, but there is definitely a lot of dust coming out.
No,
of
there is a car, and he is up against the pit lane, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Up against the pit wall. That is the number 98
That's
machine.
Samuel Iyer that got loose coming off
Yes.
turn 10.
Yeah, and Iyer is out of the car, and pretty significant. He went into the gravel trap coming out of turn 10, Brian, and the car hooked back over. Unfortunately, not in our view here, but there is a local caution at 10. We can see both Michael Company and Kenneth Company off the pace. That is going to bring out an early end to this race, Brian, as the start stand will be displaying the checkered flag to either Michael Company or Kenneth Company or whoever happens to be the lead car at the time. And again, looks like Sam Iyer, not only is he out of the car, but he has crawled over the top of the pit wall as well, and he is now safely on the pit lane.
Well, Michael and Kenneth are just going now to coming out of turn 5. So they will be giving the checkered flag to the companies as they come by the next time. There will be no passing. So whatever passing is going to happen needs to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and so this race will end a couple laps early. We're currently working lap number 18 of 20, Brian. So we're almost towards the end here. And now the companies, they are coming under the bridge and into turn 10 now. And so prototype 2 racer, Michael Company, he will take the checkered flag. Father Ken looked like he wanted to possibly take the win there, pulled to the inside coming out of turn 10. Not quite there, but it'll be Michael Company, your winner in P2, then Kenneth Company, your winner in Formula Continental. Wayne Nicolette will take the win in Club Ford with Mark Walthu finishing in second. And as soon as we get a start time, we will let you know here for our next race. It's going to be about an hour from now, Brian. So we're probably going to start, I would think, around 12:10 to 12:15 or thereabouts. But let's do this. As we break for lunch, we're going to go and thank the great folks, the great companies that help us put on the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series every year, longtime sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region and our broadcast.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America, Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. the DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America, Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody. Here we are at Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS, presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Hope you all enjoyed the little break and your lunch. But, Brian, getting ready to go back road racing here at Summit Point. Next up is going to be our second and final Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the day.
Yeah, we're going to go another 10 laps here. These drivers were out early this morning. So now after they've had their lunch, they're going to go and do another 10 laps. Why don't we go ahead and give the starting lineup here. We got 22 scheduled starters for this one here. So starting in 22nd from Mount Airy, Maryland, that's going to be the 11 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in the 21st position from Midland, Michigan, the 129 of Angela Jago. Starting in the 20th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the 68, that's Jed Prentice. Starting in the 19th position from Thurmont, Maryland, the 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in the 18th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 17th position from Scottsville, Virginia, the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the 16th position from Palmyra, Virginia, that's the 34 of David Alessi. Starting in the 15th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, that's the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 14th position from Hillsborough, Virginia, the 74 of Avery Davis. Starting in the 13th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 50 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 12th position from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the 11th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Mike Kosuv. Starting in the 10th position from Powhatan, Virginia, the 16th of Alex Carty. Starting in the 9th position, and we know he had a little bit of problems in the first race today, so we'll see if he makes the grid, from Martland, New Jersey, the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 8th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 7th position from Hillsborough, Virginia, the 88 of Terry James Davis. Starting in the 6th position from Stafford, Virginia, the 33 of David Albrecht. Starting in the 5th position from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the 119 of Chris Benedetto. Starting in 4th position from Headsville, West Virginia, that's the 20 of Christopher Graham. Starting in the 3rd position from Washington, D.C., the 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the front row, starting in the 2nd position from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Stephen Shue. And on the pole from Annapolis, Maryland, the 178 of Nick Jones.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata racers, race group 5, please head to the grid. All right, so Brian, again, this is the second race for our bracket racers today. Just a quick recap. Taking the overall win, and he was our sole racer in the A2 bracket. That's for drivers that run a minute 17 to a minute 19. Nick Jones in the number 178 TA2 Camaro. We'll see. He usually takes it kind of easy the first couple laps, and we'll see as he picks things up. In bracket A3, Stephen Shue was our sole racer, and that is for the bracket a minute 19 to a minute 21. In bracket A4, and he had a great run today, Christopher Graham and his BMW taking the win over Mac Harrison, Chris Benedetto, and David Albrecht. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. All right, pace car is on the pit lane. We'll talk a little bit more about what we saw this morning, but now the field is turned over to our pole sitter, and that is Stephen Shue on the 81 with the 81 car. He's on the inside. Nick Jones sitting to the outside, driver's left, as the green flag is in the air.
Nick Jones getting a great start off of that, heading down into turn 1, opened up by about, I'd say 10, 15 car lengths. But again, you've got two SRF3s there. That's your second row now at this point. Stephen Shue, Mac Harrison side by side, then throw in Chris Graham. He is going to be kind of sitting there still too wide coming out of turn 2. Now give that second position as they come out of turn 2. That's going to be Mac Harrison. Third's going to be Stephen Shue. Then Christopher Graham's going to drop into 4th place.
Yeah, and with the, looks like then Keith Frazier trying to come up the inside there. And, it's amazing what an extra 400 or so horsepower will do for you on a race start there is, we've got the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 in the mid-150s, and that TA2 car probably running about 400 or so horsepower.
Yeah. And again, it's going to take, we saw this earlier on. We talked about this morning, and I still think you're going to see this. It's going to take Nick Jones probably half of this race to get some decent heat in the tires and the brakes, and that's going to allow these SRF3s of Stephen Shue, Mac Harrison, and even I'm going to throw in there Keith Frazier jumping up in behind Christopher Graham.
In that blue, and that blue number 7, as they've already started to separate themselves out just a little bit. I believe that is the 88 Honda CRX directly behind of Terry Davis. Here is racers complete lap number 1. As they start to come across the line. And again, we'll start to break things down by the drivers' different brackets after we get a lap or two in the books here. For those of you that are watching from home, I've put and pinned up to the top of the chat the link that you can go to watch and take a look at the bracket racing timing and scoring that breaks our racers into those individual 2-minute time or 2-second time slices. Pardon me here. Because although we can give you the overall timing there on the side of the screen that you see. Unfortunately, it's not going to break it down for you as you want for racing. And now moving up to the front of the field, that is Chris Graham in the number 20 BMW, and we saw this was very much a mirror of what we saw this morning, Brian.
Right, exactly. With the cold temperatures, like I said, it's going to take Nick Jones probably about half this race. This is still only a 10-lap race. They already did the 10-lap. It's going to take about at least a minimum of 3 laps, I think, for Nick Jones to get fully heat into those tires going through there. It is still pretty cold outside. The track has very little, grip right on the start with these, especially with those larger tires. So it's going to take some time. I think once he gets in there and gets going, he will start to catch Chris Graham. But again, right now, Chris Graham's got that early lead overall. And once we start to really get into some laps, we'll start breaking out these brackets. You may see where they're in 2 different brackets.
Yeah, and so, Brian, the temperatures have raised up certainly quite a bit since our bracket racers' first race. They opened up the morning of racing here for us today. It was maybe 41, 42 degrees ambient air temperature when they went out. It is now a balmy 50. Here, but as you can see from the track, as opposed to, especially for those of you who joined us yesterday, and if you want, we had some great racing yesterday. You can go back and watch all the action here on YouTube. But it was a much sunnier day yesterday. The heat, or the sun, was burning down on the pavement, perhaps getting a little bit more heat into that asphalt than what we're seeing today.
And remember, if you like what you see, give us that thumbs up. Smash that subscribe button, pound that notification bell. It'll tell you every time. I think I got that finally right.
I think you might have it right. And, if there's somebody sitting right next to you, give them a little tap on the back of the head, too. Let them know you're there. Yep. Anyway, here we've got our racers coming out of turn 10 right now. And, Brian, we were saying about with Nick Jones, it might take him a couple laps to get some heat in the tires because it's so chilly out. We've seen him in the middle of July, and he takes 3 or 4 laps of just kind of easing into things there before he turns on the jets. I think he knows he's pretty much the most powerful car there. But here's something interesting to Brian. Going down into turn 1, Chris Graham getting a little defensive on Nick Jones as Jones just reset fast lap. They are both in the 1:21 range. So both drivers currently in the A4 bracket. Mac Harrison, who is running 3rd overall in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, he is in that same bracket as well. And so for the moment, Chris Graham trying to hold off Nick Jones. I think if he lets Jones go by, he's going to find where Jones will probably move up at least 1 bracket. Jones ended up, again, at the end of our last race in bracket A2, having run times in the mid-119s. And so, Graham, although he might not get the overall win, he certainly can still hold on for the lead and the win in the bracket that he is in. Yeah.
Drivers that did not take the start, did not take the green flag here. Corey Markovitz in the 18 machine, Chris Benedetto in the 119, David Albrecht, who we know had some challenges earlier on this morning in that 33 machine, and neither David or Frank Alessi making the call to the grid here today for this second 10-lap race. So,
yeah, this weekend has been very hard on Honda Preludes. We've seen
Honda's period.
Yeah, in general. All right, Nick Jones just now getting around Chris Graham. So Nick Jones moves to the lead. They are still all in the A4 bracket. But both Nick Jones and, more importantly, Mac Harrison are getting very, very close to breaking out of that A4 bracket, going into the A3 bracket for drivers that run a minute 19 to a minute 21.
Yeah, 6 laps left to go. I think this is where you're going to start to see these guys, all of them, start to get faster laps. I think you're going to see these brackets change. If you are following from home, you're going to see where there's going to be a lot of moving and comings and goings from different brackets as we get going through here, now that we've gotten through that, coming up on that halfway, sign of this race.
All right, and Brian, now that we are just about halfway through this 10-lap race, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Miata race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, Brian, and here's something that's going to be very challenging for a driver. That is, I believe it is the 1-6 machine of Carty, Alex Carty. He's having some transponder issues.
Yep.
Which, given that bracket racing has almost as much to do with the amount with your lap times as it does to your position on track, could be very challenging. Now, we do have a number of very capable folks in the DC Region's timing and scoring crew that are hand timing Carty at the moment, but they want to make sure if that car's out on track again today that Subaru BRZ has a working transponder.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through the time frame. I'm looking through, race monitor. I'm even looking at the live bracket, and it seems like it is catching.
Well, they're manually entering. They're manually entering every lap.
Okay.
Which
whoever's manually entering that in is doing really a fine job because they've got it all the way down.
Thousandth of a second.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Whether it's right or wrong, he is definitely there. And for 1 minute and 24 seconds, which is what he's running, that's pretty quick typing. I know I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd be like, yeah, I think he's around that time frame. I'm not 100% sure. Again, as we start to, looks like he's getting ready to come back now around out of turn 10. Alex Carty, we'll see whether or not he makes some type of emotion that he understands there is a potential issue there.
Well, I mean, there's not much he can do about it right now other than bringing the car down the pit lane, which is going to be counterproductive, I think, here.
I want to see which one of the twins is going to get up underneath there to see if the thing is actually working and hooked up. That would be interesting in its own right.
That's indeed. All right, so as we take a look here, so Nick Jones has busted out of the A4 bracket. He is now your sole racer in the A2 bracket with a time of a fast time of 1:18.598. In bracket A4, we now have both Stephen Graham and Stephen Shue, the BMW driver and the Spec Racer 4 driver, but interestingly enough, Mac Harrison has now also busted out of A4. He has moved up to the A3 bracket where he has a fast lap time of 1:20.947. Although he is currently third on track, again, by busting out of that A4 bracket. He is the sole racer in his bracket.
Good thing you didn't call him Lou Graham because his name is Chris Graham, not Stephen Graham.
That's true. Well, no, Lou Graham. Well, we'll talk about our whole Foreigner thing going on here, but Lou Graham and Foreigner up for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I believe they're on their final tour this year as well.
Foreigner Tribute Band coming to the Tally Ho in Leesburg with Journey Tribute Band.
Oh gosh,
April 25th. Tell me how I know that.
Because you've got something going on that night, apparently.
No, I'm a fan of both of them. So
of the tribute bands or of the real
thing. So you like to see who does well. Plus, it's the day after my birthday. So.
Yeah.
As Spencer back here starts making noises.
Well, he's still trying to figure out who Foreigner and who Journey are. So.
All right, back to the action here. Let's regroup here. I tell you what, I'm going to look at the A5 bracket here real quick, and I know we've got a couple of them in there because you've got, if I look at this correctly, Keith Frazier, Mike Thomas, then you've got Steve Martin and Mike Kosuth in there. I'm going to try to pick up where they are. I know there's a little bit of a gap between all of them, but again, Steve Martin, again, used to running that Ford Focus, now running that Ford Mustang, and I think he still has both. He may have sold the Focus, but I know that that Mustang's been around with him for a while as well, just not out here on track as he now crosses the start-finish line going by. But good to see Steve out here running and putting up some pretty good competitive lap times with that Mustang. And
Steve doing a lot more than just racing with us, Brian. He is the chairman of the board of directors here for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I want to thank him for all the work that he is doing on behalf of the club. As the next time Nick Jones crosses the start-finish line, he'll get the one to go, and he's just now coming out of turn number 10. There he is, all by his lonesome. And now 2 miles, 10 turns remain for the driver of the number 178 machine. He is now Brian, he has moved up to the A2 bracket with a fast lap time. Wow, as he continues to get faster,
Yeah.
a 117.889.
Again, the cooler temperatures today helps these larger cars.
Yeah.
Like a Nick Jones, and we saw it earlier, even with the Spec Corvette race in our first,
That big bore race
second
we had
race
this
group
morning.
we had this morning, right behind these. It does enable to create a little bit more horsepower with these bigger motors. It just takes a lap or two, and I told you that it would probably take, if not by halfway, at least 3/4 of this lap for Nick Jones to put in that fast time, and he has actually done that. And I'm going to go back and look. That may be his fastest time here.
Yeah, I was going to say that has been very, very quick. Now, again, this morning, in much cooler temperatures, he only got down to a 119.6, so he's certainly going faster here today than he did yesterday, as Nick Jones is now coming underneath the bridge and into turn number 10 for the very last time. And we'll give you the breakdown here by brackets in just a moment as more of our cars filter through, but taking the checkered flag. First car to take the checkered flag, Nick Jones out of Annapolis, Maryland. So we'll let a few more of our drivers filter through, but Brian, while we're doing that, let me make a last call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. All right, so let's see here as we've got a few more drivers filtering through. There goes the number 7 machine of Keith Frazier taking the checkered flag. And now I believe we've got, is this car T? This is the 186 machine. That is Jennifer Romes, and I think Jeff Liller was directly behind in that burgundy NC Miata. So let's go. We'll run down the finishing order here by brackets now as our remaining drivers come across the line. So Nick Jones, our sole racer in bracket A2. In bracket A4, for drivers turning lap times a minute 21 to a minute 23, Chris Graham and his BMW takes the win over Stephen Shue. In bracket, that was bracket A4. In bracket A3, Mac Harrison, our sole racer in the group. Then in bracket A5, it is Keith Frazier in the number 7 machine. Actually, it's not. He takes the win, does Keith Frazier in A5, with Mike Thomas, Steve Martin, Mike Kosuth, and Bill Smith rounding out that field. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. Avery Davis, sole racer in bracket B1 for a minute 25 to a minute 27 in his Honda S2000. Then we got Alex Carty, let's move over to bracket B4, Jennifer Romes, Jeff Liller, Jed Prentice. That is bracket B4. And then finally in bracket B5, Angelo Jago and Melanie Meckel for a minute 33 and up. All right, so Brian, that's going to wrap up our final Sprint Bracket Road Racing race of the day. We're going to be going back now to Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature racing for the rest of the afternoon. We've got 4 more races coming up, starting off with Spec Miata. But before we do that, we're going to thank some of the great partners and sponsors that bring you all the action here at Summit Point, like the Autoverse.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
And we're back here at Summit Point Raceway. Brian, we've got 4 MARRS feature races remaining. Here's one of the ones I know we're all waiting for. It is Spec Miata as they head out now for their pace lap here at 2 Mile 10 Turn Summit Point Raceway. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 16th, driving the number 108 machine from Ellicott City, Maryland, it's James Mann. Dylan Moore is going to start 15th. Dylan's driving the number 82 machine. He's from Morgantown, West Virginia. Our good friend and announcer here, Dominic Mandiel from Ellicott City, Maryland, starts 14th. He's in the number 68 car, with Shauna Lamena starting 13th. She's in the number 6. Then we got Michael Cohen. He's from Owings Mills, Maryland. He's driving the number 54 Spec Miata, starting 12th. With Mike Lamena, he is out of Oakland, New Jersey. He starts 11th in the 88 car. John Jenkins is driving the number 195 machine. He's from New York, New York. He's starting 10th today, while Glenn Evans, he's in the 10 car, Centerville, Virginia, and he is starting 9th. Starting 8th, Jonathan Cavill. He's from New York, New York. He starts 8th in the 03 car, with Robert Cahall starting 7th. Robert is out of Gurnee, Illinois. He drives the 178 car. James Lindenthal starting 6th today. He's in the number 18 machine. He's from Morgantown, West Virginia, while Ted Cahall starts 5th. He's driving the number 78 car. He's from Christiansburg, Maryland. Then we've got Kip Gaynor. Kip is starting 4th. He's driving the number 44 machine. He's from Durwood, Maryland, with Jeremy Butts starting 3rd. Jeremy's out of Darnestown, and he drives the number 69 car. Now your front row. Michael Apatow out of Davidsonville, Maryland, starts 2nd. He's driving the number 21 car. And your pole sitter today from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 127.559. Your winner yesterday, John Hotz in the number 63.
You know, Greg, talking to Mike Lamena last night via text about some other stuff, but found out he's got a brand new motor in that 88. So
really?
Yesterday was all about breaking that motor in. He did tell me last night the gloves are off today, and I think
But
that's
is
just
the
because
jacket on?
I think that's just because his daughter beat him. And I told him
That's
as long
right.
as you have gloves and shoes, you're okay.
That's right. Well, he should be wearing a jacket as well. And actually, Michael is
I think he has 2 jackets.
He does. He's our 2023 MARRS T4 champion. All right, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to the white number 63 of John Hotz, Michael Apatow in the 21 car, that red number 21 to his left. That we got. Actually, is that Apatow or is that Jeremy
not
Butts?
Apatow. That is Jeremy
Butts, who does not get a great start, by the way, holding up the whole inside lane, allowing John Hotz to scoot away here as the green flag is in the air. That's going to allow Kip Gaynor, who now started in 3rd position rather than 4th, to make a move going down into turn 1, Brian.
I'll tell you what, John Hott's going to lead this group, but it's going to be it's going to be Kip Gaynor, and now Jeremy Butts is going to come back through the outside there on turn 4. You can see them side by side as they go through turns 1 and turns 2. We'll see as they come out of turn 2, they're still going to be side by side with the 44 of Kip Gaynor and the 69 of Jeremy Butts. We'll have to see who's going to give here early on, and it doesn't look like either driver is going to give there, Greg. And now you've got Lindenthal, and now you've got Ted Cahall in that 78. They're side by side as well. The driver that's loving this is John Hotz. They're still too wide.
Yeah, he's the only one that doesn't have anybody side by side with him, slowing his pace down. But now Kip Gaynor momentarily moves into 2nd place, but pulling up alongside him, under braking in the 5, is that the red with black and white number 69 of Jeremy Butts. And finally now, Brian, as they go through the carousel, I think things have finally worked themselves out. And what this means is Director Spencer Gaynor here is going to be focusing on the number 2 car for the entire race.
Well, I tell you what, Jeremy Butts was in a line that just really couldn't go anywhere. Even though he got a bad start coming out of turn 1, he still got side by side there. That actually slowed him up when he got down past turn 4 and turn 5. So that allowed Lindenthal, along with Kip Gaynor, now to move up. That's your 2nd and 3rd place drivers as they cross the start-finish line for this first lap. But Lindenthal really got a shot coming out of the back end of this racetrack.
Yeah, and look at this. Going down the inside, Brian, Mike Lamena and Glenn Evans running 9th and 10th, trying to push their way up into the order. a little bit here, and maybe looks like in that new motor that LaMena has, maybe not the punch down the front straight that he wants. But we talked about John Hotz being able to move away from the rest of the pack because everybody else was side by side on that first lap. Well, Kip Gaynor just runs the fastest lap of the race by about 0.04 of a second faster than John Hotz, and the rest of the pack now already has pulled right back up to the back of the 63.
Right. It looks like we got one car, the 108 there. That's James Mann just now coming across the start-finish line, so having a little bit of problems going through on that machine. But the rest of our field here back on the backside there through turns 5 and turn 6. Again, looks like we're all starting to get single file. And you talked about the LaMena not having the oomph coming down the front straight. Again, that car's still in a braking motor period.
Yeah.
It's going to take probably this entire weekend to really get going there before he starts to pick up some speed, before that car gets to be back where it once was, which was kind of usually in our STL up in the top 4.
Yeah, exactly. So he's sitting back, and he's actually sandwiched in right now that he's got the number 10 machine of Glenn Evans ahead of him. He's got Michael Cohen directly behind, and then Sean LaMena directly behind him. That is 9th through 12th position. And I'm sure Shauna looking to repeat what she did yesterday, finishing ahead of Dad Michael. Of course, what did we say? That Michael Cohen actually won the sibling rivalry there between the three of them?
That's right. Greg, if you can look on your camera here, still Kip Gaynor holding second. The driver that's going to fall out a little bit, that's going to be James Lindenthal. When he went down into turn 1 last time, locked up the brakes a little bit on the rear, and so just didn't get through turns 1 and turn 2 very well. And so that actually held him up. That allowed Jeremy Butts to get by him, but then that also brought in Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. So that's going to be a battle. That will be for that last podium spot at this point. Still early on, still got 18 laps to go.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, that group of 3, they haven't lost touch with the top 2 right now, but then there is a very large gap back to John Jenkins in the dark gray number 195 car. Jenkins with a much better run so far than he had yesterday. Yesterday, Jenkins was only able to manage 10th position, and he seemed to be a little bit out of sorts through most of the race. And so he's already up 4 positions from that here this afternoon. And he's kind of in that no man's land where he's got about 15 car lengths ahead of him. He's got about 15 car lengths behind him, where there's no drafting partner that he can work with.
Right. Tell you what, we're going to have to ask our producer, Spencer, over here, what was the conversation last night at dinner, because Kip is just hanging right there with John Hotz. They're actually nose to tail, getting ready to come out of turn 1 and headed up into turn 2. You'll see it here on your camera. Kip Gaynor getting a great run out of turn 2. So, I don't know, Spencer, does he have fresh new rubber on there, or is he just pushing it? Spencer's like, I have no clue. I just woke up and just came right here. I didn't even look at the car this morning.
Well, Kip knows he's going to get a lot of camera time, so he's got impetus to do well today. That's
right.
What the deal is.
Tell you what, pretty good lap times right now for Kip in that number 44 machine. Again, hanging right there with John Hotz, which Greg, we've talked about this on a regional level. John's been kind of dominant here.
Yes.
All last year, even the end of 22, all of last year, and even right now. So, to be able to run right there and be right on that back bumper, at least for the first couple of laps, that just says well that 44 machine's really running well. They've opened up by about a car length and a half each coming out of turn 10. Again, Kip Gaynor by about, I'd say, 2 car lengths in front of Jeremy Butts in that 69. And now here comes James Lindenthal in that 18, starting to close the gap a little bit on the 69 of Jeremy Butts. And then you've got Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. Then you've got to go back probably 3.5 seconds, as now it looks like it's going to be Ted Cahall or Lindenthal again, locking up going down into turn 1 a little bit. So again, maybe having some brake pressure issues in that 18 machine, but that allowed Ted Cahall to get right back up. Then, as I was getting ready to say, you've got to go back about 3.5 seconds back to the John Jenkins, as Greg was just alluding to, and then a little bit further back, then you've got Robert Cahall in that 178. That's your top 7. Starting to spread out a little bit here. No real battles on the racetrack, but everybody just pretty much holding their own right now early on in this race.
Well, Jeremy Butts just reset fast lap, Brian. Turns in a 128.3. That was about 10th faster than our leader, John Hotz 0.3 faster than Kip Gaynor just ahead. Not going to be able to make up more time than that because he's getting right up to the back bumper of the car ahead. But yeah, we're starting to see again all of these separate little pockets and packs create here. We're looking a little bit further back in the field here, where we've got again Dylan Moore, we've got Dom Mandil, James Mann. Mann a little bit further back, but Evans and Cohen all together in one pack. We've got that pack up at the front. And now John Hotz, I think, sensing the pressure from Kip Gaynor, he now moves all the way over driver's right to defend the inside as they go down the straightaway. He then moves over back to driver's left, Brian, as they come into turn number 1. I think senses perhaps that Kip Gaynor won't go for the pass this time. And all 5 cars there at the front of the field, Hotz, Gaynor, Butts, Lindenthal, and Ted Cahall, who now resets fast lap, all follow nose to tail through the corner.
Yeah, I think right now your second and third place cars are pretty much content to just sit there and ride.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep John Hotz in there. Again, still early on. John Hotz has been known to come off of turn 10, try to break the draft, move all the way over. He's running the Kenneth Company line there, right?
Yes.
I mean, maybe he's getting the soundboard as well, which we talked about early on. But, and I did have the opportunity to talk to him about that. But, the second and third place cars, just content to sit there. I think Lindenthal as well, and Ted Cahall just, comfortable sitting in there. And Greg, last time by, Ted Cahall set the fastest lap early on right here with that 128.1.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the effect of the draft and having all those cars ahead.
Yeah.
And and the other part of this, Brian, is, we've got 15 laps remaining. And if these drivers, they start to fight it out this early, John Jenkins, who's running very similar lap times, he might start to close things down just a little bit.
I see you got a text message from our resident Californian Spec Miata expert.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I clearly think that right now, again, looking at some of these and a little bit further back, now we're going to looks like we may go 3 wide across the start-finish line. You're going to see it coming down into turn 1 right now. So, Spencer, let's go back to that. You can see that. That's the Mike LaMena. That's the Jonathan Cavill. And you've got Glenn Evans right there along with, let's throw in Robert Cahall in that 178 machine. So they're kind of all – they were going to go 3 wide there. Mike LaMena is going to come out on top of that. Cahall is going to fight back over the Glenn Evans in the 10 machine. But now Mike LaMena could be that motor, Greg, starting to kick in a little bit, starting to get through that little braking period.
Well, we'll also have to take a look here. Call just came in over the radio that it sounds like a couple of the corner stations think Glenn Evans is dropping a little bit of fuel out of the fuel filler neck, which certainly could affect drivers directly behind, like Michael Cohen, but we'll see how things play out here.
Watch them come through turn 6, and our leaders now, they're going to be coming up out of turn 10 here momentarily. Again, still not going away is that 44 machine.
Nope.
So, again, I think the top 3 there, they're just sitting there riding. And, again, the John Hotz in that 63 machine, I think he's kind of content to leave just that enough gap between him and the 44 of Kip Gaynor. And then back to Jeremy Butts. We've seen Jeremy Butts battle not only in T4 but in Spec Miata, not only with Michael LaMena but with John Hotz over the last couple of years. So that is a driver that can be very smart and very aggressive when he wants to be, when he needs to be actually, to make that move whenever he needs to at the end of the race. So.
All right. We see... we was just talking about Glenn Evans and possibly the fuel filler neck issues. Robert Cahall now goes right by Glenn Evans as they were going down into turn number 1. They were practically side by side, Brian. There, 41,000 separating them at the start-finish line as they completed lap number 7 here to start lap number 8. And let's do this, Brian. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Race group number 6. Please start heading to the grid.
Here comes our overall leaders now coming up out of turn 9, heading up under the bridge, getting ready to come down into turn 9. And again, that gap still not there. The driver that's kind of lost a little bit of that draft is going to be that 178 there. That's Ted Cahall. He seems to be falling back from Lindenthal. Lindenthal still getting and pulling a little bit of that draft off Jeremy Butts, but I think Ted Cahall is going to end up falling back too far, and he's going to lose that draft.
Well, I say Ted Cahall's at the 78 machine. Robert a little bit further back, who just now gives up the position to Glenn Evans and falls back to 9th. He's in the 178.
Right.
But I was just going to mention, Brian, that Lindenthal in that greenish number 18 machine, he had a very strong race yesterday. He was running for a while in the top 3, but with about 4 laps to go, started to fall off the pace, ended up finishing the race in 6th position. Still very early on in this one here, he just ran his fastest lap of the race, ran a 127.7, and that was faster than faster than 2 of the top 3 racers ahead of him.
Yeah, that car has been pretty quick. I know he ran here in the majors as well. Here in I think at the early part of April, end of March, early part of April.
Yeah.
And was pretty strong there too. Had a couple incidents there during the course of that weekend, but fought back really hard. So James Lindenthal's got that number 18 machine on kind of running really well this year.
All right, we got a local caution, Brian, over at turn 3.
We actually have Dominic Mandiel doing some donuts over there. You can see him just off to the camera. He's going to be coming back on. So got a little bit loose there, got up in the gravel, but looks like he's going to continue. Now, our leaders, they're just now going into turn 1, so I don't believe they're going to catch Dominic at that point.
Yeah.
It'll take a lap, probably a lap, maybe 2 laps for Dominic to get all the gravel, because he kind of went through there and then spun it around like the General Lee, trying to get back on track. So,
yeah, that may have put some gravel on the track. He rejoined all the way down in the grass down by turn 4. So we'll see how things play out. But again, that was Dom Mandiel in the number 68 machine. At the time it happened, he was running 14th. We'll see where he ends up. I believe the only driver, James Mann, was about 50 seconds back behind him at the time it happened. So we'll see if there's a change there. So we've got another driver. And Brian, I'm going to have to check. I think that might be, I'm wondering if that is Cohen. We've had one driver here. He's in the white machine coming down into turn 5 right now.
That would be Michael Cohen.
That's Michael Cohen. Has run very wide coming out of turn 3 the last 2 laps. So we've seen dropping 3 wheels in the gravel, and has been able to wrench it back on pavement each time.
I did see him on the phone, and it did say Tristan Herbert who he was calling. So
he was finding out the fast way through turn 3 or past turn 3.
Yep.
All right, we now have 10 laps in the books. John Hotz is your leader, as he's been from the start. Kip Gaynor, Jeremy Butts, who just resets his personal best. Lindenthal, Ted Cahall once again resets overall fast lap with a 127.497. He is the last car in that group of 5 leaders.
Tell you what, you talked about is Jonathan Cavell and Michael Cohen. They're going down into turn 1. Michael Cohen just basically, that was a car that had 8 wheels, because that's how close they were. You couldn't even put a piece of paper in between those 2 bumpers there. You can see them. They're going to come out of turn 1 and come into turn 2. Again, they break up just a little bit. They're going past the 108 there of James Mann. But I tell you what, like I said, you could not put a piece of paper in between either one of those 2, the rear bumper or the front bumper, in between that 0-3.
And that time it's the orange 0-3 of Jonathan Cavell, who goes wide coming out of turn 3. Michael Cohen goes, oh, hey, that's what I've been doing this whole time.
He's probably sitting there thinking in his helmet, knowing Michael's probably saying, that line does not work.
Does not work, exactly. And just a little bit behind there, we've got Shauna Lamena. Shauna just ran her fastest lap of the race at a 128.7. She's lapping faster than Cohen, faster than Cavell, certainly faster than Dylan Moore in the 82 machine that's a little bit behind her as well.
Well, when they get to that draft part and they're going too wide in there, what that does is that just sucks up the car behind them even faster, so she's going to get a better lap. We talked about John Jenkins. I know we're going to go back to our leaders here, but we talked about John Jenkins. Michael Amena has now caught on the back bumper of John Jenkins that going across the start-finish line. Michael's actually going down in turn 1. He's going to end up going side by side with Jenkins. And again, so that car's getting faster. So evidently, as Michael said in his text message to me last night, the gloves are off, but I sure hope he left them on. He's not going to get a warm welcome in tech if he has taken them off.
Well, we saw how much grease he got on his fingers working on the Spec Racer Ford, so
ouch.
needs to cover him up. I'm just digging a bigger hole for myself. All right, maybe he has some work gloves for him.
Well, he was wearing his jacket. It was cold.
He's
got two jackets.
He's got two jackets, exactly.
All right, let's recap here. Get back to our overall leaders because it is starting to get a little bit closer between our overall leader, John Hotz, in the 63 machine, 44, Kip Gaynor, and now throw in Jeremy Butts. It's pretty close there, Greg.
Yeah, and Brian, when they went down into turn 1 the last time, Hotz had actually opened up about a 4-car length advantage. Both Gaynor and Butts now have pushed a little bit closer up to our leader there. We saw that Kip Gaynor was able to come right up to the back bumper of the 63 car under braking in turn 5, but down in the carousel, that's where the 63 car appears to have a bit of an advantage. And now, as they come down the front straight again, John Hotz with about 4 car lengths. It looks like Lindenthal and Ted Kahl starting to fall a little bit off the pace of the 3 cars ahead. We'll see if they can make up that distance as we now have 8 laps remaining. And with that, Brian, let me make another call to the grid here. Sure. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Race Group 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6. Improved Touring Racers and B-Spec Racers. Please head to the grid.
You know, we talked about John Hotz there, and it could have been that the first half of this race, Greg, allowing that to happen, right? Setting the pace of the actual race, knowing we're going 20 laps. So sure. You can set the pace as the leader here, especially in SM, in certain situations, you know, in order to keep your competitors somewhat behind you because you know that they're going to utilize their tires as they come out of turn 6. Kip Gaynor in that 44 starts to close in a little bit. Jeremy Butts getting through there a little bit better too. So it could be that John's car's a little bit tight coming through 6 and 7.
Yeah, and you know, so and here's the thing is when they come under that slight tap of the brake to turn in for turn 6, Gaynor is right on the back bumper of the 63 machine. But as they continue to feed in throttle through 6A, 6B, and onto the front straight, John Hotz, he goes and expands that lead and opens up everything that he had lost. And we see now as they go down the front straight, again, Hotz with about 3 car lengths. But now going down into turn 1, side by side, Jeremy Butts, he's had enough waiting. Jeremy Butts, he gets around Kip Gaynor. So move Gaynor back to third. Butts in the number 69 machine. Nice. He is now up into second.
Somebody needs to go check on our producer because I think he just fell off the chair when he saw that trying to film it and just beating and banging on the table back there.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway. Now, look, Jeremy Butts got a great run coming out of turn 10. Really started in turn 9 all the way up the hill under the bridge and up to turn 10. There was no way the 44 Kip Gaynor was going to be able to hold him back with just that much run. So, again, we're well past halfway. We've got 7 laps. It'll be 6 laps to go next time we come by the start-finish line. Again, these are drivers who know their equipment very, very well, and they know what they need to do. And again, I talked about at the beginning of the race, John Hotz just setting the pace, letting it go. Jeremy Butts, he was content on riding right there. Now it's time to go.
That's right. Hey, want to welcome Antonio Abram to the chat. Antonio started off racing down in the Southeast Division with Panic Motorsports in Spec Miata. He's making it sound like he may, once he's in college right now, maybe once he takes some time off for summer break, he might join us up here in the MARRS series. So welcome, Antonio. Glad you're liking the racing here from Summit Point.
Yep. Our leaders cross the start-finish line. Tell you what, they're kind of within a car length of each other. Let's go back here. Let's stay at the start-finish line here. Spencer, we're going to pick up the Michael Lamena, the Glenn Evans, and now the John Jenkins. Jenkins tries to go in with Michael Lamena to driver's right. Glenn Evans stayed all the way to the left to break that draft. And as they go down into turn 1 right now, Lamena, he's going to hold on to that 6th position. But Glenn Evans was able to close the gap on John Jenkins to almost nothing going in there. So where John was trying to get that draft, Glenn Evans was able to get that suck a little bit closer down into turn 1. If they head off into turn 3 again, LeMay is still leading that group. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th. But I tell you what, Greg, that's really going to come down to the end. I think the James Lindenthal and the Ted Cahill, they've kind of fallen back. That's that 4th and 5th. They're going to have their own little battle here at the end. But I think our front 3 has pulled away just a bit too much, where they're just not, again, sniffing that draft.
And I want to thank Mike Collins. Thank you, Mike, for giving us that extra like and bringing us up to 12. We understand we're off our game from yesterday, but thank you so much. Appreciate that. And here come our leaders now onto the front straight, Brian, as they once again have to work through some slower traffic. We've got now is John Hotz has worked his way around. Jeremy Butts is working that as well, and Kip Gaynor gets by as well. All 3 racers, Brian, setting their fastest laps of the race.
Wow.
Kip Gaynor, the fastest of the 3. I don't think that's any consolation for Spencer here in the booth with us, as he still also is in 3rd position. About 2 car lengths separating each of the top 3 now as they go into turn 3.
Well, even though they've kind of broken apart each other, Lindenthal comes up out of turn 3. You can see right there, he's taking the old line there.
Oh, yeah.
That right side took a big hop on there.
Big
So you
jump
know
there
there's a
through the
little
gravel.
bit of a divot right in there. And I say a divot, it's more like a crater now.
Yeah.
That's in there that right rear is not going to be happy about.
No, certainly not. That also allowed Ted Cahill in that gray number 78 machine to close up on him. And I think that's a new car for Ted. I believe that was an E Street Racing prepared machine, got delivered at the National Championship runoffs this past year at VIR. So these are some of the very first races and events that Ted's had behind the wheel of this brand new machine. And you see he and Lindenthal now trying to get past that lapped traffic going into turn 10.
Well, he did run that car at the runoffs last year, so it got there. He ran it during qualifying. That was the car of record for the runoff, so he has had it. But again, as we look through the start-finish line, there goes our front 3. Now you're going to see Ted Cahill. He's going to be right on that back bumper of James Lindenthal, and we talked about this earlier, Greg. Lindenthal's had some brake problems going in when he's got pressure. We'll see whether or not he's going to get through there cleanly. It looks like he's going to, coming down through there. I don't see any smoke on that one. Lockup. So again, when he's had pressure is when he made just a little bit of a mistake. But right now, no mistake there. We'll see if he can stay in front of Cahill. Sorry.
All right, so we've got so many LeMaynas on track. Great race still ongoing here as Michael LeMayna has moved up to 6th. Looking at Sean LeMayna and Mike Cohen, this is the battle for 11th right now. And they had a great fight yesterday as they come down into turn 1. And Shauna has made up a lot of ground to get up to Michael Cohen there, and her fastest lap about 0.4 of a second faster than the 54 car. But we'll watch them here for a corner or 2. Shauna hasn't really gotten close enough to that white 54 really to affect the pass. But we'll see. If Cohen puts the thing 4 wheels in the gravel again, she might have an opportunity.
Again, she does look faster than he is, right now through the race course. So it could be that he's holding her up. But she's content to sit back there. I know she'll want to get by him. She'll pick that spot where she wants to get by him, and I think she pretty much will.
Now she falls a little bit off of his pace coming out of turn 5. That has been, I think, most of the weekend has been a bit of a weak spot for her.
I was going to say, really, even last year when she was here, had a little bit of a weak spot getting down into 5 and just getting that little short shoot into 6. It could be that she's trying to push the car too much, and that's causing the front end to wash out there, rather than just letting it delay just a little bit longer before she gets back on that throttle to let the car catch up to itself.
Well, we'll also take a look there. As she came through turn 10, Brian, I saw a little bit of whiff of, like a little bit of white smoke out the back, and either maybe a tire rub or she might have a little, the engine maybe loosening up just a little bit. And
that's why Dad got a new motor, because he gave her the old one.
Gave her the old one,
right? Because he knew it was going beforehand.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, I got a new
Why
motor
would
for
a
you.
father do that to a daughter like that? All right. Let's try and jump back over to that battle for the lead. Here as we just ahead of that battle for the lead. That's Jonathan Cavell and Rob Cahill.
Yeah.
They were side by side going through turn 3.
We'll catch them coming out of. We'll catch them. We'll go ahead and leave it right here.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Down the hill, and looks like Cahill in that red number 178 machine. He's gotten past the orange 03 of Jonathan Cavell. Nice run there. Let's jump back to this battle for the lead, though. They're coming onto the front straight here now, just coming up to start finish, completing lap number 18, Brian. So we've got 2 laps remaining here as Hotz, Butts, and Gaynor still locked nose to tail. Butts just ran his fastest lap, but I think, a lot of that is being in the draft of the driver ahead. And Kip Gaynor currently sitting in third.
Yeah. Trying to still work each other. Like I said, those 2 are in the draft. Actually, John Hott's still pulling the draft with Jeremy Butts and Kip Gaynor in that 44 machine. But again, it's about managing what you have, and you've got 2 laps to go. You start hearing everything and anything in that car. Yeah, we were talking about Ted Cahill. He did run that on the test days. I know that for
right.
Out there at the runoff.
But he did not.
He did not race it as a. I know he made me, as I was standing out there directing traffic down at the bottom of the grid at VIR. He always made sure that he had a clean run to the grid when it came on test days, because he was always like one of the last cars to get there. So he needed to. So I held some traffic for him.
All right, our leaders now coming out of turn 10. It is John Hotz. He's got a 3-car length advantage over Jeremy Butts and Kip Gaynor as they come to the line. The number 1 board is being hung from start finish. 1 lap to go here as Hotz, Butts, and Gaynor not resetting personal best. It's separated by about a half second between Hotz and Butts, another 0.2. Back to Kip Gaynor as they come into turn 1 for the last time. Brian, will see if our contenders to the throne here can make up some ground on John Hotz.
Oh, that's a new one. Contenders to the throne. I haven't heard that one before.
Well, somebody's going to wear the crown. I didn't want to say pretenders to the throne.
I mean, all 3 of those cars still, running, again, pretty much fast. And again, I think it's a managing of the whole entire race here. Knows when to push it, when not to push it. For that car, as they're now going to come out of turn 6 right now. You can see that's where Jeremy Butts, it does close down a little bit, but just not enough. And I think that, like I said, once they get through that, John's car may be a little bit tight right there, but once we get here and come out of turn 9, now I tell you what, this is where Jeremy Butts has been pretty strong. He's got a pretty good run coming up the hill out of 9. We'll see whether or not he just runs it through turn 10. I don't think it's going to be enough to get by it.
All right, as they come out of turn 10 now, Butts only 2 car lengths back. John Hotz moves over, driver's right to protect. And as they come to the line, let's see Brian taking the checkered flag, taking the win in Spec Miata for the 2nd day in a row. John Hotz out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. Jeremy Butts, he put up the effort, Brian, had the fastest lap of the race. On the last lap, made up a half a second on John Hotz, but it wasn't enough. Kip Gaynor will finish 3rd. James Lindenthal will finish just off the podium in 4th. Ted Cahill will finish 5th. Mike LaMena, Glenn Evans, John Jenkins comes across the line. Then Robert Cahill, and there goes coming across the line. Then Jonathan Cavell in 10th. All right, there you go. Spec Miata. Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. All right, while our race winner, John Hotz, comes around and gets ready for his victory lap, we're going to take a quick break thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, 3 more feature races here today from Summit Point. So let's thank our longtime sponsor, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It's the April MARRS presented by OG Racing here at Summit Point Raceway. We've got, what do we have, Brian? We've got 3 more races remaining, 3 more feature races coming up. We've got the pace car now staged up at the top of the pit lane. You can kind of see the lights flashing there on that camera view. We have now improved touring. That's ITA, ITB, and ITS, as well as B-Spec, heading out for their 20-lap race today. Brian, let's run down the starting order.
All right. Starting in 14th position from Springfield, Virginia, in the number 73, that's Zachariah Kovark. Starting in the 13th position in a B-Spec from Leesburg, Virginia, the 152 of Garrett Bowser. Starting in the 12th position from Darnestown, Maryland, in an ITB machine, the 02 of Jonathan Kinberg. Starting in 11th position in your pole sitter in ITB, the number 89 from Pasadena, Maryland, that's Alton Fryer III. Starting in the 10th position in an ITA machine from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's the 15th of Joseph Gretsch. Starting in the 9th position in the number 78 from Walkersville, Maryland, that's Philip Rule. Starting in the 8th position in the number 9, again from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's John Gretsch. Starting in the 7th position in the number 97 from Alexandria, Virginia, that's Barry Brown. Starting in the 6th position from Richmond, Virginia, the 41 of David Lanning. Starting in the 5th position and starting second in ITA, that's the 31 from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, that's Joel Gambino. Starting in the 4th position from Bowie, Maryland, in an ITS machine, that's the 127 of Mark Lillard. Starting in the 3rd position and second in ITS, that's the 00 from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, that's Jeffrey Lucas. Starting on the front row and starting in the pole position for the ITS, that's the number 5 from Purcellville, Virginia, that's Chris Childs. And starting on the pole in ITA and on the pole overall, that's the number 1 of Morgan Burkhart from Charlestown, West Virginia.
All right, Brian. So thank you very much there. And, we've been talking a lot today. It's very surprising and not that common that we see an ITA car get the overall win in this group. But Morgan Burkhart did do that yesterday in the Envirotex Mazda Miata. Again, we've got Dan Freeman, who normally runs that car and owns that car. He had an injury, and Morgan Burkhart has stepped in to see how that car plays. But there was a great race for the win yesterday in ITS.
Yes.
Between Chris Childs in that number 5 NC Mazda Miata, and then Jeff Lucas, the professor, in his Datsun 240Z. And it was the very first time that Childs has been in that car, and it was obvious that he had some issues with braking in that machine. We'll have to see how that car, how he handles that car, and whether or not every time he was pushed, he'd lock up the right front wheel. We'll see if that's the case today. Pace car on the pit lane, turning the field over to Morgan Burkhart. Pretty quick pace coming out of turn 10, but we have a start. We are underway here, and once again, that number 1 machine jumps out to an early lead, Brian, over the 5 ITS car and on the 240Z. You'd think that the ITS cars might have the advantage there, but Burkhart's staying all the way to the inside. He's able to hold off Jeff Lucas.
Yeah, you can see Morgan wanting to get back into driver's left to get right on that line going into 1, but Chris Childs was still there, not really anywhere to go because he had to defend and protect from Jeff Lucas. Now Jeff Lucas is going to get the run out of turn 2. He's going to put pressure on Morgan Burkhart in that number 1 for the overall, but now give Jeff Lucas that lead early on here over Chris Childs in ITS.
All right, as they now run down the hill, as they came out of turn 3, Burkhart was able to hold off Jeff Lucas. And I think we saw this yesterday, Brian, where if Burkhart can come down into the carousel for the very first time in the lead, that is usually enough to open up a big enough gap that he can hold off those ITS cars for almost the entire rest of the race. And he has managed to do that. You can see the 6 or 7 car lengths now that he opens up as Chris Childs tries to come underneath the Datsun going into turn number 6. A little bit further behind, though, Joel Gambino, multi-time MARRS champion in ITA in that blue number 31 Mazda Miata. He's holding off David Lanning. Lanning's in that white with red stripe number 41 car. Lanning had a great race yesterday, was not able to hold off Gambino for second, however.
Yeah, I think that, as the race goes on, again, we're going 5 laps further than we did than we did yesterday, so we'll have to see. Again, we talked about it. A lot cooler temperatures out here today. We'll see. It could be that Dave Lanning was able to put pressure late in that race yesterday to Joel Gambino. We'll have to see whether or not they're able to hold on to it.
Wow, big brake lockup a little bit further back. And going off track, I believe, was that the 78 of Philip Rule? I believe going into the gravel, maybe not into the gravel trap, but going wide, coming out of turn one. We'll get the number here in just a moment from our flaggers.
Maybe the 9.
You got it. John Gretsch going off track. He was 6th at the time. He's going to fall a little bit further back in the pack. We're going to catch up with our ITB race in a little bit here as well. The battle between the 2002s that we had yesterday between Alton Brown and John Kinberg, where Kinberg led the early race. We went to a full course caution. Fryer was able to get behind, and then Kinberg just seemed to fade at the end. Well, right now, Alton Fryer with a bit of an advantage over the 02 car of Kinberg.
And the reason I knew it was the 9 is because he's got a black
yes
paint on the back of the car. Well, it's now brown, so that's how I could tell it was the 9.
Matches his driver's suit now, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right, running very, very wide coming out of turn 8. That was Alton Fryer in that silver number 89 BMW 2002, your ITB leader. And looks like Kinberg, he's already ended up having to give up a position. Garrett Bowser, I think it is, in the 152 Mazda Miata, although it's showing as the 15 car. No, that's Joseph Gretsch.
Yeah.
That's right between Alton Fryer and John Kinberg right now as they make the run. But looks like Kinberg now about 30 car lengths back from his competitor in ITB as they come down into turn 1.
Yeah, looking in the chat real quick. You're right, Justin. We do miss that you're not here. I know it's very hard. You're not here. We do miss you. I walked by that spot earlier this weekend and saw that you guys were not there, and kind of got down on my knees and did a little bow there in front of your normal paddock space.
All right, it looks like Morgan's mom Beth has done the deed, and she's put out the call on social media that Morgan Burkhardt's fan club has started to show up in the chat. Want to welcome you, Sam. Thanks for joining us. Now, here's I think probably the second biggest story, other than Morgan Burkhardt in an ITA car, able to pretty much walk the field, and he did yesterday as well. But we went into yesterday's race wondering whether or not Morgan Burkhardt could set a new track record in ITA. He qualified his car 1/1000th off of the existing track record that was set by Brian Price here in a Mazda Miata all the way back in 2010, almost 15 years ago. And as a former ITA driver, this is a record I thought would never be broken. But Morgan was very close yesterday for the race, which is the only time we can set track records here in the SCCA. We don't set them during qualifying. It was a much warmer day. It was getting close to 70 degrees ambient air temperature yesterday afternoon, and just was not prime conditions to set a track record. Right now, Morgan is down to a 125.3. As we mentioned, it's only about 50 degrees outside right now. Although we don't have the sun putting down a little bit of heat on the asphalt to perhaps give a little bit more grip. We've got still these overcast skies. He's getting there, and we're only working lap number 3. We'll see how long these tires can hold up. Maybe that's a question, is whether he's out on new sticker tires that need, in the case of the Hoosiers, need about 4 or 5 laps before you hit that golden lap,
right?
Or whether or not he's on some older tires.
When he went out, it didn't look like he was on some sticker tires, but I tell you what, let's keep an eye on that. Since he's kind of driven away, he's coming out of turn 10. Let's keep an eye on this ITS battle now, because as we get coming out of turn 10, you're going to see Chris Childs making the move side by side with Jeffrey Lucas now. Wasn't able to make that stick, got a little bit loose, had to tuck back in behind Jeffrey Lucas. They're going to go by the start-finish line right now. You're going to see their nose to tail. I'm actually surprised that Chris is really trying to make this move early on. I figured he would have just rode behind Lucas, but now as they go down into turn 1, he's going to make that dive over there, and then we'll see whether or not Lucas can do an over-under coming out of turn 2, but it does look like Chris Childs may hold him off.
He did, Brian, as he was basically able to keep his quarter panel right at the front fender. Jeff Lucas's car was able to keep Lucas from switching back underneath the car. Lucas had to take the long way around. I think the big thing here to look at, though, as Lucas is moving from left to right, trying to find a way around, is Chris Childs looks a lot more confident under braking in this Mazda than he was yesterday. Again, we said he had a lot of brake lockup yesterday. By the end of the race, he was almost coasting into turn one each lap to keep from locking the car up. And here he went down very deep on that Datsun, and the Datsun without vented front rotors, it's going to be harder and harder for Jeff Lucas to outbrake Chris Childs the more this race goes on.
Yep. Tell you what, we talk about our overall leader and everything else. Dan Freeman's got to be sitting back there looking at it going, okay, that car does have some stuff. Because now Morgan has come down the last 3 laps. He's now ran 124.829. So still about 0.4 off that record, but.
And here's the battle for second in ITA now, Brian, with Joel Gambino and David Lanning, separated out by about 2 car lengths. They're about as close as our ITS leaders are going down into turn one. Great fight there, and we'll see if Lanning really showed us some stuff last season. Showed a lot of pace that he hadn't had in previous years, and I believe that is Brent Simonson's old ITA car, and has been running very strong. And just as I say that, he runs through the gravel. I mean, you straighten the wheel out, it's a shorter distance, but that gravel kind of slows you down coming out of turn 3.
Well, I remember we talked about that even in the last race, and I think our next race you're going to see a lot of it. You're going to be over in that little right-hand side there, but it's going to be
somebody call the track blowers now.
A point, I mean, it's going to be where that's going to start to rut up there, and if you hit that, you're not going to want to be, as we get to the end of the day, you're not going to want to do that because that will definitely rip off the front end if not careful.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's jump over to the front straight if we can here for a second. Mr. Gaynor. Coming down into turn 1, we just now are seeing Morgan Burkhardt jump to the inside. He's got some slower traffic behind, but he was able to catch a bit of a draft off of that car coming down the front straight. Morgan is getting much closer to that track record. I want to give you guys a time to keep in your heads. It is 125.320. Actually, no, let's try that again. 124.487.
Right.
124.487. That is the track record. Right now, Morgan is about 0.4 off of it. He qualified yesterday morning at a 124.488. All right. But having that draft down the front straight, that might have given him an extra couple of hundreds that he might need on this lap.
Yeah, he's got a pretty much wide open track, but like you said, ended up getting a little bit of that draft going down in the front by the Zachariah Covert machine in that number 73. And so I know that 73 is actually a pretty decent car to help get that because I've driven that car. So I know that car's got some. Yeah, that car. Morgan's driven that car as well.
That's right. All right, so let's see here as Morgan Burkhardt comes out of turn 10. We're not going to spend the whole race watching him here, but I want to see if this gets him any closer as he continues to chip away. And that time, no, actually, he was a little bit off the pace. He was almost 2 seconds off the pace. He turns in a 126.19 that time around. But right behind, Chris Childs and Jeff Lucas both set their personal bests now, Brian, as they are coming down, and they're having to come up on that slower traffic as well, getting around cars going into turn number 1. And Chris Childs now opening up just a little bit of an advantage there on Lucas, that he doesn't seem to have to worry about Lucas digging out and torquing out at turns 1 and 2 like he did early on.
Tell you what, the driver that's under a lot of pressure, and we'll hold the camera here, right here for Spencer, and that is Joel Gambino and David Lanning. Now, it may not look like it's open, like there's not that much pressure, but I tell you what, coming out of turn 1 and going through the center of turn 1 all the way out of turn 2, David Lanning was right there with Joel Gambino the entire way. Joel Gambino able to pull away just a little bit going into turn 3. Didn't seem to have to get on the brake as hard for that car for the setup.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. SSM racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
We watched them coming out of turn 9, talking about that Joel Gambino and the David Lanning machining. And a little bit further back, it looks like you see some smoke on the left rear of the 73. That's going to come through. You can see that right there coming through there. But the Joel Gambino and the David Lanning starting to open up a little bit, and I think that's because they were both sitting there trying to figure out what's the best way to get around that 73, but that 73 looks got a little bit of smoke coming out of the left rear, so it looks like that may be just a little bit of a tire rub there, maybe.
Hey, want to thank Murphy Nichols for joining in. Murphy, one of our bracket racers. I think he's going to be going to college down at UNC Charlotte soon enough. And as is typical for Murphy, complaining about his internet connectivity issues in beautiful Frederick, Maryland. The problems that affect him in iRacing apparently affect him watching YouTube videos as well. All right, here. So we continue to watch this battle between Lanning and Gambino as they come down the hill into turn 5. We've got a new second-place racer in ITA. That is David Lanning. He has gotten around Joel Gambino. So move David Lanning up to 2nd in class and up to 4th overall. And Lanning now has opened up just a bit of a gap, as you know these racers have had to work their way through traffic, Brian. And Lanning, the lucky recipient of some slower lapped traffic there, able to open up a gap again. We'll have to see. Yesterday, Lanning started to fade off at the end. We'll see if that is still going to be an issue. I'm just taking a quick look. Also, I know we haven't really covered them all that much. Looking at the ITB battle between Alton Fryer and John Kinberg. Right now, the gap between those two ITB racers at about 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Alton Fryer, your leader in class.
Our ITS battle here is shaping up again as they go through. And again, there it is again. We looked, Lucas getting in front of Chris Childs. But Chris Childs hitting that inside curbing there.
He goes right over the top of it.
Right over the top of it. I guess,
opens up that corner as much as possible to basically keep the wheel straight and carry as much momentum as he can. But in this case, Jeff Lucas, and I said just a lap or so ago that, he didn't have to necessarily worry about Lucas torquing out of turns 1 and 2. Well, maybe he did as Lucas gets by.
Well, I know Chris's normal car, his car that he's driving is being kind of worked on and doing some stuff. He's redoing kind of a lot of stuff, and that's because he keeps hitting the curbs. Well, now I know why. Because he's definitely hitting that curb there every time. And it could be that, again, Chris likes to hit that curb. That helps the car turn a little bit more.
Correct.
Gets it straighter quicker. Not that that's the fastest way. You kind of want to be where your left side tires get right to the curbing, but not over top of the curbing. But he feels comfortable with doing that, and it looks like he could take either car and do it.
Well, when I first started racing against Chris, and he had been racing for years, he lived up in Michigan and was driving a Dodge Neon.
Yep.
And that was a car you had to use the curbs in order to make it rotate.
Right.
It was not the best handling ITA car at the time, not an easy car to rotate, and I'm sure a lot of those habits. He's been racing now Miatas, both in ITS and also in STL now for a good 6 or 7 years. But old habits die hard. Right. I think here as he's again trying to open up that corner. All right, Brian, we've got about 10 laps remaining. Let me make a second call to the grid for our next very large group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. All right, so that ITS battle for the lead started to come up on our sole B-Spec car here today. That is Garrett Bowser, in the number 152 Honda Fit. He's going to keep that car all the way driver's left, let the ITS cars come underneath them. They both do prior to going into turn 10. But look at this, Brian. You know, we could say all we want about Chris Childs going over curbs, and he does it over at turn 10 as well. But I've also noticed where Jeff Lucas starting to have some trouble getting the nose of that Datsun turned in. He's missed the apex at turn 10 by a foot to a foot and a half now the last 3 laps, and it's given Childs the opportunity to draft right back up to him.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's keep it here on turn 1 here, Spencer, because as we go down into turn 1, you're going to see Joel Gambino is now going to get back around David Lanning. That is for second in ITA. So, again, those two, that battle continues on this entire race as well. And it looks like now coming out of turn 2, looks like Gambino is going to open it up a little bit more. And Greg, you just alluded to this a couple minutes ago. As the race went on, David Lanning's car started to fall off. This is right about the time yesterday where it started after, 6 or 7 laps in, started to fall off in that 15-lap race. Well, it looks like it's starting to do it again. Or David Lanning realizes it's going to fall off, so he's just going to take care of some of his tires and the equipment and battle back with Joel Gambino as this race goes 5 laps longer.
All right, getting word from race control. We talked about the ITB race, the 2 BMW 2002s. Those 2002s with some very, very hard to find, but also very fragile steel bumpers, front and rear. And it sounds like one of John Kinberg's bumpers may be about to exit the vehicle. That's going to be a hard piece to replace if it happens.
Well, somebody's going to try to. They'll go search the entire racetrack if it comes off. He's just now going down into turn 1, so maybe our camera shot coming up out of our turn 3 camera, looking back down into turn 2. We'll see where it is, if it's dangling or just there. It looks like it's on, but it could be that it's kind of going to be a little bit loose here and there.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it, but.
Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. And the rear one, actually, I can see the rear bumper is kind of flapping around a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that could be by design. I mean, Alton Fryer went out and decided with the
hood
trunk
with a trunk at a 45-degree angle yesterday.
Wanted to put the wing out there, so he just popped the button.
All right, so let's jump back. This is the battle for the lead in ITS between Jeff Lucas and Chris Childs. And this is also interesting to see here, Brian, coming through the carousel, coming through 6. When Childs was the leader in ITS yesterday, when he led Jeff Lucas, turns 6A and 6B were his strengths. And here Lucas pushing wide again, coming through turn 10. But Childs was able to always increase his lead going down through the sections of the course that required much quicker transitions that Datsun just couldn't make. But it looks like it really does. And I'm sure if I was Chris Childs sitting behind the wheel of that number 5 machine, I'd be hoping for this. He is really starting to impact the way Jeff Lucas drives that car, and Lucas is having a lot of trouble getting the nose to bite going in the corners.
Yeah, either he's really over driving where he normally does, trying to continue to keep Chris Childs behind him, or that car has got some serious handling issues, or like you said, Chris Childs pushing the issue, knowing he can get Jeff to make that mistake.
Right.
Very, very seldom will Jeff Lucas make a mistake, but there's always that time where you get that pusher or you get that pressure from somebody from being pushed that could move the nose
there's a difference between making a mistake and just having the equipment let you down.
Correct.
Also.
Yep.
So we'll see here as now we've got Chris Childs right to the rear, and notice also that Childs continues every time they come through 6B. He's got that car pinned all the way to driver's right, and basically pushes Lucas wide, and we can see here. Childs he's staying in Lucas's mirrors literally at every single corner. Now let's watch as Lucas comes through turn 10, and he does a little bit better job getting the car turned in, but he turned in later that time, tried to square the corner off, and I think he realizes what's happening with the machine at this point.
Yep. I guarantee you Jeff is saying to himself, something just,
how many laps do I have? How many laps?
Yeah.
He probably has his son Nate. Actually, Nate's going out next in the SSM race. He may not have Nate on the radio. As now Chris Childs dives to the inside, going into turn 1 on Jeff Lucas. Let's see if he can hold him off coming out of 2. He comes across the nose, and as they make the run now down into turn 3, we now have a new leader in ITS. That is Chris Childs.
Great run out of going into turn 1 that time by Childs all the way through the corner. Really got a good strong run off the exit there, and that helped him get by him through the short chute there between turns 2 and turn 3.
All right, we haven't checked in with our overall leader, Morgan Burkhardt, recently. He has started to, I think, dial the pace back a little bit, Brian. He's been running in the high 126s last time by a 127.8. And I think he's past that golden lap for those tires. I think he realizes that he's probably not going to find that track record today. He may, for all we know, he might be letting the car cool down a little bit. But I think he realizes that it's just time to maintain the car, and with 5 laps to go, bring it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, last time by he had 13.5-second lead, so we'll see what it is now. It's 14.5 now. Over Chris Childs and Jeffrey Lucas. But I tell you what, the gap there going down into turn 1, coming out of turn 10 last time by, and I know they had the Jonathan Kinberg machine or the Alton Fryer machine kind of in between there, but Lucas has dropped back just a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think Lucas's car is starting to really fade away and getting really tight on some of these turns, especially in the right-handers.
Yeah, I think we saw him holding Chris Childs off as long as he could. And we'll see here as they're going to come up on some slower traffic once again going into 5. This is going to be the opportunity for Lucas to close things back down again onto that red number 5 Mazda MX-5 They've got the slower traffic directly ahead. That's going to allow things to compress down.
That's Barry Brown right in front of him.
That's Barry Brown in the number 97 machine, pardon me. And Childs, he's going to try to go around the outside. I don't know if this was such a wise move because it's going to allow Lucas to come underneath. And Lucas checked up hard, Brian, because I think he realized both Brown and Childs were going to come right across his nose.
Yeah, you're right. Lucas had to really get out of the throttle there where you really want to be on the throttle, knowing that if he's stuck in it, it probably would have taken all 3 of those cars out.
Yeah, and so now Chris Childs able to sneak by and now has almost an 8-car length advantage over Jeff Lucas as they cross the stripe. They are now starting lap number 17. So 4 laps remaining here for our ITA leader, Burkhardt, 4 laps remaining for our ITS leaders, Childs and Lucas. And if we look a little bit further back here, Brian, in that battle for second in ITA between Gambino and Lanning, it is now a 6.5 second margin. We just saw Lanning come across start finish. Gambino, as Lanning crossed the start finish line, was already going into turn 1.
Yeah, so again, we talked about that, right? Car starts to go away. I think David will look at this and say, okay, look, what do I got to do to make it better for these longer runs, knowing that, I got to take care of, obviously, the equipment can't burn the tires off, within the first 10 laps, and it looks like that may be what it is. Or he's got some other type of issue, but again, we talked about it, and we saw it yesterday. So
right. It could be something as simple as corner weighting the car with a low or minimum fuel in the car so that the car is stronger and better balanced at the end of a race rather than at the beginning of a race. There are a number of different things. It could be, you could chalk it up to driving style as well, and he may just be overdriving the car to keep with Gambino early on in the race.
Yeah, I know they call them these sprint races, and Saturdays to get 15-lap sprint race, and then we get into a feature race on Saturday or on Sunday. But again, you get your car into a long green flag run, it can be a little bit challenging.
Tension in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 7, please head to the grid.
pretty much no battles on the racetrack right now. I mean, we still have the Lucas and the Chris Childs battle. That's within several car lengths here and there, but as they're getting ready to come out of turn 6 and head up through the carousel there to come up through turn 9, that's about 2.5 car lengths. That's pretty much the biggest gap that Chris Childs has had over Jeffrey Lucas this entire race, with just under 2 laps to go, basically.
Yeah, we just see Morgan Burkhardt now lapping past the number 9 machine of John Gretsch, that an ITA car lapping up to 5th in a race group. Absolutely amazing to see that, given the other cars that are in the field. But now there we go, as Chris Childs has opened up almost 10 car lengths on Jeff Lucas. And that's only about 1.4 seconds,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's still pretty immense now as they
that's
come
a
in.
pretty big. That's a pretty big gap to make up
Yeah.
there, knowing your car has been struggling a little bit here and there, pretty much the entire second half of this race.
Yeah, and especially now, as we know, the next time Morgan Burkhardt, our leader, who is about 17, 18 seconds up the road from them, next time he crosses the start-finish line, he's going to get the 1 to go. Not a lot of time left here for Jeff Lucas to get the equipment gathered back up underneath him and make a last charge.
Yeah, it just again may run out of time. You may wait a little bit, second half of this racetrack to make it on the last lap, but when you have Morgan out by 17 seconds, you really don't have much time. Can't take care of everything. As now it looks like he's coming out of turn 10 now, so he'll be crossing the start finish line here. He'll be getting the 1 to go.
There you go, and the starters pointing to the 1 to go board. Notable that the starter on the start stand, that is Mom Beth Burkhardt, letting her son know that he's got 2 miles left to go here at Summit Point before he runs the weekend in ITA. And just now crossing the start-finish line, starting their final lap, Chris Childs, again with about a 1.5 advantage over Jeff Lucas. But we can see here as they go into turn 1, unless Childs really sets a foot wrong, and he is a very consistent racer, it's going to be very hard again for Jeff Lucas to make up that kind of ground.
Well, you'll see whether or not he makes any kind of mistake, and that's if he kicks up dirt right here, which he did.
Oh, he does.
every single time.
And look at how the car hops over that car.
Yep.
When he does it, it lifts 2 wheels in the air. But look, he's been doing it now for 35 laps or 34 laps over the last 2 days, and it seems to work well for him. The ITA Miata directly ahead, locking up the front wheels a little bit. That might be the only thing that makes it hard for Childs to catch up, as Morgan Burkhardt in the number 1 Mazda Miata, he comes out of turn number 10 for the final time onto the front straight. And there we go. Checkered flag is in the air. Mom Beth waves the checkered flag. 2 thumbs up from Dad John, also on the starter bridge. They were the co-workers of the year for the SCCA in start for 2023. And coming across the line now and taking the win in ITS, it is going to be Chris Childs with Jeff Lucas. Lucas ran his fastest lap of the race on that final lap there. As he did get the equipment back underneath, it was actually slightly faster than Chris Childs, but he finishes 2nd in class. Joel Gambino is going to finish 2nd in ITA, 4th overall. David Lanning, about 10 seconds in arrears. There's Gambino coming across the line now, and here comes, we'll see David Lanning actually coming out of turn 10 for the final time here in just a moment, with John Gretsch finishing 5th in ITA. So let's run down the order here. It's Childs and Lucas in ITS. Mark Liller did not take the green flag today. Garrett Bowles, our sole racer in B-Spec. Today in ITB, Alton Fryer takes the win over Jonathan Kinberg, and in ITA, it's Burkhardt, Gambino, Lanning, Gretsch, Philip Rule 5th, Barry Brown, Joseph Gretsch, and then Zachariah Kovarik. As I believe we now have our final car to take the checkered flag, and that was the 78 of Philip Rule. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back We've got 2 more races today. I know a lot of you have been waiting for our next one. That is SSM, almost 45. I think close to
39 cars.
39 cars deep. And they're racing for tires now, Brian. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we come back. But first, we're going to thank one of the great sponsors that brings us all the racing action here at Summit Point, both this weekend and every weekend, and that is Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Brian, we've got our pace car heading out on track now for our largest race group of the day. This is SSM. and they have 2 pace laps. Tell you what, let's run down the starting order, and then we'll talk about the new contingency program that we have for these SSM drivers here starting this weekend in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We had 39 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 25 here. Starting 25th, driving the number 85 Mazda Miata from Nokesville, Virginia, it's Emil Dogaru. Miranda Price starts 24th. She's in the number 08 car. She's from Strasburg, Virginia. Driving the 04 car and starting 23rd on the grid from Sykesville, Maryland, it's Adam Volatile. Tom Bourne is driving the 17 car. He is from Warrenton, Virginia, starting 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the 199 from Millersville, Maryland, Ben Sarley. Kevin Gaiman is starting 20th. He's in the 113 car. He's from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. New York's David Feuerstein is starting 19th today. He's in the 25 car with Jordan Fuhrman. What's this with Feuerstein, Fuhrman? He is out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, driving the number 8 car. The Meme Lord starts 18th today. Starting 17th, driving the number 29 Mazda Miata from Baldwinsville, Maryland, Isaac Crandall. Ryan Franklin starts 16th. He's in the 37 car. He's from Frederick, with Jonathan Franklin, oddly enough, from Frederick, Maryland as well, starting 15th in the 23 car. Arif Kazem is starting 14th. Arif is in the number 98 car. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland, with Callan Crocker from Herndon, Virginia, starting 13th in the 123. Isaac Jordan's from Weehawken, New Jersey. He's driving the 46 car. He starts 12th, with Scott O'Rourke in the 32 car. He's from Baltimore. He starts 11th. Starting 10th today, from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, just coming off his Spec Miata win, it's John Hotz in the 63 car with Dylan Adeli. Starting 9th today, he's out of Herndon, Virginia. He drives the 71 car. Andy O'Brien will start 8th today. He's out of Richmond, Virginia, drives the 14 car with Frank Taberzi, starting 7th. Frank is out of Washington, D.C. He drives the 121. Nate Lucas, he drives the 67 machine. He hails from Silver Spring, Maryland. He starts 6th, with Jamison Huffman starting 5th today. He's in the 89 car. He's from Herndon, Virginia. David Biegert will start 4th. He's from Warrenton, Virginia. And is driving the number 1 machine. And then we've got John Evans. John Evans is starting 3rd today. He's in the number 42 machine. He's from Leesburg, Virginia. Now your front row. Starting 2nd in the number 06 car. From Baltimore, Maryland, it's Neil O'Rourke. And your pole sitter today, yesterday's race winner, driving the number 15 Mazda Miata from Dayton, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 128.955, Ryan Maloney. All right, so let's talk a little bit about our new contingency program, as we've got our racers starting their 2nd pace lap today before their 20-lap race. We have just now, and we see the logo there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Toyo Tires is graciously providing a package for our SSM racers all season long, whether it be here at Summit Point or our away races at New Jersey Motorsports Park or VIR or Watkins Glen, where racers, based on their finishing positions and the number of racers in each race group, can win Toyo Bucks, basically virtual dollars that they can use to purchase new new Toyo tires. And depending on the number of racers, whether we have 3 to 4 starters, all the way up to 30 plus starters, like we do today and like we do at most SSM racers, the winner of a race, each race, whether it be yesterday's sprint race, today's feature race, can win 600 Toyo Bucks. 2nd place 300, 3rd 250, and 4th 200 per race. But then we also pay for 10th through 14th positions, and when we have 30 plus starters, 10th through 14th all win 100 Toyo Bucks per race. And they can buy new tires, they can spend them at our great longtime partner, the Sports Car Club of America, the Washington, D.C. region of Sports Car Club of America, Radial Tire Company. So definitely look at using our great partner there to fulfill those Toyo contingencies. I want to thank Callan Crocker, driver of the number 123 machine, who's worked so hard on this, and of course the board of directors from the DC region. All right, pace car now bringing the field up out of turn 9 underneath the bridge. Pace cars you see now on the pit lane, turning the field over to our pole sitter, Ryan Maloney. And Ryan is going to have Neil O'Rourke in that 06 machine, the green number 6 to his side. They come into the acceleration zone, and green flag is in the air. And all of these very evenly matched machines, well, they're evenly matched as the green flag comes out. As the green flag comes out, they are side by side as they go down into turn number 1. Our pole sitter, Ryan Maloney, moves a little bit over to the center of track, and joining him over there is going to be John Evans in the number 42 machine as they come around turn number 3. We've got a couple cars that have dropped wheels off in the grass. One of the RP performance machines, I think that might have been the 72, might have been the 74, Ryan Lawrence, dropping wheels into the dirt as all of our racers now continue side by side for the most part into turn 3.
Yep, as we move up into turn 3. Turn 3, I was going to say, Greg, is going to be one of the turns I will be paying a lot of attention to in this race. Last race, I would say turn 1, turn 3, and turn 5 were some of the most interesting turns in the track. A lot of back and forth, some over-undering going on, and also a couple spins going on there. So watching out for turn 3 and turn 1, especially as the cars stay bunched up on the first lap.
That's right. We see a couple cars dropping wheels into the dirt going into turn 6A, but jumping to an early lead here is Ryan Maloney with John Evans second. And we see here at SSM, by use of the draft, we'll see that probably close down just a little bit. Maloney took the win yesterday, as I mentioned. Evans finished second.
Car sideways right in front of the pack in turn 8. Manages to back it out, so it's no longer in danger, but that is going to be a little spooky getting back onto that track.
Indeed, and that is the number 14 machine that goes around. That is Andy O'Brien, who was running 10th at the time. He's now going to fall back through the pack. Luckily, nobody impacts him as our racers now come across the start-finish line to complete their very first lap, and it is Maloney, Evans, Neil O'Rourke in third, Jamison Huffman in fourth, David Beeger, who is now running in fifth with Nate Lucas, Frank Taberzi, Scott O'Rourke, John Hotz, Dylan Adeli, and we take a look at where that 14 machine ends up. He's going to fall all the way to the back of the pack. Andy O'Brien, who started this race off in 8th position, he now falls all the way back to 38.
That is SSM Racing, sand and smoke, Greg. You're going to see a lot of it on this track today, and we're going to keep an eye out to see all the excitement.
All right, so we've got the field now heading down through the bottom of the course. Here, and we can already see where Neil O'Rourke in that green 06 car started on the front row. He is starting to use that draft and close things down on our lead cars. Now, another driver, I'll mention, and I think I mentioned him yesterday, we should be looking out for. He started off, I believe, just out of, I think he started in 25th position. That's Emil Dugaru. And Emil, who dropped a couple positions on the start. He had some issues during a practice this morning where he had the hood on his car pop up and impact the windshield. They had to do a lot of quick body work on that car. Actually, he is still running 25th, right behind Chris Tilton in what is his first SSM weekend. Has been a long-time HPDE instructor here at Summit Point, however. Knows this course very, very well.
Yeah, I had some, like you said, some damage on the hood there. Good thing it wasn't the glass either on the front windshield. So everybody downstairs yelling at me to run. I'm like, this is turbo, baby.
It's SSM, man. No brakes.
That's right, SSM. It's all about momentum.
All right, and Mike Collins just put in the chat, and he is spot on. If we've got now, I believe, 85 people watching this race, and if you haven't done so already, go ahead. Give us that big thumbs up. It really helps us and brings more people in to watch Washington, D.C. region SCCA road racing. Yep. And if you have done that already, well, one, don't click it again because the number will go down. We had that happen yesterday. But more importantly, tell your friends. All right, so we are now working lap number 3 here of SSM. And Brian, it is a breakaway with our top 3 racers, Maloney, Evans, and O'Rourke, really separating out from Jamison Huffman, who is running in 4th position now, and it looks like Huffman may have lost a spot coming out of as they come out of turn 10. So move now up into
David
the
Biegert.
4th position. David Biegert, he is your new 4th place runner. Then Huffman. Huffman had a tough day and had a tough start yesterday down at turn 1. Had to work his way back up through the field. Here he's got a little bit better start today. But certainly, I think looking for better than the 7th he finished yesterday.
I tell you what, so did Frank DeBerzy. Frank DeBerzy was the one who actually got spun down into turn 1. So Frank ended up dropping all the way back into that upper 20s position and had to fight all the way back to where he finished yesterday. But right now, Frank's sitting in 7th position, right in behind Morgan Burkhardt and Jamison Huffman. And I was going to say, man, Morgan's running this car too. Geez, that guy never rests. Running behind Jamison Huffman and Nathan Lucas.
That's right. So just got another word of wisdom from Mike Collins. Actually, it's not so much wisdom, but a bit of information. So Chris Tilton, who's driving the number 36 machine, Tilton now is sitting in 26th position. He's actually in Mike Collins' old SM car, and it starts to make sense now. Chris Tilton, and we've got a waving yellow Brian down at turn 5. We'll try and get the car that went off and went around over there. But it looks like most of our drivers making it through successfully, and I think that car has now possibly recovered.
Yeah, if you go into turn 6, you can see some of the dirt that's been kicked around there. Not really sure. We'll hear which car that is.
He caught just the beginning of that white car spinning sideways just as he was coming towards the exit of 5.
Yeah, and so Chris Tilton, his father, Dave Tilton, we talk all the time about the Tristan Herbert line. Dave Tilton from Brimtech Motorsports supported Tristan Herbert's professional racing program for years, and his son is he has, let's just say, he has meathead Mike Collins stature, and you can see now why he fits in that car. But he's done very well. Chris got his competition license last year. He is starting off season number 2. I think he is just finishing up high school this year or next year, and he's actually been a pretty darn good racer.
So he's a PBR connoisseur?
I hope not at this age. I remember Chris when Tristan was in World Challenge. Chris was only about 3.5 feet tall, and now he towers over me. That's for sure. All right.
Picking up some word down from turn 1. We'll listen to that here real quick.
All right, well, it sounds like we had a couple cars drop wheels on the outside of turn 1. Not a big surprise when they've been going through there too wide. As we watch our leaders now coming out of turn at number 10, and Ryan Maloney maintains the gap over our second and third place racers, but both John Evans and Neil O'Rourke now turn in lap times that are Neil O'Rourke at least turns in a lap time that's almost 0.3 of a second faster than both Maloney and Evans ahead. But I think more importantly, Ryan Maloney eked out another 0.1 of a second over John Evans, who's running in second place.
Yeah, a little bit further back. I'm going to drop back here a little bit with the Scott O'Rourke and the Dylan Adeli. I tell you what, they were side by side going down into turn 1. And neither one of them wanted to give that up. They're going to be coming out of turn 2 now, and it looks like they're still going to be side by side between Adeli and O'Rourke. Adeli's going to have to tuck in behind O'Rourke, but then he gets a great run. I've never seen this line, Greg. Watch this, out of there, coming through there, not really getting the full exit, but still able to keep the momentum up to get up with Scott O'Rourke again. So a great run there by Dylan Adeli.
Considering he came from all the way on the inside and he was able to carry the speed out of the corner. As we see David Biegert drop hard on the brakes going into turn 5. Little bit of a lockup there. All right, what we are hearing is that there was contact a little bit earlier between the 35 car and the 44 car over at turn 1. That was 2 laps ago.
That would be Chris Schooler and Michael Monahan.
Yeah.
In that. So again, 2 drivers. Again, this class is all about fighting positions from not only up in the front, but to 38th, 39th position.
Well, I want to hear how this is going to play out. So Mike Monahan is back racing with us in SSM. He's also the class administrator for SSM for the first time in many years. Chris Schooler is one of our lead instructors in the region's HPDE program. They're both going to be talking racecraft to one another, as well as I think Chris Schooler is on his rookie permit, so that probably wasn't a good thing for him.
I'll tell you you what, Greg, let's keep it at turn 1 and turn 2. You can see it right there. Nathan Lucas, he's going to get by David Biegert, and I tell you what he's going to do with that is he is actually going to bring the 63 hots. Now Biegert fights back to driver's right, going out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3. So again, give Biegert back that position that Nathan Lucas had taken going into turn 1, and now you've got John Hotz, and then you have Jamison Huffman.
All right, so we've got a couple people in the chat asking if Dylan Adeli in the 71 car, if that's the same rookie that was at our driver's school in the spring here, and indeed it was, and I believe he was in the exact same car during the driver's school as well. This weekend, his very first outing on his rookie permit, and to be in the top 10 in such a competitive class like SSM really shows his mettle there.
It's also got a legend car sitting at home that we need to figure out how to get that thing out here.
All right, real quick, Brian, let me make a first call to the grid
Sure.
for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's SRF and SRF3. Or I think we only have the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s here. So race group number 8, if you can please start coming to the grid, your race is next. Race group 8 to the grid.
Yeah, as we look down here to turn 1, we're going to have a change for second place. Spencer just picked that up. You're now going to see Neil O'Rourke has gotten around Jonathan Evans for second. When they come out of turn 2, you will see that once again, the green 06 of Neil O'Rourke ahead of the 42 now of Jonathan Evans.
All right, getting word of contact down at turn 5, under braking in the hardest braking corner on the course. Callan Crocker in the 123 machine, getting into the back of Jordan Fuhrman. I'm sure Fuhrman, he likes having those.
That'll be
taps.
a video.
There'll be a video there where he gets a little tap and maybe even have like a little animated squeak noise or something along those lines. Here, as we've got the field now coming under braking hard once again down into turn number 5. Great racing throughout the field, and again, as always, in these large fields.
Tell you what, Greg, I know I had to miss the start there real quick, but Ryan Maloney seems to be running away with this, which is very unheard of in this class. You know, by yourself getting that much of a run. So,
well, Brian, all we have to do is look back 24 hours to the very first race for this group this weekend, where the margin of victory, or Ryan Maloney beat Neil O'Rourke to the line, or probably beat John Evans. Evans had finished in second. It was 5/1000ths of a second. So don't scare people away. We've got like over 80 people watching us right now, and I don't want you to leave yet because it's
not over. We still got 12 laps left to go.
Maloney's opened up a 1.5 advantage there. He's opened up about 7 or 8 cars, but don't run away yet. It will close up, I guarantee it.
Tell you what, the battle going on behind them actually is that Nathan Lucas now through John Hodson, and now David Biegert, which was ahead of Nathan Lucas within a lap and a half ago, he's fallen all the way back now. He's all the way back down to 7th. So again, that car getting a little bit tight probably. Yeah. And again, we've talked about this over and over again. You let off the throttle at any given point during any given time, it's probably a lap and a half, 2 laps before you get
you get back up to speed. I mean, we say these are the consummate momentum cars, as we see there a little bit of brake lock up from Jamison Huffman, who now finds himself in 8th position in the blue with red and white stripe going down the hood. The number 89 car leading now Dylan Adeli, his friend in the 71 car, Scott O'Rourke, Arif Kazem, another good friend there of his, and Jonathan Franklin through the carousel.
Pretty much all 3 of them kind of nose to tail there.
All right, as our leaders now cross the start-finish line, Neil O'Rourke resets fast lap. And Brian, we just talked about Ryan Maloney starting to run away from things. Well, O'Rourke and Evans now just made up about 0.4 of a second on Ryan Maloney. Gap is still over a second, but they are starting to close things up.
If I take my shoes off, I can feel about how many laps it's actually going to take to do the math there. It's not going to take more than 5 laps to catch them if that's the case, if they continue to keep closing that down.
Man, you get that from a set of New Balances?
I do. I got that from a set of New Balances.
I got to stop wearing these old man Skechers. All right.
mature man
Skechers. Exactly.
Watch Frank DeBerzy right there on your camera. I told you that's starting to really rut as the weekend goes on. Frank DeBerzy just realized how bumpy that is by going through there. So Frank's going to have to work really hard to get back in line there
and that was
in
with,
front of Biegert and Jameson Huffman.
I was going to say, and Jameson Huffman there as they went side by side through turn 3. Pardon me, but and you can see there that just that little dalliance where they ran side by side through turn 3, they end up losing about I'd say about 5, maybe 6 car lengths to Dave Biegert ahead.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at the start finish line. Let's see what the gap is now. Last time I was 1.4. I think 1.4. Last time it was like 1.3. So Maloney gaining a little gap, but that was with a pass with O'Rourke taking over that second position. If we keep it sitting there on our camera here, Spencer, going down into turn 1, you're going to see here momentarily Jameson Huffman, Frank DeBerzy. These two have been at it all weekend long. We saw it earlier on yesterday where Frank DeBerzy ended up having that spin. Jameson able to get around that spin down into turn 1 on the start and help get himself back up into that top 10 position. Right now, those two are battling again as they come out of turn 2. They're going to be nose to tail, but Frank DeBerzy was able to make that pass stick going through turns 1 and 2. So again, Frank DeBerzy now move him up into that 6th position, move Jameson Huffman back down to 7th. The great thing about this class, Greg, is there's so many battles on the racetrack. You could be in the 1st position or you could be in the 39th position. As we're seeing here, we've got Jack Kellum in that 39 machine. I believe that is an old Alan Olson machine.
Yes, I was going to say, I think that's one of Alan Olson's older machines, what used to be the number 1 car, I think.
And then a little bit further back, you've got the James Roberts and the John Grayer, along with Angela Jago. We haven't called her name out so far in SSM, but she is she's still fighting there, trying to get with those. And again, that's for the further on back in the pack. So this group has racing all over the racetrack.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to try and jump back and just behind the field coming out of turn 10 right now, where Nate Lucas is side by side now with John Hotz going down into turn number 1. Here we're going to see this in just a moment as they now come under braking. This is the battle for 4th position just off the podium. And it looks like there you go, the 63 machine getting the best of the 67. So move John Hotz up into 4th. But I wanted to go a little bit further back, Brian, and this is back for 15th position of all things. This is Isaac Jordan in the 46 car with Callan Crocker in the yellow 123. Or is it the orange 123?
It's the orange 123,
And then Ryan Franklin in the 37 machine as well, as they were just locked up nose to tail for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, now you've got Isaac Jordan pulling a little bit ahead of there, and now you've got throw in the 37 there. That is going to be Ryan Franklin, with Kalen Crocker. So Kalen and Ryan Franklin doing nose to tail battle there, especially coming out of turn 1. We'll see them here on the camera momentarily. There they are. There goes Isaac Jordan there in turn 5. There's Crocker, and there is Ryan Franklin. So again, you've got Jonathan Franklin also in a battle with Jordan Furman and Isaac Crandall just ahead of that. So again, you've got several different battles here. Right here, that's pretty much 12th through, I'll say 17th position that are within car lengths of each other.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Race group 8. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers. Please head to the grid.
Several individuals that do a lot of videos. If you haven't seen it, I know the Franklins do a lot of videos along with Furman. He does some really good, funny videos. So again, you're going to see that if you ever want to watch some good SSM videos and really kind of sit down and shows you really what the racing is all about. Take a look at those two. It looks like Angela Jago in that 129 machine. Looks like she went out or coming. I'm not sure if she's going out. She's going to go back out. She's going to keep it for our driver's right, but she's going to pull back out on the racetrack. So came down pit road, probably make a little change there, pull the screwdriver out of the tire.
Great story we heard from Kelton Jago this morning when he came up to us that Angela went out for her race yesterday, and car started to get a little loose at the end. There was actually a screwdriver that she picked up and was wedged into the side of her tire and cut down the sidewall on her left rear tire during yesterday's race. They didn't really, she pulled the car in, and it wasn't until the thing started to cool down and that the tire started to lose pressure. So it was a very well-positioned flathead, Brian.
Very nice. I was thinking more of Phillips, but tell you what, our leaders, Greg, now they're going to come out of turn 2 here. You're going to see Ryan Maloney. They're going to come up on the James Roberts machine along with the 40 machine. They're going to get by them, but now you've got O'Rourke and Evans. Wow. That's going to be the battle there, trying to get through some of that. When we've seen the traffic, when it gets down into turn 3, it just becomes, just calamity corner.
Well, here we go, Brian, because they both got balked a little bit coming down the hill, and as they tried to get through that lap car. And you know who's coming just now, coming out of turn 5? That is John Hotz, who's made up numerous seconds going through turn 3 and going down the hill. That I think he's almost halved what was a 15-second gap up to our second and third place runners. He's the 63 car. That's that white car coming up the hill now.
Looks like we had Dylan Adeli going driver's right, coming out of 3 down into turn 4. So, again, continuing to push the issue here as this race goes on with 6 laps left to go. Our leader now heading down into turn 1. Got through some of the traffic there, but now you've got Evans and O'Rourke. They're nose to tail. They're pushing, Greg. It's now 1.4 second lead for Ryan Maloney as they come out of turn 2. You'll see there'll be a car in between them and O'Rourke. That's not going to be a position where you want to come up on a slower car there, because that slower car is going to hold you up even if you go inside. That's actually going to be the 27 machine that they're going to come up on. That's going to be Florin Sealeru. And I know I butchered that name, but
that's all right.
That is not a position. We've seen that all day today. That's not a position you want to be in.
No, certainly not.
Trying to make that pass, especially trying to keep it up for the lead and trying to run down the leader.
All right, Brian, I've been watching now, and it's going to be a little bit further back from here and from our leaders here. We've got John Hotz and Nathan Lucas battling it out for 4th position. And then a little bit further behind, we can see them making up lots and lots of ground. Jamison Huffman and Dave Biegert, the blue with red stripe number 89, the gray number 1 machine here let's also add Frank Taberzi in with this group as well. Those 3 machines starting to really close things down on our 5th and 4th place racers as they come up the hill now. When they come by, only going to be 4 laps remaining. The gap at the end of the last lap was about 1.3 seconds. I don't know if they're going to have enough to get there in these very, very closely matched cars, but if they start to run up on traffic, it's definitely conceivable.
Yeah. I think it's pretty much inconceivable right now that the 63 and the 67, they're going to catch the leaders. It's more about, last time by it was almost 2-second lead for Ryan Maloney. Looks like we may have had one car. We have one car sitting in turn 10 right now, sitting over in the gravel. That looks like that is the Crandall machine down there in turn 10, Greg. So we're going to have to see whether or not they leave him there.
I don't know. Yep, and we're getting word now that there was some contact that led to that, Brian, but he's sitting at the tail end of the gravel trap. I don't know if they're going to want to leave him there.
Yeah. He is definitely stuck down there. He's not getting out of that position, I can tell you that. So.
Yeah, race control is checking with the corner station at turn 10 whether or not they can leave him there. I can't imagine that they would. I can't imagine that they're going to leave him where he is. So we'll see here if this goes to a full course caution with 5 laps remaining.
Well, actually, we're at 4 laps here. So
that'll take as our leader just crossed the stripe, now we're down to 4 laps. Up there's the turn 10 is saying he can stay there. So the driver's certainly not going to get out of the car. But we now have 4 laps remaining, and we will race on. There is that local caution over at turn 10. And Ryan Maloney, he is still your leader with Neil O'Rourke and John Evans still running pretty much nose to tail. We see them there as they're coming again behind some slower traffic going into turn 3, trying to work their way through. And, Brian, this I think has also been a pretty big story. Never mind the initial jump that Ryan Maloney got, but he has had much better luck with traffic.
Yes.
And it's certainly better when as we've got one of those slower cars now going into and I think that was Angela Jago, dropping a wheel coming through the chute to let our second and third place racers by. It's certainly a lot easier to navigate the traffic when there's only one car versus two cars nose to tail, but Maloney's just been masterful here today in working his way through.
Yeah, there's our leader now getting ready to come down turn 10. He's got a car in between him and looks like that may be the Richard Ura machine, maybe in between Neil O'Rourke and Jonathan Evans. And yes, indeed, that is Richard Ura in between there, but they're going to make short work of Richard Ura as they go by the start-finish line here by the time they get down in turn 1. Again, with only a handful, 3 laps left to go, I don't believe we've got a pretty big contingent sitting there fighting. Let's see here. They're going to be fighting really from 21st on back, which Andy O'Brien, Miranda Price, Christopher Tilton, and Michael Monahan. That's a pretty big battle going on. I don't believe our overall leaders are going to catch them with 3 laps left to go. But if something happens where they get tangled up there, that could bring Neil O'Rourke and Jonathan Evans back into the fold with Ryan Maloney if he's going to try to get by there.
Hey, Brian, real quick, as time is wandering down, I just wanted to mention one of our drivers in the field. He's currently running 35th position. This is James Roberts, driving the number 6 machine. He's out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, something I did not know. Besides being an HPDE and a Friday at the Track instructor here at Summit Point, now I believe since 2005, he's been racing the One Lap of America now for 15 years, and he has raised over $50,000 for the Pennsylvania Breast Cancer Coalition as part of his One Lap effort. And so regardless how the racing ends up today, I mean, this is a man who absolutely loves motorsports, but he loves giving back by way of motorsports, and really wanted to go and feature him for a few seconds here before this race was over.
Absolutely. I've had the last couple years of being able to park the motorhome down by James and that group, and what a wonderful human being. And I really enjoy talking to him sometimes. He actually made a little CD of him singing and making some music.
Oh, really?
A couple years ago, I listened to that.
Oh, my gosh.
They did sell that, too, so that was pretty good song. So if you're around the paddock, go walk down there almost into the turn 10, between turn 10 and the bridge there, and talk to James.
Yeah, when he's not racing, when he's not raising money for cancer, he owns James Roberts West Main Auto. It's a tire store and auto repair shop up near Mount Joy. Oh, we got a car pushes very wide coming down through the chute, Brian, and I think that was that might have been Chris Schooler in the 35. Trying to get around Ray Seabird Heath for 30th position, but great little fight there.
Well, I know our leaders are right there as well, too. They may have been pushing to get out of the way of Ryan Maloney, because the next time by, he should be getting the one to go here.
Well, we'll see here as we're going to see the 15 come onto the front straight momentarily.
Yeah, there he is right there. He's right now just coming to exit of 10. So here comes O'Rourke, here comes Evans. So they just got by the 35. So, yeah, that was the 35 pushing hard to get out of their leader's
Get out of their way, yeah. Exactly. All right. So we are now working one more lap, Brian. And as he has done from the drop of the green flag, Ryan Maloney leads the field here, this time on lap number 20 of 20. And he's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. But for the moment here, doesn't have much competition from behind, as we now see side by side Neil O'Rourke and John Evans. They're coming in out of turn number 2 as they're now fighting their way up into turn 3 here. Again, they've got some traffic ahead of them. but they are, I think, realizing they're not fighting for the win anymore, Brian.
I tell you what, you're going to have a battle coming up through there. We're going to hold it right here. You've got John Hotz and you've got Nathan Lucas. They were side by side going into 1 and 2. As they come out of 1 and 2 now, you're going to see that Lucas has now gotten ahead of John Hotz. And then a little bit further back, you've got Jameson Huffman. But they were side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. Going through in this last lap, and then Nathan Lucas gets a little bit loose there. Again, that's being pressure, pushing the issue.
That's right, as he drops the wheel going out of turn 3. That is the battle for just off the podium in 4th. Let's jump back over as our leader, Ryan Maloney's coming under the bridge now. And coming out of turn 10 all by himself, that is Ryan Maloney. Yesterday, it was 5/1000ths of a second. It's nowhere near that today. Taking the checkered flag and the win in SSM 2 days in a row, Ryan Maloney finishing second here as they come down the front straight. They're going to be the 3rd and 4th cars coming across your screen right now. Finishing in second, it is John Evans. Neil O'Rourke will finish in 3rd. And here comes that battle for 4th now as they come down the front straight behind Angelo Jago. And finishing in 4th position, Nate Lucas takes the position. John Hotz will finish in 5th. Yep. Jameson Huffman will finish in 6th, with Frank Taberzi finishing in 7th. Dylan Adelli will finish 8th, Dave Biegert 9th, and Scott O'Rourke will round out the top 10.
Let's make sure they all finish through here because they're all seconds back. So we've got quite a bit of them that are going to come through here, and I think you've got it all the way down to the top 10.
Yep. I wasn't going to go any further than that. So now I think we can go a little bit deeper in the field. Scott O'Rourke in the 32. He rounds out the top 10. As we said, Arif Kazem will finish 11th. Jordan Fuhrman, 8th. In the number 8 car will finish 12th. Jonathan Franklin will finish 13th. Ryan Franklin, 14th. Callan Crocker, fastest lap of the race for him, 15th. Kevin Gaiman will finish 16th. Ben Sarley, 17th. Isaac Jordan, 18th. David Fierstein, 19th. And rounding out your top 20 is driver of the number 17 machine. It is Tom Bourne. Woo! All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please come to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please come to the grid. Your race, your feature race, is next. All right, so Brian, let's once again thank some of our great partners and sponsors that are bringing us all the action here this weekend from Summit Point and the 2024 April MARRS presented by OG Racing. This time I'd like to feature RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we've got Spencer Gaynor here as well. And Brian, we've got one last race remaining here for the day, and another exciting one. By the way, wanted to thank everybody for joining us here. That SSM race was still something spectacular. Huge field. We had Pod 37 from Dublin, and amazed by the large size of the field there. And I want to thank you for joining us. I want to thank Russ Lundberg from hanging with us from Washington State. Hopefully he hasn't gone back to that Super Tour coverage. Those scrubs on the Super Tour, you know, I like that Larry guy. You know, what do we call people at the back of the field? We call them Larrys, Brian.
Larrys.
Yeah. So
I'll tell you what, and honestly, just to go back to a person from Dublin, 39 cars is not uncommon in that group. That's actually a small field.
Yeah.
Normally we get in the mid 40s. So I think the most
mid
I've
40s
been
to
in
50 cars. Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I was in a group of 50 cars.
Yeah, indeed. And we also want to thank Brad Gould, new Spec Racer Ford racer, for joining. Well, he got his license last year, but Spec Racer Ford racer. He said he's going to join us at Virginia International Raceway in a couple weeks for the SARC MARRS Challenge. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later here. But Brian, we've got our Spec Racer Ford racers. They are heading out on track now for their pace lap, the last pace lap of the afternoon. Let's run down the starting order.
Sure, we got 14 car field starting in the 14th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the 33 of Dave Trossel. Starting in the 13th position from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, that's the 06 of Ron Reese. Starting in the 12th position from Falls Church, and it looks like West Virginia, but I think it's Virginia. But
Falls Church would be Virginia, man.
It may be West Virginia because it looks like a W, but I'm going to say that. Catherine Lindsay in the 88. In the 11th position, starting from Columbia, Maryland, that's the 14 of Kevin Silbritt. Starting in the 10th position from Westchester, again, cut off here. I'm going to say Westchester, Maryland, maybe Pennsylvania by looking at it. That's the 5 of Mike Kosu. Starting in the 9th position, I know where he's from, and that's from Oakland, New Jersey. That's the 8 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 8th position from Martland, New Jersey, that's the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 7th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 6th position from Rockville, Maryland, the 11 of Greg Cirillo. Starting in the 5th position from New York, New York, that's the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 4th position from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Stephen Shue. Starting in the 3rd position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 74 of Joe Blanks. And starting on the front row and in your 2nd position from Boyd's, Maryland, the 55 of Sam Schechter. And starting on the pole from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison.
Hey, I want to welcome Lisa Hunsaker here. She was checking in earlier for Morgan Burkhardt's race, that ITA race, and I want to thank y'all for joining us as well. All right, we got the Spec Racer Ford field still a bit strung out, Brian. Fast pace lap as they head up the hill here. Let's see if they get things straightened out in time to get a green flag here, as the pace car is now on the pit lane, and very, very quick as they round turn 10. The starter taking a look at the field, and most of them now have gotten up to the back of the pack. Dave Sterling, he's waiting and waiting and waiting, and at the last possible moment, he throws the green flag, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point. It is our very last race of the day. And Brian, they are barreling down into turn 1. Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter on the front row. Let's see who manages to get in the first, and it is going to be that gray number 30 machine of Mac Harrison. He is your leader, with Sam Schechter slotting in behind. We've got Joe Blanks and Stephen Shue very close behind. And we should be watching Don Privet in the 57, that Gulf livery car, now running in 5th position. He ended up on the podium yesterday, had a great run yesterday to finish just behind Schechter and Harrison.
Yeah, it ran a pretty good race there. It had a good battle there with Greg Cirillo early on in that race, along with Stephen Shue and Joe Blanks, and was able to get around both of them when each of them had a little bit of an incident going towards the end of that 15-lap race. So, again, keep an eye on that Donald Privet 57 machine. But it does look like that Mac Harrison is going to open up over Sam Schechter. Sam Schechter has been kind of pretty much the dominant car in this class over the last year and a half. With occasional you'll get a Morgan Burkhardt who will come out and run in this when they're getting ready for either a Super Tour race or a major event somewhere. They'll bring that car back out.
Right.
So, again, we'll see if Mac Harrison's going to be able to hold off Sam Schechter for this entire 20 laps. Right now, got about a car length and a half lead over Sam in that 55 machine. So we'll have to we'll have to see as they go down into turn 1. Now it's about a car length, and then you've got about 4 or 5 car lengths back to the 74 of Joe Blanks.
All right, it looks like Brad Gould has his favorite here. He's looking for Greg Cirillo in that yellow number 11 machine to make the move and move up through the field. And so far, he's running pretty well, running up in 6th position just behind Stephen Shu. Now, yesterday, Brian, I don't want to say it was a big surprise, but we saw Sam Schechter take the win yesterday over Mac Harrison. They were very close, battling for the first 3 laps or so, and then all of a sudden we just saw Schechter just check out yesterday. It was a very strong run for him. Currently, he is running second, about 4 car lengths back behind the 30 of Harrison. We'll see how things play out for them today.
Yeah, I tell you what, it could be about manipulating the pace here as well with Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison. They don't look like they're really really wanting to set a blistering pace. They're just kind of going to go. Again, I know we're going 5 laps longer, and we still call this sprint racing, and it's full all out the entire lap. For every lap for every corner. But you got to be able to take care of the equipment here, and I think that you're going to see both of them do that, which will allow probably Joe Blanks to come in along with Donald Privet and Greg Cirillo. It'd be interesting. Maybe even Brad knows why Jisoo Kim is not running that car this weekend. That's pretty much Jisoo's car and pretty much a fixture in that machine, sharing it with Greg Cirillo, getting back behind the seat, getting back behind the wheel, I should say, in the seat, along with Melanie Meckel sharing it.
All right, so Brian, big brake lockup going into turn 1 from the number 5 machine of Mike Kosuth. It allows Mike Thomas in the 54 car to come underneath him to take over 8th position, to move Mike Kosuth now back. He's in that yellow and red number 5 machine, moves him back into 4th position. We'll see him in this next group coming down the hill, as he's going to try to come right back underneath a couple of those machines there. He holds off Mike Thomas. He's got Catherine Lindsay and I think Mike LaMena in that group as well.
Yeah, I think your first 5 cars, 6 cars have kind of broken away from the rest of the group, and everybody else there regarding Mike Kosuth, Mike Thomas, Catherine Lindsay, Michael LaMena, and even Kevin Silbert, even throw Dave Trossel in there. They're all kind of there at the end, still fighting that position. That's really from 8th on back. We'll see as they cross the start-finish line here now.
All right, talk about passing the start-finish line, Brian. Going down now across the start-finish line, we saw Sam Schechter step to the inside on Mac Harrison. As they go down into turn 1, we have a new leader, Sam Schechter, in that blue with black number 55 machine. He gets around the 30 of Harrison, and we'll see now if he can separate himself, or whether or not, as they go down into into turn 3, nose to tail, whether or not this is going to play out in the long term.
Yeah, it looks like Sam Schechter, just kind of riding along right there, and just got a really good run out of turn 10 over Mac Harrison. Mac just kind of washed out the nose there a little bit, and that kind of held him up getting down the straightaway, which allowed Sam Schechter to get back out in front.
And oddly, neither one of those 2 racers turned a personal best there. All 3 racers behind, or 4 racers behind, Blanks, Privet, Shu, and Cirillo, starting to pick up their own personal paces, but they are now running almost a half second a lap off of the pace of our top 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Mac dropped a little bit more, and now I'm looking a little bit closer, and it seems like Mac has fallen back just a little bit more to Sam Schechter as they start to come down and up through the start-finish line now. It's probably 4 car lengths right there, and then you've got to go back probably another 5.5 seconds to the 74 Joe Blanks, along with Donald Privet and Stephen Shu.
Wow, look at this now as we come out of turn 10. Mike LaMena making a move. He gets around Mike Kosuth, but Keith Frazier and Mike Thomas, they are also just slightly ahead there. They've managed to separate themselves out from LaMena and Kosuth in 9th and 10th. But great move. LaMena, of course, who's had all that experience in Spec Miata. Also, again, our reigning T4 national champion. I'm sure the jacket's on the way. The trophy was delivered to him yesterday. But he is now starting to make a march up through the front of the field, as he's definitely starting to come to grips after about 2 days behind the wheel of this Spec Racer Ford.
And this is an older car, so this used to be, this was one of his brother's cars that he purchased and kind of go through, and then had some problems, a little bit on Friday during the practice session, and then a little bit yesterday morning as well. Still kind of dialing that thing in. So again, good to see him getting out and in another one. Again, he still has that T4 machine sitting for sale. So feel free to get with Mike if you're looking to jump into that T4. Thing. I'm sure that thing is still for sale. So
or send us an email, marsannouncers@gmail.com.
Yeah,
we'll be happy to pass it along.
Yeah, we'll get it to the right one.
All right, Don Privet now moving up into 4th position ahead of Stephen Shu. So move the 81 car now back into 5th. As we watch this 4-car train here, Brian, and this is maybe a bit of a surprise here as we're watching Joe Blanks, Don Privet, Stephen Shu, and Greg Cirillo here. This is the battle for 3rd for the last step on the podium. Again, is Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison have just checked out, and should also mention here, Sam Schechter. We said yesterday, once he and Harrison got separated, Schechter just walked away from the rest of the field as we've got a car off.
That is actually the 5 of Mike Kosuth coming out of turn 2, trying to get as far off to driver's left as he can. I'm not sure he's going to get that far off there.
What is it about yellow and red cars or yellow cars and going off at turn 2? We had the E-Production Prelude pull off right there as well, although the Prelude made it a lot closer to the trees. I have a feeling, Brian, that they're going to feel that he is, given how far away he is from turn 2, that he's pretty safe where he is.
Yeah.
Again, what we want to try and do, because we don't have our emergency services teams going out under non-full course caution conditions doing what we call hot pulls this weekend, we want to hopefully be able to keep the course under just maybe a local caution for a few laps and keep the rest of the course green.
Yeah. Especially if you get a battle there, as we're seeing coming through turn 2 now, you almost have to give a position back if you're coming out of there side by side, whether or not they're going to move him or have to go out and get him. I mean, he's not as far as what we talked about yesterday with the Acura being there. So
or the Prelude.
The Prelude. I mean.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if the driver is getting out of the car or not, if he's staying in there. I'm not seeing any movement.
They're asking him to get out. I can see the worker trying to motion for him to get out now that there is no cars coming. But they can't see him or them. So it looks like he's getting out now.
All right, Brian, and we've got another incident right now. This is over by turn 7, and I think it's out of our view. And by the way, the driver now out of the Spec Racer Ford. We have the local caution at turn 5, waving yellow. We had a car that backed into the tire wall coming out of turn 5. We're going to try and get the word on that.
Yeah, 8-1, that is Stephen Shu.
And he has gotten the car back underway. Yep. We'll see if that car comes down the pit lane here soon. But, Brian, let's jump back. And, there is Stephen Shu now moving very slowly through turn 8 up the hill. He's going to bring that gray and yellow number 81 machine back to the pit lane, I'm sure. Let's jump back to this battle for the lead, though, Brian. Side by side for the moment. They're going down into turn 1. Sam Schechter, who just reset fast lap of the race with a 120.277, almost a full 2/10 faster than Mac Harrison. But Mac Harrison now is pulled right back up to our leader in the 55 machine.
Trying to figure out that's not our leader. That is actually the 7 of Keith Frazier and Mike Thomas there that you were looking at there. Our overall leader, I do believe, is going to be, we'll have to pick him up. He is just now coming out of turn 10 right now.
Let's take a look here.
Getting ready to put a lap on the 06 machine.
They're coming up on the 06. Yeah, there we go. So Schechter now with about 6 car lengths on Mac Harrison. Harrison, though, just now resets fast lap. Gains back about 2/10 from Sam Schechter, but the gap now still about 1.4 seconds. There is Schechter in that blue and black machine, the first car through turn 1, and then Mac Harrison in the gray 30, the third car through that corner.
So it does look like they are going to leave the car of Mike Kossuth there. He is out and standing in the woods.
Right.
I hope he's not standing in poison ivy. If anything, it's over there. But
Brian, that's what 3-layer Nomex suits are for.
That is true. But he is out of the vehicle. He is far off, driver. They're going to leave it there. They have now dropped that standing yellow after seeing it for a couple laps, so we can go back green now that he is pretty far off of himself, off of the racing surface, and he is completely removed from the vehicle. So,
all right, so,
which is a good sign to see, because you'd hate to see this get into a double yellow, and if you're Sam Schechter, you're probably sitting there going, "Ooh, please don't do this," knowing we don't have any hot pulls. He's far enough off. Trust me, he's far enough. Every time he probably went by there, they were probably sitting there, him talking underneath his helmet to himself, going, that car is really far off the racetrack.
and I thought, honestly, I didn't think that, given that he's about halfway between turns 2 and 3, I didn't think there was any question as to whether or not they'd go full course caution there. But we now have 11 laps remaining. We're almost halfway through this race. Let's do this quickly here, Spencer. Why don't we bring up the schedule of upcoming events so we can let everybody know what we've got coming up. Next up in about, 2 weeks or so, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, May 4th and 5th, it is the SARC MARRS Challenge. The Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series will be heading down the Virginia International Raceway to meet up with the best racers of the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship on an event that is going to be hosted by the North Carolina region of the SCCA. After that, we return here to Summit Point, and of course, then we break into July and really get into the meat of the season. We're going to head up to New Jersey Motorsports Park. Brian and I will be bringing you all the action from the Thunderbolt Majors in New Jersey, and then we've got more events here at some point and in New Jersey as well. Brian?
Tell you what, if we can pick up this battle right here going in there, that is actually Keith Frazier, Mike Thomas, and now Michael LaMena. They were almost 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Michael LaMena had to tuck back in underneath the Mike Thomas machine just due to the fact that he really didn't have anywhere to go, and I think if anything, he would have gone off driver's left again, which is not where you want to be, because
not where
you have a car sitting over there,
exactly.
tucked back in. But that is Mike Thomas, that is Keith Frazier, and Michael LaMena.
And that's the battle for 6th.
Yeah, that's the battle for 6th, and just ahead of that a little bit, you have the battle between the 57 of Donald Privet and the 11 of Greg Cirillo, who are just now going down into turn 1. Cirillo and Privet are side by side. You'll see that on your camera here. They've got another car just in front of them. I believe that is the 74 of Joe Blank. So you've got Cirillo a little bit faster than Privet and catching Joe Blanks. That is for the last podium spot.
Yeah, I was going to say that is the last podium spot there. Of course, we got Joe Blanks, as you mentioned, currently sitting in third of that 74 machine. He is a mechanical engineer out of Chesapeake, Virginia. And here's the interesting story, Brian, with Joe. When I found this out a couple of months ago in talking to Joe, that the way he got into road racing and spec racer Ford racing in particular is his roommate in college. He says made Joe spend all his money. His roommate in college, Trey Ayers, the 2017 spec racer Ford Gen 3 national champion. So talk about peer pressure.
Yeah, right.
Of course, I think Trey got him into the racing because Joe's been racing for 20 years now. So I think Trey sounds like got him into it probably right around the time they got out of college.
Right. Yeah. We'll pick up that battle. They'll be coming across the start-finish line here momentarily. There you see it. There's the 74 of Joe Blanks, Greg Cirillo in that 11 machine, and 57 of Donald Privet. That seems to have stretched out a little bit, but like I said, last time by, Cirillo and them, they were side by side going down in there, and he made that pass on Donald Privet.
Yeah, and so Privet, again, took the last step on the podium during yesterday's race. Greg Cirillo, he has had many, many pole positions here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, sold his Spec Racer Ford a couple of years ago, and, as we know, is in the number 11 in Jisoo Kim's machine. We don't know whether or not that car has been sold, but we know it's been shared this weekend
between drivers,
between Greg and also Melanie Meckel. But Greg certainly, getting his legs back under him once again here has always been very fast in a Spec Racer Ford. He's one of our Spec Racer Ford instructors at our competition licensing schools as well.
Last time by, Greg, Mac Harrison. So let's pick up and find out where our leaders are. I think they're coming across the start-finish line right now. So Spencer just picked that up. They're going down. Sam Schechter in that 55 machine. Mac Harrison, the last time by, set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:19.915. That is almost 0.2 faster than Sam Schechter. So now that gap is 1.1 seconds. We'll see whether or not Mac Harrison, as we get to the back half of this race, since we've just passed halfway a lap or so ago, whether or not Mac Harrison now starts to try to reel in Sam Schechter. They come down into turn 5. You see that gap right there. It's about, I'm going to say, 5 car lengths back, but Harrison last time by was still a little bit faster. Well, actually, Schechter was a little bit faster last time by on that lap, but the lap before that is where Mac Harrison really closed in a little bit. So they're just now coming out of turn 9, heading up the hill underneath the bridge. We'll see what that gap is, but like I said, last time by it was 1.1 second. We'll see if Mac's getting a little bit faster now that we're winding down the laps. This time by, there'll be 7 to go. That gap now 1.2, so a 10th off. So
He's
Sam
knocking a little bit out of it.
Yeah, well, Sam ran his personal best there at 120.123. But let's keep it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the start finish line here. There you go. We've got Joe Blanks, Greg Cirillo, and Donald Privet now. Now it looks like when we get to the start finish line, you can't see the Greg Cirillo machine because he was on driver's right of Joe Blanks.
Yeah.
But they head down into turn 1 and had to tuck back in there, but you couldn't even see Cirillo.
Yeah. Well, Blanks moved over to cover Cirillo. He saw Cirillo making the run down driver's right, and Blanks moved over only about a half a car width, and that was enough to hold off the charge by Cirillo. But what it also did is it brought Don Privet up
right back
maybe
into it.
2 car lengths, and we could see there coming through 3. Privet now right on the back of Cirillo's machine takes a little bit of gravel there as they go down the hill. Great run though here as they make the run into turn number 5. Let's see if Cirillo tries to make a move to the inside. Oh, Privet takes a look down to the inside of Cirillo just a little bit going in the 5, and that opens things up once again for Joe Blanks.
Privet paid to use the racetrack. He's going to use all of it,
yeah.
Especially coming out of turn 3. But you had mentioned that Joe Blanks had moved over driver's right to cover Greg Cirillo. What that did is Cirillo had to get out of the throttle a little bit, and that opened up that gap between himself and Joe Blanks as they come down the hill underneath the bridge down into turn 10. Again, Blanks by about a car length, if that, as they start to come through. And you can really see where Cirillo gets a really good run out of 10. Another car that's been really focusing going out of there is now they're going to pull out as they go down into turn 1. You're going to see Cirillo's going to make that move to driver's right. Blanks is going to cover him, and he has to tuck back in.
Brian, I'm starting to wonder whether or not Cirillo just doesn't have the top end in that car. He gets maybe a good 2 or 3 miles an hour more exit speed out of turn 10 every time, but every time that he pops out from behind Joe Blanks, he hits that wall, but he just does not, he can't even get up to the quarter panel, to the rear end of the number 74 machine, and almost by necessity, he has to drop back in line. Sure, Joe Blanks is moving over just a little bit, but he's left Cirillo so much room to driver's right. If Cirillo wanted to try to push the issue and go deep under braking in the 1, he'd probably do it. Maybe Cirillo just doesn't want to push the car under braking in the 1 also. I don't know, but it looks like he always, at about the 600-foot mark, has to check up.
Yeah. Has to get back in, checking up, get back in line, covering it. Again, knowing we still got 5 laps, look, we get down to the last 3 laps, we'll see. Maybe he continues to stick it in there. Knowing he's faster, definitely coming out of 10. You clearly see that he closes that gap on Blanks every single lap. You'll see it here as they come over the crest of the hill down the start-finish line. You can see he's like right on the back gearbox there, but he doesn't move. Now as you go down into turn 1, Donald Privet's going to make a move to driver's right, get some air in there. and then tuck back in under
Ooh.
the 11. I don't know if that was some tire lockup or that may have been getting off and on the throttle pretty quickly.
I was just going to say, if Cirillo isn't very confident under braking going into turn 1, we're seeing a lot of movement by that car under braking, and he doesn't get a good exit out of turn 1 because of it. And we just saw where Privet was able to pull right up alongside the 11 car going into turn 3, and that has given almost 3 extra car lengths.
To Joe Blanks.
To Joe Blanks, they're going into turn 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be loving it too because, like I said, he probably realizes he's got a little bit of a push coming out of turn 10, so he's got to cover down the front straightaway. And what that's doing is that, like you said earlier, that brings Donald Privet into Greg Cirillo, where now Cirillo has to defend in order to keep that 4th position here as the laps start to wind down. And that allows Blanks to get back out in front and open it up by about 3 or 4 car lengths as they get down into turn 1.
So now as Blanks has that extra margin coming out of turn 10, Brian, let's see if Don Privet decides to push the issue with Greg Cirillo. See if the 57 car pops to the inside on the 11. I don't know if he's close enough right now. Matter of fact, we see Cirillo defending a little bit for the moment into 1. As he moves back over, though, brake lock up from Cirillo.
And Donald Privet tries to go in and run it, Greg, and he ends up spinning into turn 1 right there. You can clearly see it.
Yeah, and I don't think there was any contact there, but there was that brake lock up from Cirillo. Privet moved to the inside, and when he got out of the throttle, the rear end just walked around on him. And now Privet, he is no longer part of this battle for 3rd, as Cirillo, oddly enough, coming out of turn 2 ended up making up maybe 2 car lengths that he had lost to Joe Blanks ahead of him.
Yeah, I bet you Donald Privet will go back and look at this, and he'll look at either this replay or look at his in-car camera that he has and just realizes at the end of this, that was probably not the time to make the move because he just didn't have the run he had the lap before coming down in there, but tried to make something happen knowing we were coming only back 3 laps left. He'll come back and yell at himself, like I said, make sure he's in a room by himself with the video because that was definitely not there. I believe that may have been self-inflicted there.
I think so. From the look of the camera that we had there, Brian, from outside of turn 1, and we're getting word now from the flaggers at turn 1 that was something he did all by himself. And now Cirillo takes a quick look to the inside, and it is just the briefest of looks at Brian. And I don't know since Greg Cirillo has done this almost every single lap, I don't even know if this registers with Joe Blanks any longer. He
just says, okay, go ahead and make your move. I'm going to run my line here.
Yeah, exactly.
Normal. Yeah.
All right, so we've got now 3 laps remaining. The next time our leaders, Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison, cross the start-finish line, it'll be 2 to go. And, Brian, as we check back in with our leaders, Harrison has really been able to maintain that same margin. It's been sitting at about 7 car lengths or so, lap after lap after lap.
Pretty much stabilized all the way through. So we got some, we've got a couple other battles going on here between the 06 of Ron Reese and Catherine Lindsay. That is actually for 10th and 11th right there. They're nose to tail headed down into turn 1 as well here, where our leaders are now coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. But a good little battle there for 10th and 11th. So again, we talked about this in the SSM race. You've got battles kind of all over the racetrack.
Well, let's jump back to this battle now for the last step on the podium, Brian, between Joe Blanks and Greg Cirillo. And once again, now Cirillo again taking a look to the inside as they're coming up on some slower traffic just ahead. And Cirillo, just as he popped to the inside, it probably would have behooved him to stay to the inside there. He might have been able to trap Joe Blanks behind that slower car, but he moved right back over and really opened up the window for the 74 machine to make the pass.
Yeah, now that's dropped him back a little bit. So now he's got to work really hard. And with 2 laps to go, that's going to be a little bit tough to go ahead and get back up underneath there. Not saying that it won't, because he really does get through turn 3 and turn 4 a lot better. But here comes our overall leader now. They're going to cross the start-finish line they're going to be getting the 1-to-go board. So if Greg Cirillo is going to be able to run down Joe Blanks, it's got to be on this lap right here.
That's it, and he's got a long way to go, Brian. It looks like almost more than 10 car lengths separating our leaders as they come under braking into turn number 1. Let's try and jump back to that battle for third, and we'll catch our leaders as they come out of turn 10 for the last time here in just a moment, because here they come. It is once again Joe Blanks and Greg Cirillo, and Cirillo closer, I think, than he's ever been coming out of 10. Now he looks to the inside. Blanks again moves about a half a car width over to driver's right to try to block him. Cirillo, when he pulls out, Brian, he actually loses ground to Joe Blanks. He just doesn't seem to have the top end, and it's not a question of pulling out of the draft completely, because he's still about half a car width to 3/4 of a car width in the draft, but he ends up at the end of the front straight just losing tons of ground, and now as they come out of turn 2, he loses almost 6 car lengths.
And I'm wondering if that could be, a lot of seat time, right? You get to that 500-foot mark. Joe Blanks has been in pretty much week in and week out every time we race. Greg hasn't been in there for a little bit, so you end up, not worried about it too much.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now, that is your leader. It is Sam Schechter. And as he comes over the crest of the hill, the checkered flag is waiting for him, and taking the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 out of Boyd's, Maryland, driver the number 55, it's Sam Schechter. Margin of victory over Mac Harrison, 2.2 seconds. And now here comes that battle for third. We're going to be watching them now as they go down. And we got a car that goes around in turn number 5. That was Don Privet in the 57 machine that goes around. But here we go. Final time coming through turn 10. Joe Blanks with a 2-car length advantage over Greg Cirillo. And as they come over the crest of the hill, can Cirillo get there? No, he cannot. Joe Blanks, he's going to take the last step on the podium. He finishes third. Greg Cirillo finishes fourth.
Tell you what, let's pick up the Mike Thomas, Michael LaMena, and Keith Frazier machine, because they're just now coming up out of turn 9. Now up over the hill. That's Mike Thomas. That's 6th place. Michael LaMena in 7th. Keith Frazier in 8th. They're going to be coming up out of turn 10 right now. We'll see if Thomas is going to be able to hold off LaMena, getting a good run through there, and it looks like he is going to. Give Mike Thomas 6th place.
All right, so Don Privet, he took a run through the gravel trap for his last time around. He's going to finish 5th. Mike Thomas, Mike LaMena, Keith Frazier all run their fastest laps of the race on the very last lap. They are going to finish 6th, 7th, and 8th. The number 14 the number 7 of Keith Frazier, he'll finish 8th. Kevin Silbert will finish 9th, and Catherine Lindsay will round out your top 10. Brian, great way to finish up the wrap up the weekend here for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. So again, Schechter, Harrison, and Joe Blanks. Wow. And so I'm sure this is going to be a victory lap that Sam Schechter is going to appreciate here for the second day in a row. He takes the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, but what a great race there. Joe Blanks and Greg Cirillo battling it out for third. And as you said, that right down to the end there between Thomas LaMena and Frazier for 6th position, proving here in SCCA Club Racing you cannot race in this organization without finding a great battle from the front to the back of the field. All right, so as we wrap things up here, Brian and also Spencer, I want to send out some special thanks. Of course, I want to thank our hosts, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I want to thank OG Racing, our title sponsor this weekend, for all that they do, along with all of our other sponsors, to bring us, to allow us to bring you this coverage live on YouTube every event. Russ Gardner, our chief steward. Greg McDermott, our race chair, as well. Thank you so much. And I want to thank all the members of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA that their volunteerism and everything that they do to help put these races on for these racers, greatly appreciated. All right, so let's again take a look at our upcoming schedule. Here, we're going to be down at Virginia International Raceway in just a couple of weeks for the SARC MARRS Challenge, and there you go, lots more races. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make the May Lightning race for the MARRS Series, nor will we be traveling up to Watkins Glen this year for our event that happens in, I believe that is in mid-August. that we won't be heading up to Watkins Glen, but still a very heavy schedule. And of course, Brian and I we'll get more details out on social media. Brian and I are going to be here in mid-May with the Vintage Racers Group, VRG, for the Jefferson 500, one of the biggest events that happens here at Summit Point Raceway every year. But let's wrap things up here, Brian. Again, Spencer, thank you so much.
I tell you what, Greg, a shout out to all the racers, knowing that we were not going to have any hot pulls this weekend, knowing that, again, a great, when you had when you had some challenges and difficulties out on the racetrack, you got to a point where you knew you weren't going to have to be, picked up at any given time, which kept the racing action moving. So a great shout out to all the racers. I tell you what, it is very difficult once that helmet goes on, to kind of sit there and understand and know what's kind of going on and knowing where you are, kind of at all times, which is what you need to do. But again, knowing, I think we only had one, maybe two full course cautions
all weekend long,
which is actually fantastic. Knowing that. So a good shout out to all the racers for racing clean and doing what they needed to do.
All right. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. For Spencer Gaynor, we will see you just a couple of weeks from now at Virginia International Raceway for the SARC MARRS Challenge. Thank you so much for joining us. If you haven't done so already, here, let's press that button one more time. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and give us a thumbs up and subscribe to the DC Region YouTube channel. And now, Spencer, let's thank some of our great partners.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
Racing carries just what you need to get.